Gentlemen, welcome to the Blast R6 Atlanta Major. Are we ready?
It's up to Tricks now to stay alive inside of the vending hallway. It's gonna be all Tricks all day!
You won!
Lots to look forward to in phase 2.
Every match is a do or die scenario.
Spoit walks in, Wolves can easily line him up.
I don't lose, Oregon, never. And what's the percentage? That should be my first question.
Who will brave Atlanta for some Siege silverware?
JV92.
This is semi-final Saturday.
Lowe's can work around. One player picked up. Globin.
And they're starting. Flicks onto Virtue. The knife comes out.
Siege history will be set here in Atlanta. Are we ready? It's loose! It's W7M!
Two teams from Brazil in the grand final. This is going to be a moment in history that nobody will forget. Loban with one kill, looking for another. JV92 pivots and says, that's quite enough. That map is over before it even started. Philippe Hawks and cameraman in a 1v1.
Cameraman gets it done.
One more round is all those need to push us to overtime. JV finds one. Maya against the world, against the Raging Bulls from Brazil. The region's most dominant force for years. A question posed in Montreal. A promise made in Copenhagen. History made in Atlanta. W7M are back-to-back major champions.
Tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man there, think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
There's no hiding. Not for you. Not for me. Try not to disappoint me, soldier.
Doesn't have an escape route thanks to that castle barricade. Now he's being hunted from above on the mezzanine. Another kill on the grubby. Adrian and Droom now in a 2 versus 1. They have to play this perfectly. Droom's taken down. Azza, you can't be doing this to me. But Adrian stuck it. The ninja defuse for Adrian. No, what is that? Mowgli, you are a madman. Who does that? Tracked by the Deimos. Okay, time to scoot and boot. Quick kill for him. Nako finds a consolation frag, but that's a 3k for Mowgli on the round. Rykos against the world, and Mowgli finds his 4th. Up to Uno now, and he needs to ADS. He needs to take these ones. Dangerous. He finds the 1st. Surely not. Packball, gotta be careful. You can't afford to lose this one. And Uno clutches with the pistol.
The thing is, that has no idea what's happening.
Oh, Kanzo down. All up to Leon Gids now. Virtus Pro. Goo in foot, and it means no difference for FNATIC. Today, Virtus Pro have shown up in full force. 7-0. And they propel themselves back up into a playoff spot in the standings.
Welcome everybody to the studio. Welcome back to Blastar 6 EU League. An absolute pleasure to have seen all of that action in day number 8, but we have arrived at the final bit in this conversation. We're on the regular stage of EU, which is the last and final play day within the group stage. And then we move on to playoffs and on to Montreal and who represents the region, but also who will be number 1 at the end of the stage. Hello and welcome to the studio. I'm Milosh, your host. With me are Fresh and Alfama. And today, I have to say, there's one person that dressed above and beyond. Of course, it is the one and only Fresh. May I say, you look like quite the catch today, Jack.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Yeah, do you know, I used to watch NAL when it was on LAN. Obviously, you used to play in NAL as well, Leo. And they used to dress up in shirts and suits and ties on the very last league play day. So I thought we're going to start something new on EUL. So this is my official start of shit shirt day for the last EUL day. And I brought it. And it's got fish on it. It's great.
It really does look good. Those rolled up sleeves, I don't know who recommended them, but it makes you go from dad to daddy, and I really like the vibe that
That's what you said, yeah.
But I've never heard that before. Anyways, Leo, you look also nice today.
Thank you very much. I'm not as crazy as he is, but you know what? I'm French, so I have to keep a little bit of taste on this desk.
Well, gentlemen, how about we talk about that last play day? As we saw the replays, there's a lot of excellent kind of gameplay that happened there. However, we have to talk about the highs and lows. And Leo, I'll turn to you here. Do you have one that works in this?
For sure, as a high, you have to talk about WYLDE beating G2, because that was WYLDE. That was crazy. I mean, everything was crazy in this matchup. Like, so many clutches from everyone. Uno actually saved it with double clutches, but like, we had the craziest moments ever. Even that one, like,
what was that?
Everything was crazy. And like, Frank actually dropped 17 kills, and I have to say I'm super happy about this guy. It was one of the players that we picked in the Stars of Tomorrow that we see really like becoming that big entry player. I was super happy to see this guy drop 17 kills against former world champions when this guy was overlooked for years trying to look into T1. All the way to actually beat them, and if they weren't safe for 2 disconnection from Leighton, 2 clutches, it would have been way, not even closer.
And even despite that, I will say, like, it's basically, unless a miracle happens, secured WYLDE into the playoffs. So it was a massive highlight for them last week.
Yeah. And what about the low light? You got anything?
Well, there was a 7-0.
What, really?
Yes, and that 7-0 was against VP. Nonetheless, a VP that's been struggling lately in the stage. And now, I hate to say this, Jack, I know they're your boys, but FNATIC, What happened? What happened?
Are they my boys?
Yeah, they are. They are. You back them. You back them very
I have
often.
to stay with them through the rough and the smooth.
Yeah.
They were goddamn awful. That's all I can say. They will know that as well. You know, there was tweets obviously going to go out on the timeline, but they just were not at the races whatsoever. It's basically, you know, we said WYLDE was a highlight for securing the playoffs. That game basically cost FNATIC the playoffs.
There was a big highlight on that last Playday, which it's official. We have our first team going SI representing the European League. It is BDS. Wow, everybody's minds are blown. Who would have expected after the blunder that cost them an SI in the past? They make it through.
Don't say more.
Of course, the team that got to second place at Manchester, the final of the Manchester Major, they secured top 2 last week with the games that played and not played, the way the results went. And that top 2 secured them into 6th Invitational.
I've never seen users so happy as he is in that photo.
Wow.
It's incredible.
That's so much emotion from him, just like in Italy.
All of them. They were all smiling a lot.
All super happy. No, but to be fair, they were quite happy because they didn't look that dominant in the last play days. I think they were really happy to actually secure that top 2. Now they're really looking to be crowned like the group stage champions.
Yeah.
We talk about group stage champions. Of course, there's still this play day to play out. And we want to kind of situate all of our teams here in EU League. Where does everybody stand and what is this big fight, if there is any, for this final play day? Well, I'm happy to report, ladies and gentlemen, Nembis, that we do have a fight. Now, these are the 4 teams that are qualified to the playoffs. However, we run a 9-team league here in EUL, which means only 6 can qualify to playoffs and have a direct fight between one another to get to Montreal. In the top 2, you skip 1 game. You only need to win 2 in comparison to the others. BDS, G2, Wolves, and Secret are the 4 that are locked in for that spot, but there's 5 more teams, Jack.
Yes, there are 5 more teams, but only 4 that can actually qualify for the playoffs. So let's bring those 4 teams up. Those will be WYLDE, Virtus.pro, ITB, and FNATIC. Now, we'll take you through it. If you're a viewer watching today and you're wondering, how can these teams get into the playoffs? We will keep you up to date in every single pre-match to tell you how that can happen. But none of these teams on the bottom line there are currently confirmed, but they can confirm depending on how the results went today. And of course, Leo, ENCE are not going to make it. Your boys.
Yeah, the French guys. But to be honest, maybe I was a bit disappointed with the performance, but if you look at the overall picture, when we started the stage, we had a crazy WYLDE, we had FNATIC dropping down, everything seemed to be utter nonsense. And now you look at this, and you see these 4 teams qualifying to the playoffs. It's not unexpected. I was expecting this. So now it's really a question about these last 4 remaining teams, which 2 are going to make it.
So who can finish within this fight for the number 2 position and the fight for the other 2? Do we have something that can visualize or help us visualize it?
We do, Milosh. We had an incredible graphic designer create this graphic for us.
Wow.
And what this shows is the left-hand side of your screen in the gold is a top 2 position. The reason that's an important position, you get 2 best of 3s to qualify for the major. And then the green is a playoff position and the red is outside of playoffs. Now, what the bars represent is the highest and lowest possible finishing positions that can happen today. So if we go through them team by team, you can see BDS first or second. G2, second, very likely will be third. And then Wolves and Secret, highest will be second, lowest will be fourth. That shows that those top 4 teams really are fighting out for the top 2 positions in gold, Leo.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy? So first you see that big split, right? So you see the top 4 teams really fighting for the top, or they're already securing the playoff, and then the rest of the teams really just fighting for a spot in those playoffs. But what I find even more interesting, look at the range. Yeah. Some of these teams, they could finish 4 different positions with 1 single last play day. That's what makes this play day so interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, WYLDE, ITB, VP, and FNATIC all have a shot, but the current front runners, based on the league table, obviously, are going to be WYLDE and ITB, who can both finish in 5th and 6th, whereas VP and FNATIC are just scraping out for that 6th position if they get there.
Now, today looks like this. For those that are unsure, we have their standings that you might have seen at the end of our previous play day. Had BDS at the top with 17 points, G2 and Wolves at 15, 14 for Secret. Again, top 4 secured in the playoffs no matter what. Secret, yeah, so we move on to WYLDE at 10 and 8 for Virtus.pro, 7 for ITB, 6 for FNATIC, and 4 for ENCE. The fight is all around significant 3 spots, but they're equalized between most of our teams here in the league.
Yeah, Team BDS doesn't really have much to play for. Yes, they want to be first of group stage, but they're already qualified in that top 2 spot. And then ENCE, they're not playing for anything here. They're already done.
And let's move on then to our schedule for today. As always, 4 best-of-1 matches. ENCE plays ITB, Virtus Pro versus WYLDE, BDS versus FNATIC, and finally, Secret versus Wolves. And you can already imagine how things will turn out today, given how these matches are and how they fit within the entirety of our standings. And of course, these teams are playing for spots in the playoffs, which means they want to qualify to the major in Montreal. They want to make it there, and we hope that those of you who have not yet purchased their tickets to do so, and then join everybody in Montreal to watch the best teams in Rainbow Six play against one another. Who knows who will be victors? Maybe NA can get upset again, which will make me very, very happy watching at home, no matter who it is. I'm just going to lay it out there. It's okay. I'm the host. I can be a shill for one region or the other. Koshka. Anyways, let's start off with our first matchup. You see their logos in the back. It's ENCE and ITB. And we have ITB up on the chopping block first. Expectations for the team, because they're on the cusp of something great here. They have to recover. They were in Manchester and on the main stage.
Yeah, they were. I think that's the expectations. They overperformed stage 1. Yeah. They've maybe underperformed stage 2, Leo. And now they're really on the cusp. They might not make it into the playoffs after all.
I think we're really in that scenario where the team is progressing all the way. Nobody had big expectations for these teams coming into this season. Then they had this incredible stay in stage 1. Then Manchester. Then even EWC was... you know, really well. And then that's it. I think they're really, in that case, of identity crisis. That's the moment where a young team like this, they've overperformed, and now they hit the first big slump. How do they react?
Is there something that we can point out in their gameplay that would kind of help us understand the team better and how they perform?
Yeah, I think their big Achilles heel for me is going to be their attack. So we've talked about it quite a lot. And if we visualize their attack win rate, so what this is showing is the blue bar is the attacks won and the yellow bar is the attacks lost. So as you can see, at best, basically in most games, they're achieving a 50% attack win rate, but that was only in 3 of their games. The Wolves game, they got 2 attacks out of 6. The VP game, they got 0 out of 5. The Secret game, they got 1 attack out of 7, of course 7 because it went to overtime. And the real problem for ITB is that we've identified their attacks as a weak point because we know that they like to go direct, they like to go fast and use these initiator operators, but they don't always get to use them. And when teams are ready for that, ITB have to go for a direct, a full clear, a standard take, a default, if you will, and they're not that good at it.
And I think we share the opinion that ITB was the kind of teams that were compensating their lack of big flash individuals by sheer team play and good cohesion. Yeah. And that ultimately makes you the better team in attack, because that's the one that really stresses just how good you play as a team. And it's so weird to see them really hard falling into attack. And if you look at their attacker win rate right now, they're all the way at 32%. They're the second worst attacking team in Europe when they used to be one of the best.
Is there any sense in crunching on certain operators that might help out?
Yeah, I said the reason that attack win rate is low is because teams are ready for those direct, cheesy attacks. And the operator bans that those teams are employing against them is basically pertaining to that. What are teams banning against ITB? Well, Monty 4 times. Kendra is one of the best shield players in the league. 4 Monty bans, 1 Blitz ban, and then 2 Ying bans, of course. You know, those initiator cheesy ops that ITB love, they're not getting to play at least one of them every single time. Nobody's banning a Thatcher against them. Nobody's banning hard breaches, anything like that against ITB.
And it's exactly what Jack mentioned. Their playstyle used to be direct, and they were evolved around using these initiator operators. So when you ban them, you have to play a default game. That's not their identity. And that's what I meant by saying identity crisis. They need to find how to react when these bans are gone.
I actually really like using the term initiator that you put in last week, because for some people, oh, is it not the same as entry? The way I understand it is that an entry is the one that is maybe going for a kill per se, but initiator is the one that helps you get to the point where you are doing the kill. Yeah. It's good to borrow the term even from our colleagues in another game, and it fits very much in here. But speaking of identity crisis, I think we can apply that also to ENCE, something that Alem said a couple weeks ago in an interview. Let's hear it together.
Obviously, it's the first win now, but, you know, you've lost all the games up to now. I suppose, what's your take on that? What's the reason for that?
To be honest, I think people forget that like the ENCE core is really young players. They don't have any experience in T1 except from last season. So they just need to learn and to improve. They are like young players that need to be like like people need to teach them. So thanks to the coaching staff and me. That's why they took me on the team, like to bring this experience on the team. And we are learning every day. And since the start of the season, right now we can only see improvements. So I guess we are working on the right way. Now the goal is to keep improving, and be better.
Now, for those who didn't watch that Playday, ENCE showed that they were having issues, and we compared it to how things were in stage 1. And this is the word that we got from LMs, is that there is a lot more blame to be placed on the players, at least how we understand it on the surface. But what continues beyond it?
Yeah, I think the real thing for him was it's a show of inexperience. These guys are really young, it's their first tier 1 season, and even if they performed well in stage 1, ultimately they had a great run in LCQ and they almost qualify to Manchester. Now we're in a situation where they add someone more experienced and boom, they fall down. And let's be real here, they won that game and then they lost to WYLDE 7-4. That was quite close, to be honest. So they've looked a little bit better. Now, if they blame inexperience, what better team to face than ITB that has the exact same amount of tier 1 experience as these guys? Because all of these guys, they were picked up from tier 3, almost all of them except for Kendrew. So they have a proper opportunity. Fixed inexperience is the real key here. They're facing a team that has less tier 1 experience than them. That's the moment where they should win. I
think that was Lemons maybe trying to take a little bit of pressure off his team in that interview. You know, I look at ITB, like you say, a team that was full of inexperience and still went to Manchester. The winners of the Manchester Major, by the way, in terms of Beast Coast, I know it's a Cloud9 Beast Coast, I'm the same team. Very inexperienced as a unit, albeit the players collectively experienced. So I'm not sure I buy that. I think ENCE are really, like you say, they are a team that are in a little bit of an identity crisis themselves. I think we've said a couple of times, you know, I said it and I'll go back on record saying it, it felt like 4 players plus Alems, and that is not what we expected. Our expectation is that Alems would come in, he would unify this team, he would allow them to progress and individually and collectively get better, and that's just not what we've seen.
All right, then let's take a look at our map for this series. Again, a best-of-1 series between the two teams that are on paper in terms of experience. It's been laid out that they were quite similar. Leo, what do we have here? We're going to club.
Yeah, if you look at the bans right now, basically the thing that I find funny, ENCE is banning ITB's good maps on Labs and Lair, 2 maps where they showed great promise, and then their 2 perma bans. And it's a similar story for ITB banning maps that Chalet, for example, ENCE played 3 times this stage, by the way, or the only map that they won on Consulate. So these kind of things. Now, if you look at their 2 map pools, they're facing each other and they actually match pretty well. And that's why they land on a map that's pretty good for both of them. Clubhouse is a great map for ENCE and a great map for ITB that has an 80% win rate on it and beat WYLDE 7-5 on this stage.
I'm looking at this map with an ITB lens on because ITB are the one that has a game, has something at stake here. They can make playoffs, whereas ENCE cannot. Now, ITB need to win by as many rounds as possible. It's not currently in their hands. They have to get a clean 3-0 win and hope other results go their way. But the bigger that win is, the better. With their attacking issues, what map to go on better than Clubhouse and start attack? So I think it's a good map from Kangoo Ken.
Well, the ultimate equalizer between that experience that maybe ITB has had over this year versus ENCE's side is that there's a lot more pressure on ITB. As you say, they need to be the one to perform today, whereas for ENCE, it's hands off at this point.
But so hands off, so there's nothing to gain from this except for, and I would say this is very important mentally, like I said, they won the last game, then the last game before, they almost beat Wolves, it was 4-7, was a decent showing. If they can end that stage on a win and then go through the open qualifiers with more confidence, it's still relevant for them, so they will fight tooth and nail.
A proof of concept.
Exactly.
We'll have to see that today. Gentlemen, thank you so much. That is game number 1, ENCE versus ITB. And to take us through it, XR Troika and Demo. Enjoy.
Hello everybody, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you very much to our wonderful desk as well for setting us up for what is, Demo, the final day here of stage 2. You've not got your glasses on, by the way.
No, I don't. I know I don't. I thought I'd just change something up.
Well, I'm a little bit freaked out, I'm going to be honest with you. Where has the time gone, mate? We're at the end of the stage already.
Yeah, I mean, you think about EWL and you always get, you know, looking forward to it, the first week, ready to go, and then bang, we're here. We're at the end. We're at the final Playday. But one thing I think is really interesting about this Playday is there's still so much undecided. There's been plenty of times where myself and yourself have came into the last Playday and stuff's already been sorted. Maybe one game decides a standing. Honestly, like all of the games really apart from BDS and ENCE, you know, we don't know where everyone else is going to finish. You know, Secret Rules have a straight shootout tonight. The whole round differential thing could come into play as well tonight. A lot of stuff going on.
Action-packed, everything coming down to the wire, a very competitive stage, all things told here in Europe for stage number 2. We've got ENCE versus ITB. As Demo's already mentioned, this game, whilst it doesn't do too much for ENCE, it does a lot for ITB in terms of position that they could finish. We're going to be headed over to Clubhouse for our first map of the night, running the same format, 4 best of 1s. We are in our ban phase right now. Ying, Monty, Tubarao all have been removed, and it is on ENCE to have that final defender ban. They're going to remove the Valkyrie, giving us our 4 bans ahead of what is going to be a pretty epic night of Siege. Now, looks as though ENCE are all in a facility together, but Lems is still rocking it in his on his home setup. So obviously that could play into things a little bit here tonight. ITB going to be starting off on the attack here for Clubhouse.
Yeah, look, map selection, same map that these two played against each other last stage. 7-4 victory to ITB back then. So I think if you just look at it on that basis, yeah, should be good for ITB. They've beat ENCE here before. But look, ITB, a team which you have to admit have been in crisis mode. They have been, because the standards of where we thought they would be, considering how well they did last year, well, it's not last year, last stage, and then even during the summer as well, you kind of thought that this team would just keep going up in a trajectory, but they've dipped big time. You know, this is a team I think a lot of people said, yeah, you know, top 4 probably going to be guaranteed for this side. They just look really good. You know, they are fighting for top 6 tonight. And don't forget as well, the top 6, it's not even in their hands. That's how badly things have went.
Yeah, not the start from ITB, that, well, not the stage, I guess, that they would have been looking for. And it's strange as well, because we've seen them put up good performances intermittently. There's just not been that level of consistency, I think. So let's see if they can finish strong here tonight. They're going to be attacking downstairs in the basement. Creed's on the Grim, just looking to clear out that top Adam area. A very cautious Oscar there, just crouch walking his way around. Didn't look like he wanted to shoot that default. He knew someone could have been on those main stairs, and an early 2 picks there for ITB on a very successful roam clear.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a scope post to deal with, which has kind of became the meta now in Clubhouse that we've seen. This operator is great for the basement bomb site primarily. You think about a roam game, you can go out there, stretch your legs, rotate into strip club as your kind of last resort, then just TP back to site as though nothing ever happened. But the roam game has just been dismantled right now. ITB have picked up 3 kills in return for 1. And the thing is as well, they've only lost to Deimos. I mean, Deimos has kind of done his job. They're able to get the kills, and they're going to know the last player is going to be offside. It's going to be that Scopos. Diffuser will be successfully planted, but ITB have just completely crumbled the defense for ENCE right now. They've tried this roam game. The Deimos and Grim put that to bed. I mean, even an early engagement there from Oscar. Great positioning, you know, right from the get-go. Gets himself into bar, ready for those players in and around main stairs. Yeah, perfect start if you're ITB right now.
I enjoy how Scopos cheesed a kill right at the end there. Naku just gets 1. You know, he got his 1. He got his 1. Rotates back into behind the little bar there in church on the default plant spot. I mean, that's basement, guys. Like, ITB did a cracking job of clearing the roam, and I like the idea of what ENCE were trying to do holding the top of those blue stairs. But if they're going to fall like flies, basement has got so many inherent advantages for defenders. we didn't see any utility there from the attackers, really. We saw them, obviously, they used the bees fantastically, they used the Deimos tracker, but we didn't see them, like, get a wall open or a hatch open or any impact tricking or really, you know, dodging C4s, vying for control.
Oh, the classic clubhouse, yeah, it's not there.
Yeah, just not there. Real strange from ENCE in that fashion of a defense. We're going to see them switch things up. They obviously don't fancy a reattempt downstairs. I'm going to be headed up to gym.
I think the game plan from ITB is mostly about control with the information. You know, Deimos and Grim being brought in once again. I would say these will probably be mainstay operators for really every attack if you're ITB, which, look, I think in the current meta, information is key, especially with how teams like to go for those split pushes. If you can have somebody backstabbing with all the information in the world, it's an easy cleanup job, you know, for these great lurk players that we have in the league. And, you know, Creed's right now, look at the position he's in. He's down here, creeping around, seeing if he can catch somebody up by surprise, and this is an interesting play. Using the gridlock up the stairs, and it stops the flank. So essentially what this does, it just gives now Creed's that extra bit of protection, that extra bit of survivability. He knows he's not going to be flanked from main stairs. That's an area he doesn't need to worry about. And he can just, you know, at his luxury, just maneuver around downstairs, maybe look for a track, go for the floor bang. Still a good, decent amount of soft destruction in through that bedroom and that gym area. So yeah, I'm liking the setup already from ITB. The pace is really good as well. You know, 2 minutes, walls are opened. You've got your players downstairs. You're looking now to clear away players inside the lodgy. It's looking good.
They get tricked on the construction wall, though, which could be a bit of a problem later on. Jacuzzi is open. And there's a bit of a concerted effort right now to try and deal with these players from downstairs. There's great control of that first floor, so Azza can use that super shorty, and Creed, of course, with the Deimos, Deathmark can get those tracks on. The mirror window is going to be forfeited right now. And I'm just going to see Azox with a bit of a rotation here. It's quite a nice spot to get yourself tucked into if the windows are still closed, which they are at the moment. But Creed's below is an ever-present threat right now, and that Deathmark is going to get sent out. He's going to see if he can try and find a bit of success. Obviously, that Vendetta rips through the soft floor. Can really make short work of those soft surfaces. But ITB just stalling out for a time, and they didn't really have a way of dealing with Rykos here, tucked into Logi. He's going to collect the opening kill.
Yeah, they're really hoping to find some picks with the Deimos using the verticality to their advantage, and they haven't been able to get the picks. Now it's just going to be a straight up shootout, and it's not going to go in favor of ITB. Hence now a 3-man advantage. They've taken bathroom control, but at what cost? 2 players have to try and do the business. Creeds has to try and cover now as Kenny moves in. He's looking for the defuse, but he is not in a good position right now. That wall being opened up, no reinforced wall to hide behind. Rykos with another, and Skies gets the final kill. I mean, ITB only just a whole lot of nothing, really. That's why I'd sum it up.
We saw nothing from the defenders in the first round, and we've seen almost nothing from the attackers in the second round. Strange game. I mean, ITB, okay, so they got the wall open, great. They got Jacuzzi open, fantastic. They get bandit tricked on the construction wall. And something that I noticed at the time, all of the windows were closed. Now, those windows are fantastic to get open, and if you're going to be trying to put a bit of pressure on an area, just get the window open. They don't necessarily know that you're not out there. If the window's open, there's a chance that you could swing it. So ITB, they really just seem to ignore the entire balcony. I think the windows remain closed right up until the end of the round, which is a bit unusual. But I think they were maybe hoping to get a bit more out of the Deimos from below, but it can be very difficult to get those Deimos kills from below. The track's great and it's accurate. It's timed in a good manner. You get a lot of time to, you know, work with that information, but if players just start sprint walking or sprint running around up on that surface above, it can be difficult to really track them down, especially when there's a lot of debris and furniture that's going to get in the way.
I think you made a great point about that, the construction wall not being opened up. I think they were kind of hoping that, yes, that would be open. Whenever the Deimos track comes in, whoever's inside of bedroom is going to be pinged. We'll have to move into construction because that's a hard floor. If that wall isn't open, then they need to put somebody in the window. You know, window catches that player as he rotates out of bedroom. So I'm really shocked that they didn't realize that. So yeah, they were just really hoping that Deimos would be able to get them some kills, but they just never came. ENCE played very reserved, very passive. They didn't, go gung-ho. They just wanted to play with each other, play behind their rear windows, play as safe as they can.
Opposite to round one.
The kills followed them. So, I mean, look, now we head to, I would say, the bomb site, which, in my opinion, is probably one of the easier attacks in the game. Like, the fact that you have a massive breach that just cuts the bomb site in two, it should always be attacker favored, especially with, you've got Grim open as well. So anyone inside a catwalk should never be an issue. They went for the Capitao option, which again, completely fine for clearing away catwalk. It's a good start though from ITB, getting that first pick. Now going to try and stop the bandit trick from happening, and that's going to be failed. Thermite charge is not going to stick. So a little bit poor there from Oscar, but they still have another one that they can try and get placed. Nade comes in as well, and Raikos actually suffers a death because of it, and now the wall will be open. So hence they've tried to stop that wall being open, but look, that is the thing with that bomb site, Ollie. You have to be a pretty bad team if you can't get that wall open.
Great problem solving in the moment from ITB there. I think Az has done a good job to get himself onto the window and assist Kenny and Creeds that were trying to get that wall open. Alems just going to rotate himself into blue for the time being. Skies is still on the rafters, so whilst the wall is open, there's not been much done about Garage as of yet. The diffuser going to be in the hands of Noah. That's just going to get juggled around ever so slightly. There is going to be a death mark track active, and it's going to be something that Noah's looking to hone in on right now. Potential, no, it's onto Alems downstairs. They know Alems' position right now. Now he's playing the Goyo, so he doesn't have a C4. There's actually no C4s available, only 2 Toxic Babe canisters. So whilst the time is at 40 seconds, the push is almost certainly going to come through.
Flames go in, top red, it's going to be cleared out. Oscar eliminates Skies. Azox just has to hope that something misses him, and looks as though somebody has missed him. Oscar just walks in aimlessly, by a good trade-off though. Maybe onto the second, but no, Alam's able to win that engagement against the pistol. But still, the planters went down, and ITB have had a very strong execute, realizing that one player is going to be off-site, and it's just a quick smash and grab, hit them where it hurts. And they take round number 3, so back and forth at the moment, Ollie.
And it's polar opposite as well, isn't it? ITB played that round exceptionally well. You know, the impact tricking, the bandit tricking was effective for a time from Raikos, but you're never expecting to get both exothermics. It can be extremely difficult to get both. And I think ITB dealt with that quite well. Again, you know, where do you throw the criticism? Do you throw it onto ENCE? I mean, it's a tough side to defend in this day and age. I think it's the side that attackers are expected to win. Downstairs now, for me, is going to be the big test, because I don't want to say that ENCE threw this round away in round number 1, but they didn't play into the site at all. I don't think we saw the last kill came in on the site. That was the only kill that happened on the bomb site. Everything else was players out on the roam and not in a position to be actively traded. So we'll see how round number 4 pans out now. We've got Alems just going to be doing a little bit of site setup here. He's got a BP that's going to look down toward kitchen hatch, and it gives you a little bit of an angle onto both blue and dirt as well. So actually kitchen dirt, not covered, but it's there. None of the hatches have been reinforced. Raikos on the castle. He's going to get that one done now. I thought with him playing the castle, he might be looking to have those hatches open and leave them for a time, but guys, he's going to go for a super late reel. No, it's going to be open from below, so he has the ability to drop down.
Yeah, roam game once again trying to be established by ENCE. I mean, ITB just glid through this like a knife through butter, really, weren't they? The last time they were here. But we'll see if maybe ENCE in this shake-up of bringing in, you know, the castle, Miyazami to try and lock down some of these positions a little bit harder, could maybe be a speed bump for ITB. But the drone work is key here, and they have droned out the Mozzie inside of kitchen. Noah able to get that first pick on the Naku. Oh, a great angle as well. Ollie looks straight onto that main stairs. And Naku actually gets found out because of it. So once again for ENCE, they've attempted this roam game, and they have lost the first player again, and the second. This time it's Azareth, another great angle. ITB, Ollie, they know their lineups.
They really do, don't they? I love that one through the hatching, Jim. One on the main stairs as well, and Raikos His seconds are surely numbered. Now Kenny bearing down on him with the Deimos, screaming that information out to the rest of the team. Live pings coming as well off the drone. As army barricades being used as a desperate attempt to keep lounge control, but it's all just a matter of time at this point. Azox is going to be allowed to rotate back down to site and re-enjoy skies, but having lost 3 players in less than 2 minutes. Again, another unsuccessful roam from ENCE, and you do wonder why they keep attempting this.
Yeah, this is tricky now in a 2 versus 4. With so much time for ITB, hatches are open for them as well. Don't forget Kitchen Hatch already been opened up because they went for this roam. And now ENCE, they need to try and get desperate. They need to try and make these desperation plays, and that's what Azox is looking for. Swinging onto that Moto hatch. Nobody there at the moment. He is just waiting though. Skies will be tracked by the Deimos once more. See if Azox can try and get away with one, but no, can he? He's a knower. He knows he's there, and the last player falls as well. Another easy sweep for ITB.
Information there for ITB was really good. That roam clear, again, so efficient. They must be having those pre-placed drones up on that top floor to really have the confidence to move in quite quickly, because we've seen that Gym hatch be a mainstay in the roam clear, especially when attacking onto Church and Arsenal. And round number 1, I think it was Oscar in that position. Round number 2, we see another player, Azox, still taking up that mantle and picking that spot up. Tactical timeout from ENCE. These extended roams not paying off for them. Must be feeling like they're losing too many of these defender rounds. I feel like it's a strange time to call a timeout. It feels a bit early, but we have seen them attempt that downstairs site twice now. And it could be something more than, you know, sort of a tactical thing. It could be a bit more of a mental thing, because they are losing a lot of these gunfights, and there's nothing that's being set up as a trade option. So something really needs to change, because ITB, they're being very efficient right now on the attack.
A lot better for ITB as well. You know, you think about some of the performances that they've had, especially compared to last stage. Especially, you know, in the stat department, you know, I look at Azur, for example, was their best player last stage. He's their second worst, you know, going into this stage, into this Playday. Only 1 player actually positive rating, and that's Noah. So it's an improvement from Noah, who I think he was actually negative rating last stage, but now he's positive this stage. But everyone else in his team is negative rating. So it's a whole just team issue. You know, everyone's not playing to the way that we expect them to. Not just any one individual. I think it's definitely just something off with the team, and I think they've all realized that. So yeah, for ITB, look, they need to go in and get these 3 points, give themselves as much of a chance as they can to get into that top 6. Again, keep in mind, it's not up to them. It all depends on that VP and WYLDE game. If VP take 2 points, just get a win. If VP win against WYLDE, then ITB's locked out, even if they get all 3 points here today.
Tough one to be a passenger this week. Another passenger team in the final week is, of course, going to be G2. G2 not
don't
playing
forget,
today.
It's because of G2. It's because of G2 that ITB's in this position as well.
Yeah. One of those awful weeks where you've just got to look on and see what happens, essentially. There's nothing that you can do. You've played your part in the stage. For ITB, at least for them, they get a chance to feel like they've done something today, and then obviously sit back and watch the results come in. Creeds, a little bit of a crouch walk in here, all the way from Strip. Doesn't look like he's working on a solid bit of information. It's more of an assumption that somebody could be rotating down through the bar, and for the meantime, especially playing the line, you don't need to be in position to use that utility. So does give Azur a little bit of surety as well, as he's just working in and around lounge. There's a couple of holes already been made, and he's just revisiting those spots. Now the wall's taking a little bit longer to get open at this point, but it will happen at around the halfway point. And Azur can ensure that. The site, of course, gym and bedroom, so the fact that it's taken this long to get CCTV wall open, it's not necessarily an alarm bell, but this is a very different approach to what we saw ITB have previously. It's going to be a coming together on the stairs, and it's going to be a Lems that gets the better of Creeds in that one. The SMG-11 at those close ranges is deadly.
Yeah, for the double swing, which he was surprised about. I thought he just missed his chance, and Skies, where are you going? Gets caught out as he was a lone player inside of Catwalk. Could have wasted a lot of time as well against ITB, but choose not to do so. 45 seconds. ITB need to get a move on. They need to see if they can start applying this pressure of the utility that they have, but it doesn't look as though Oscar's going to be in a position to really use the smokes to any great deal of an advantage. And yeah, down they go again, ENCE, but never mind. 2 kills. Come in favor of ITB now, but they just don't have the information. And a cleanup. Was that a 1v2? I think it was, Ollie. Blink and you miss it kind of Siege, and ENCE are the team that come out on top.
Super narrow margins there coming into that round. ITB going for a different approach again. The previous attack inside a gym and bedroom wasn't successful. They tried to go for a bit of a below Deimos play this time. Keeping an eye on those flanks downstairs. Trying to go for a bit more of an across clear through CCTV and Cash. But to their credit, ENCE, they kept them out for a good amount of time, and ITB were a lot slower to move there in that round. We've seen them be quite efficient, quite fast in that opening clear. However, there, we did see them just take a little bit of time. ENCE come out on top for it. Yeah, Skies, I mean, I think if ENCE have ended up losing that round, you could have looked towards Skies and gone, you could have played just for a little bit longer there.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Round number 6, last round as the sides sit back downstairs. ENCE haven't won a round down here yet, Demo.
Nope, and they're gonna go for it again, which I'm just surprised about. Like, here's the thing. They're probably gonna opt now for more of a turtle on site. You know, you see the Cade be brought in, for example, so automatically you would assume so. The thing is, though, then, if you kind of look at the way basement plays out, look, if you give an attacking side, you know, with Grim and Deimos and all the utility operators still available, just to set up and do, you know, a very basic push, you can't really stop it anyway. So I think for ENCE, it's one of those situations of, do they dare try another roam game again, which they know just has not worked? Or do they roll the dice and say, okay, let's try and turtle and hope that they slip up, but then you're kind of hoping ITB mess up, which you can't play Siege like that. It looks a little bit of a half and a half. They start off in the roam game. Now all 5 of them are towards the basement again. You've got Azox and Blue stairs halfway up it. You've got Naku on the main stairs halfway up that as well. So not really roaming per se. So yeah, again for ITB, just do the drone work well, which they've done. They can sweep through that with ease. They can just now set up for their attack. You know, very, very basic. Get the hatches open, get dirt open, use the utility operators. You got plenty of hard breach. Should be fine.
I think it'd be quite comical if this is the round that ENCE win, and it's the round where this is looking the most typical clubhouse basement round that we've seen. We've got Ram ripping up the floor in kitchen corridor. We've got a Hibana messing around trying to get open kitchen hatch, and it's of course got some sort of electrification on it. And there's likely going to be an impact grenade that's thrown from below. Like, this is clubhouse basement right here. It's not what we've seen so far. The setup for the ENCE has given us, hasn't dictated this sort of an attack yet. And yet this is the 3rd time they're attempting it, and they haven't won here previously.
Oh,
I just find it would be quite hilarious. Lems, he's out on their own, but he's getting hunted right now. Azza's all the way up there, and he's going to find him. Azza was like a guided missile then. He just went straight to him, Demo.
Good cam work. See the player rotating up Blue. Call it out. Azza is on the case, and yeah, having an extra man now for the quintessential basement push. Should be as easy as anything for ITB to close this out. Maybe a C4 might disrupt that. They have got 2 of them, of course, and that's really their only plant denial. Are going to be the 2 C4s. 30 seconds, still more than enough time for ITB to see this over the line. Here comes the Grims. They will be sent in. Raikoso, an aggressive position on the hatch, will take 1, takes 2 with him. Oh dear, ITB a blunder on the moto hatch, and now they just have to try and full send it down kitchen, which Oscar will try and do as he drops in He's not going to stick the plant, though. Needs the cover. Coming in from Noah. Oscar will now try and go for the plant. Noah is there with one, but not good enough for two. Oscar will stick the plant, but it's going to be in Vale. Oh, boy. ITB, it looked just a perfect round from them, Ollie. But what on earth was going on with the guy in Moto?
Look what happens when you play Clubhouse Basement the way that Clubhouse Basement is meant to be played, ENCE. You win the round. Man, this could have been a 5-1 split. ENCE could have been looking at a 5-1 right now, Demo.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Deary me. I mean, ITB, like, were they doing a great job of their own clear, or were they just getting, you know, were ENCE just playing terribly in the first couple of rounds? Like, I don't know. Are they fraudulent? Like, I'm unsure, because we see the round played, how it's played so many times by so many teams across the world. And guess what? The defenders come out on top. Now, granted, I think that there was a fancy play, not fancy play, it was a bit of a ratty play, to be honest with you, but Rykos underneath Moto Hatch did a wonderful job getting two. He did a great job getting one, but to get the second as well.
He should never have got the second one.
Should never have got the second. That was almost the turning point, and that was the first time really that we've seen ITB fail on one of those trades, because typically up until this point they've been quite good on the trade game when they were, you know, certain somebody was there or double pushing it or whatever. That was the time that they lost it, and it really sort of knocked the wind out of the sails a little bit, because it was very much an unexpected, and it wasn't something that they had info on. They do work quite well around information, and I think they try and gather as much as possible, and that was maybe a bit of an oversight. 3-3 half, ENCE are going to be thrilled with that.
I mean, I'll be honest, I think ITB are also going to be really happy. You know, they've got 3 attacks. That's where they've struggled this stage. Their defense has not been an issue. In every game that they've played, bar one game, and that was the BDS Cafe game, they have always won more defensive rounds than they have attacks. And I'm talking like, not just, oh, you know, 3 defensive rounds. Like, I'm talking like 5-1 splits, for example, is what they have taken in some of their games. So the defensive side of things for ITB, this is where they should be most comfortable. So I think from a perspective of, yes, attacks where they've struggled, getting 3 rounds in Clubhouse is really good in the context. This is a really good defending side.
They do have the highest defender win rate in the league right now. It is by points of percent over G2, but they're both up at, what is it, 60.47 for ITB and 60.42 for G2. Next closest, BDS at 58. So they've got a couple of percent over the team that we love to praise. So yeah, as you say, could be good, but if you're going to lose 2 opening picks, maybe not so. Noah and Azza both fallen here. Alems, not having the greatest time of things at the moment, 4 and 5.
Oh, it's going to be a rush.
ENCE are waiting to try and do something quick now, and they can do because they've got that advantage. They've already taken the bodies. It's going to be a lot down to Kendrew, and Azox. He's just going to storm his way through the site there, opening up that dirt tunnel. ENCE, they run through ITB on the first attack.
Honestly, ITB were like a brick wall, weren't they? Just no movement at all, and ENCE, Oryx, realistically, just ran through them. ITB have tried to take the early engagements, not really a roam game, but just an aggressive fight in towards bar. You know, they're looking for these kills. They lose 2 players inside a bar, and an ENCE just capitalize, saying, you know what, we have man advantage. 2 players inside of dirt, 2 players inside of blue. We take the trade game, and we'll win that. And that's exactly what they did. They take the trades, and they win that.
ITB going to switch things up then. Gym and bedroom is calling. Maybe downstairs, not the site for defenders today.
Wow, look at the kills as well. We've got 2 players in each team with 6 kills, 2 players in each team with 4 kills, and 1 player in each team with 5 kills. It's as balanced as it can get.
5 seconds remaining.
You're liking that pattern, aren't you? You're really pleased that you spotted that.
I'm really happy I've seen that, yeah. So it's well balanced. It's a really well balanced game.
Well, I mean, it's perfectly balanced as all things should be, as he balances the small little thing on his finger. I don't know what it is, but bit of Maverick action to get the wall open. Nice and neat there from Naku. leaves the way to be plowed through there by either a Lems or Azox. Got soft destruction on both, so there's an ability to get that done. The Lems is going to be the safest bet there with the skeleton key.
Yep.
Now, where we saw ITB attacking this side, they were getting this wall open at around about the halfway point in the round. ENCE have done it in the first 45 seconds. Already the pacing looks a little bit better. You know, the sooner that's open, the sooner the defenders are going to stop, you know, rotating between the top of garage and inside of there and feeling a bit, you know, it's just going to force those defenders to move around a little bit. So timing wise right now, fantastic. If you can deal with this player on the 90 of Rafters, even better. Alem's going to take a ton of damage. They're throwing the kitchen sink at him and 2 kills are going to come in. Sky's successful onto Creeds and Azza falls there on the catwalk. Noah, he's going to get one back, but he knows that there is a flood of ENCE players coming his direction right now. ENCE 4-2 man count.
ITB are just throwing themselves at ENCE. Honestly, this is like, it's like walking into a restaurant and the chicken comes up to you and asks, would you like to eat me? You're like, the chicken's presenting itself to you. That's what they've done. It's criminal.
What do you think a chicken sounds like?
The comms video for ITB, I think. Timeout needs to come in. Has to come in.
I'd be surprised if we don't see it either at the start of this round or next. It's not signaled on the screen, so I don't imagine it's been called. We're not going to go back into round number 9. I'm so surprised. So surprised that Kenny hasn't called it there.
Attackers have located the bomb.
Because that was a bit of a head loss round.
Is this 4 rounds in a row they've lost, is it not?
Yeah.
They were 3-1 up.
Well, they're going to try and stick to a rotation here and take us into CCTV and cash, but as we've already mentioned, this is it's not necessarily a no-go, but it's very much a third choice site now for defenders on Clubhouse.
10 seconds to go.
I mean, the lineup doesn't really deal with Catwalk Azami all too well. Oh, never mind. In comes the Grim. I was going to say, you know, you're bringing in a Sledge to deal with the Rafters. Yes, you've got nades, but I mean, Sledge play rate has dropped off dramatically. I think there's a big correlation with Renchiro no longer being in the league. I think that's also another reason why we see less Sledge. But yeah, obviously Sledge, you know, he's took a beating, hasn't he? You know, with the speed change, the SMG 11 change. He's not had the greatest of times, and he's kind of suffering for that. But yeah, certainly the Grim makes a lot more sense. Deals with that Catwalk player a lot better than what the Sledge would. Wall being opened up. There we go. Just need to get the Buck or the Sophia in. Will be done by a Lambs and the Skeleton Key. So step 1 done, get the wall open. I mean, ENCE just going for the motions. They're playing, you know, pretty basic, pretty standard Siege, but it's working well for them.
They're doing a good job right now. And say that they're 5-3 up as well after the start that they had. It's impressive indeed. I love watching teams that haven't really got anything to play for, strictly speaking, that still give a massive performance on the final Playday. We saw similar in Korea this last week, Demo, or should I say last week, with teams that you know, still going out, still giving it their all in the fixture, even though it's not going to qualify them or it's not going to put them in contention, but it's just a good feeling. You know, you practice, this is your job, you go out and it doesn't matter what the stakes are, you take every game the same, and ENCE are doing that right now. They've got construction open, they've got main wall open.
Reloading.
Azza and Kenny have really funneled into garage now, and it's very unlikely that they'll leave that place. There's a chance they could drop down and try and rotate up, but realistically, they've got to try and play in there and get themselves a kill. Noah and Creed's top of cash stairs as well. So ITB very bunched up at the time. ENCE just looking for a way to try and pick that apart at the moment. C4 ripped and ready. Mirror window just pre-fired onto there slightly. Seeing if that Twitch drone can get in and do the job. There is a C4 ripped and ready over the top of that wall. We can hear the mirror windows starting to open now. That Twitch has been successful, but 11's going to be the first player to fall.
Oh, big C4 from Oscar. Actually quite unlucky not to get 2 there the way they were lined up, but look, a kill's a kill and he'll be happy for that. And this is where, you know, the kind of issue of not having a traditional hard breacher with just running the Maverick is becoming a bit of an issue for ENCE. You know, they've really struggled to get that wall open, and Nake's just decided to hop in the window, gets caught up by the Banshee, and will be traded off. He got his one, but that's all he's gonna get. And Sky's by himself. And the 1 versus 4, DMR in hand. But with 10 seconds or so left, you just don't see this happening for him. A quick swing as well from the SMG, secures the kill. ITB, they get their first defense.
Well, welcome to the defense crew, ITB. You've had an impeccable record so far this stage and somehow managed to lose a couple of rounds in a row there until managing to stabilize on a site that we didn't really expect to be too successful. But if we look at what they did, they didn't give anything away, Demo. They played super tight. They were buddied up. We had Azza and Kenny inside of Garage. We had Creeds and Noah at the top of Cash Stairs. Everyone playing for a trade. Everyone really keeping it nice and tight. There was no early swings. There was no early aggression being shown. It was very simple. So it seems like they've done a great job of resetting themselves without the timeout just yet, because I'll be honest, I was a little bit worried after seeing what happened in round number 8. Now they can move back down to the basement. 1 round to draw level.
10 seconds left.
ENCE only 1 round away from a map point. And of course, with points being the real key thing of today, it's important that ITB get all 3.
To locate a bomb and defuse it.
Reinforcing the floor.
Basement again. Let's see if they're just going to throw themselves at ENCE once more. Or will they play a little bit more reserved? I mean, still going to be looking for those reinforced walls upstairs, trying to waste a bit of time away from ENCE, make them use a bit of utility as well. But I wonder if ITB are going to hold it as heavily as what they had before, or is it just a bait, just a quick drop off? Certainly could be that. See, ENCE just taking it slow. I think overall for ENCE, the game plan has just been try and play as safe as you can, you know, double up with each other. Make sure the trades have been on point, which I think they have been certainly today from ENCE. I think they've been trading back and forth extremely well. So yeah, everyone is going to be back downstairs, it looks like, for ITB. So ENCE have a clear run through of how they can maneuver around this map and get everything set up for that execute. Again, still have operators there like the Grim that they can utilize, as we always like to mention. Wonder what play that Nook's going to have. Who may be going to be lurking down blue towards the later stages of the round. I'm not too sure. I mean, Nook isn't going to get a whole lot of value anyway on a map like Clubhouse, I feel. It's just, it's not as big as what, you know, value you'd get out of like Labs or Lair or Bank, for example.
Alems.
By attackers.
It's going to be in a good spot right now. Really cutting the site in 2 almost. I don't think anyone's aware that he's here. He's really managed to sneak himself in under the radar. Not had the best game so far, but could be in a serious pop-off position right now. Kenny, he's just going to be on the other side. The B's starting to come in. Alem's going to choose now as it's time to strike. Picks himself 1. Can he grab the 2nd? Gets it down on Swaza before being finished off. But there's a serious flood of players from ENCE right now. There's Azox, Rykos, they're going to join into the mix. Noah stabilizes things with 3 kills. Skies is down, so this is effectively a 2 versus 1 right now for Rykos. But he's got information. He knows where he is.
Oh,
he gets the kill before the Kiba detonates. Noah, he'd done so much work to try and drag his team and keep him in it. But it could all be down to Rykos right now. Unfortunately, he snapped, but didn't land the shot. Tough round there. ITB seriously scrambling to keep themselves in the game, but if it hadn't been for Noah and that 3K, boy, oh boy.
I mean, almost a big blunder, I think, from Kendrew. Goes prone. You should never go prone there. You know, prone, you're just a sitting duck, essentially. You should always be crouched there. You know, prone's just too easy to land that headshot. But look, obviously, Kendrew should have killed Alams immediately as soon as he stepped through that door. I think Alams is actually very hard done by that he didn't end up getting more kills, but the footwork on Noah, who has really been the savior, I think, for ITB this stage. And look, it's been a bad stage, there's no doubt about that, but I think he's been the really only shining light, you know, the only player who's been positive for that team. And there he is again, keeping his team in the game. I mean, he just about executed a player with a deagle as well, just ran in and shot him straight to the dome. And then Oscar still has to make that clutch. He still has to hold his bottle and it doesn't crack.
I have some bad news, Demo, if you're an ITB fan. WYLDE are now qualified. ITB cannot beat WYLDE or cannot overtake WYLDE in the standings. The best that ITB can get is 10 points. The worst that WYLDE can end up with after today is 10 points, and the round differential starts to come into play. So ITB needed a cleaner win here on Clubhouse to get the job done. And WYLDE are going to beat them on that round difference, regardless of the outcome of that WYLDE game.
But that is only for 5th place, correct? Still, the 6th spot is still available for ITB. Depending on the VP, again, don't get the full points. If VP get 1 point, ITB should sail free, no?
I was informed by Fresh. I always pride myself on not getting too involved in the numbers, but the 6th spot is still available.
If WYLDE beat VP and ITB take all 3 points here, then ITB go in the 6th.
Yeah, it just puts it really out of their hands now.
I mean, I don't think the round differential made a big difference. I think ITB knew, okay, it just depends if WYLDE can do the job on VP for us today. That's the only thing that matters to them.
Yeah. Another blitz. First time we're seeing the blitz be brought. Monty, of course, banned in this game, so not something that we've seen too much. The cap can almost brought at a equally good time, but all of those traps seem to have been shot out. I've seen at least 3 gone, so could be 2 left. Pending. Azox, he isn't wasting any time, though. He's feeling himself today. He's had a couple of big Hollywood-style moments. He's going to be sending that smoke straight in. NAQ takes Creeds down. A desperate C4 there isn't going to land. Instead, a Lems hits the deck and hits it running. Takes Noah down. Kills falling now here as ENCE. They are just adding on to their tally. Azza, it's his turn for 3 kills to try and keep his team in this game, but it doesn't last too long. ENCE, match point.
So, ITB drop a point. Don't know if it's going to be all of the points, but they drop a point nonetheless. So, right now, if you're VP, this is looking good. You want ENCE to win if you're VP. ITB still have a shot. They need to win this game. No, it's the main thing about ITB. They need to win and then hope that WYLDE win now in regulation. So I think for VP, even a point for VP today is going to be enough. Oh, it's like the it's trending news, isn't it? You know the way you have the you know, watching the news, it has that little ticker just below. It's just constant updates, isn't it?
We need a ticker with breaking news on it.
Can we bring Fresh in as, you know, the live reporter?
I think we could probably get Fresh in.
He can run it down for us.
A little mid. At the halfway point in one of the games, I think we'll get him in and he can give us a bit of an update in the standings, if anything.
That used to be Jesse's job, but now he's a caster. Now he doesn't get that luxury.
6-5.
10 seconds left before insertion.
We go to CCTV room and cash. ITB were successful here previously.
5 seconds.
Well, this was the round that kind of saved them.
Attackers are moving to defuse.
Because they were looking a little bit down and out. But they were able to pick up a win here. And they did so by playing very tight and very close together. Now, if I was ITB, something that'd be in the back of my mind and scaring me a little bit is the fact that Azox has just ran through us on a blitz and really opened the round up. And he's playing the blitz again. It is going to be the main way that they try and deal with Garage. They don't have a Capital, they don't have the Grim. This time the mirror window's been placed early as well, recognizing that ENCE are only bringing the Maverick. Now I say only, Maverick is fantastic, but as a solo option for hard breaching, that mirror window is going to make things very difficult to try and use that blowtorch on. You're going to be very susceptible to a C4, and there is going to be a C4 in Oscar's hand.
Got the ace though, and the twitch. So the mirror should just be disabled immediately, shouldn't really have that much of an impact on the round. Another wall will be opened up, and ENCE just running through the motions once again. Sky's opening pick onto Creeds, and Creeds has not had a good game. And that's a smoke, by the way. What's the smoke doing at main stairs? Oh, dear. You really need to have him in sight, playing behind that mirror window, being able to stall out the round. So you have just gave ENCE a lot more breathing space. Yes, there is still the Goyos to go through, but you've got the Twitch to eliminate them, you know, with ease. But does Sky's have any Twitch rooms left? Doesn't look to be the case. So maybe that's where ENCE will start to struggle. But with that extra man, they can do wonders with it. Garage obviously not being targeted, so Kenny can try and play that cross. But if he gets smoked off, for example, then it's going to be no use to him at all. And that's exactly what's going to happen. The smoke will cover off his sight line. No movement, though, from ENCE. It looks as though they're really trying to pressure downstairs. Trying to get the buck in below. That wall has been keeping up as well. That main breach hole, that needs to be opened up. But I'm liking this adaptation from ENCE, realizing the amount of time that they have of killing that smoke. They can just rotate downstairs and start maneuvering with that buck. But some swings from Noah, another one from Noah. Free in the round, has to go for the reload. Will finish him off. Does he have info in the last two? The mirror window's gonna give it away. He's full sprinting into Alams, who picks up a double. And ENCE, they crushed the dreams of ITB in their hopes of getting top 6. That's going to be locked out for ITB. Oh boy, ENCE, they get another win.
ENCE coming in and giving us the game that we wanted to see. We wanted to see them battling here tonight. We've already mentioned this game didn't mean too much for ENCE. They were going to be down at the bottom of the table no matter what. But ITB, it meant the world. And they fumbled it. What a game. Some big pop-offs as well. I think something that stood out for me there in that match in particular, Demo, ITB, it all came down to people getting huge triple kills, multi-kills, whatever it might be. We had Noah, we had Azza. You know, everyone was sort of contributing to that. They were trying to keep themselves in it, but it wasn't enough in the end. They needed that full team performance, which is what we didn't see that tonight.
No, I think cohesion from the team just again looked pretty off. ENCE today, everyone on the same wavelength, the trades, the teamwork, everything on point. I love the adaptations that they had mid-round. I think they played the time really well. ITB just been outclassed today.
Well, and especially after that start, very impressive, and what a way to finish off your stage. We're going to send this one back over to our desk.
With the pressure completely off of their back, ENCE get the victory in all 3 points from today, denying ITB a singular point for them to go higher into the standings, which, if I'm not mistaken, WYLDE, they're sitting pretty on this one. They'll be qualifying to the playoffs, gents.
Yep, WYLDE are 100% qualified. They were as soon as ENCE hit 5 points, so they will be very, very thankful before they even have to play themselves. They are qualified.
However, this, if anything, to me, it speaks to the power of playing together on boot camp. Even though it's only 4 out of the 5, Leo, you know yourself the difference between playing with your teammates near you versus playing at home.
Look at their faces whenever they win a round. They're so happy. They're fist bumping. Even Azox, when they won the match, just stood up and started yelling in the studio. You could see him in their gaming house. I think it tells, like, you know, I was saying before, we were saying ENCE have nothing to win from this. Technically, they're already out of the playoff run.
Yeah.
But I think they have confidence to win from this. And that's exactly what we saw at the end here when they won, is exactly that confidence they were looking for that open qualifier. Living on a win, that's where they were looking for. Basically.
Exactly, that confidence to take it into the open qualifier, because ENCE, even though they might not qualify to the playoffs, they still have something to play for and an opportunity to make it to Montreal, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they're no strangers to this. They did this last stage as well, where they had to drop into the open qualifier playoffs and then play that into the LCQ. They're no strangers to that, and I think they recognize the importance, like you said, Leo, nothing to play for in terms of the standings. Oh, well, obviously in terms of the standings, but in terms of playoffs. However, a lot to play for in terms of confidence, in terms of morale. Going into those open qualifier playoffs, you want to be doing it in the best form possible. And I think, to be fair, Leo, I think that's why we're seeing them on boot camp as well.
Yeah. I think looking at this, there were so many moments where they used the bug, they used the knock, they used the blitz. So it was a good mix of default play, the early round, the step one, using the Maverick, bucking it open, everything was super quick, and then they could have these cheesy plays to open up the bomb site. And I think the rhythm, the pace they had, sometimes they were attacking very late into the round, sometimes they were adapting, but again, like the guys said, you making great use of time and of cheesy ops, and pairing it with a default playstyle. That's the top level that I was looking for in ENCE.
Today, an incredible performance, and especially from ELEMS, putting those kills on the board at the moment when it was necessary, despite him not being on boot camp with the rest of the squad.
And a very important clutch when they were in the side where they were losing. I think initially ITB played this really well, and the clutch was really a tipping moment for them.
Yeah, he really came into his own in the second half of that game as well. A couple of big free Ks, obviously, when they were out there on the attack. I think, you know, if we go all the way back, I think Clubhouse was a great choice for them.
Yeah.
You know, what event's been lacking, and I suppose the same for ITB. A little bit of direction, a little bit of identity. It gives you a framework to operate within. You don't have to, it takes the thinking away. That's the one thing that I love about Clubhouse. You don't have to think as much on the fly because everything has been tested. Everybody knows the correct reactions doing the correct moment, and therefore whoever wins on Clubhouse is the team that can execute that the best, not the team that can think the fastest. And it's a small change, but it had a huge result, got them 3 points.
It's always interesting to talk about the map bans and the process to the map that we get to play on the day, because there's a lot behind it, especially when you know one of the teams is going to be on boot camp, when you know the other squad, ITB in this case, have a big game to play where they need every point to be in the top 6 and go to the playoffs. With all of that pressure on them, you're going to have to really look into a map that fits your playstyle, especially your opponent on the day. ENCE at the end victorious. I have to say, it surprised me, because after the past few Playdays, I was thinking, there's no way. It's going to fall apart. And then seeing the players and how they are, that attitude, I felt like I was going to jump up myself.
They were on a good trajectory, though, because they actually beat Virtus Pro on border, and then afterwards they were close to beating Wolves, and then they get this win. So I think they're still, you see what I mean, Jack? Like they're improving compared to the beginning of the stage. The beginning of the stage in ENCE was really tough, you know?
And it's about how you react as well, right?
Yeah.
You know, even that loss last week against Wolves could have been seen as a negative and it could have sent them back on a spiral. I think a great, like you say, a great reaction that keeps you on that trajectory, as Leo was saying. Ready, you know, obviously for ENCE, it is ready for the Open Qualifier playoffs.
Now from ITB on the other side, despite the loss, Noah performed excellently today, Leo.
Yeah, and usually from a team that has a need for a cohesive play, having that one player stepping up when your just team is not working, that's what you're looking for. And that's why they're getting close every time. And it's actually very sad for ITV because I feel like every time I see them lose, it's a 5-7 or it's in overtime. They've had a really rough stage so far, but like Ngokeni would say, right? It wasn't that big of a defeat every time. It was quite close, actually. And I think one of the reasons is Noah stepping it up. I think he clearly has been showing around, not only in this match, but in the match previously. And he's been stepping up. That T3 figure that is slowly rising and growing in Tier 1. It's great to see him develop. We just expect a bit more from his teammates right now.
Oh, we have some incredible players that have gone up the grassroots of Rainbow Six, Leo, and it was good to see both of you highlight them over the time, and I hope we'll get to highlight them even more here in the league and beyond at main events. Speaking, though, of victors and big players, we got our winners here from ENCE. They're joining us from their bootcamp with Nako.
Hello, guys.
Congratulations. How's it feel? A big win on the last play day. It didn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, but what did it feel for you and for the future?
Of course, it feels great. Finally, some wins. Even if we are not, we can't qualify anymore for the playoffs. It feels great for the LCQ run. So, yeah.
What's the reason, Nako, that you're on boot camp towards the back end of the season? How come you've gone to boot camp now?
It's actually for the LCQ. It was, I mean, even if it wasn't for the LCQ, we would have played the playoff on the boot camp. So anyway, it was the best timing, I think.
But is there a reason why ELEMS is not with you, other than maybe some personal things? You know,
yeah, it's a personal reason. I can't say it, but it's
okay. So going into the map today, how come you guys wanted to play on Clubhouse then?
Like we knew we were gonna play Clubhouse because they are so confident on Clubhouse. I saw I think it's Kenju's tweet who said like WYLDE had ego playing them on club, and we were like, it's fine for us, go on club, we're gonna smash them.
So it was Kendra's Twitter as to the reason that you chose to play them on Clubhouse, and it gave you that motivation.
I mean, yeah, it was a motivation, and we knew we could beat them on Clubhouse.
Nice.
Well, from here on, as you said it yourself, you're looking forward to LCQs. You still have a shot, of course, to make it to the major in Montreal. Are you going to spend the rest of the time at the ENCE headquarters? You're going to practice together. What's the game plan from now till then?
We are here. We are here until 9th October. So not for the full LCQ. I think we'll have only one open qual match. So it's fun because we're gonna be maybe more confident at home, more comfortable. So it's fine.
I mean, look, getting to play with your teammates, being in the same area together, getting to meet one another, that's all something that's great, and I'm sure that it helps all of you guys out. And it's been a pleasure watching it today. So, Nekio, thank you again. Congratulations on the win, and good luck through the LCQs.
Thank you, guys. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
A pleasure to have him on, especially one of the rising stars in EUL, but we have more games to go. This fight for the top 6 is not done just yet, Jack. Virtus Pro are playing for the spot. Yeah, you heard me. And they're coming up in just a bit.
This is the Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside, he finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining keeper barricades, to be a big nitro here, and it's massive!
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP. The free go for VP!
Everything falls to Sploit, down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him, no matter!
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets! He's making the 1v4 look so winnable! There's no way! Resets to ace to 1v4! Esk is trapped in a corner.
The next can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane!
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2. It looks like there's one left standing, it's Bolts against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
In combat, every second counts. And time waits for no one. Unless you can slow things down.
So many players all around this attic position at the moment. Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Another one for Solotov. Information from the Bees. He goes deep. Shotgun.
3 kills for him to claim, but it's Hyper to grab shot. 2 remain for Astralis, but a shotgun at close range.
Iconic.
Let him go in. Iconic, be patient. Be patient. What are you gonna do? You know 2 are there, and he gets a bone. There's only 1 remaining, and Astralis are in good shape. And JR, and 4K from Iconic.
Batman showing up. Save the day, save the round.
I think what makes WYLDE the team we are is kind of in the name. We're like aiming to be a pretty unpredictable team with a lot of aggression. That's kind of what the main strengths of our players are. We have a lot of good shooters basically on the team. So when you have that, you need to take advantage of it. And we're hoping to go into the season basically and be able to struggle with our aggression and our playstyle. We think we have a pretty unpredictable way of playing the game, and it's gonna shake up a lot of teams for sure.
If we're coming for you, run. We don't stop for anything or anyone. We are the danger from above.
Welcome back, friends. The pressure mounts, but mostly on one of our 2 teams here, Virtus.pro against WYLDE on the other side. The results from our first game does impact this one, and we'll kind of talk about that in just a sec. But hey, welcome back to the desk. I'm FNATIC, your host here at Blaster 6 EUL on this Playday. With me are the wonderful Fresh and Alphamat. Take us through these 2 teams and this matchup before we begin. Let's start off with Virtus.pro, because looking at the first few days of the league, you're thinking they're done. It's Jover. It is so Jover. And yet, with the amount of copium being huffed, they have made it here at a point where they can qualify to the playoffs, Chad.
Yeah, where it is in their own hands, Milosh. I was absolutely flabbergasted watching some of their early season form. It wasn't good. It was, Virtus.pro, we know how they expected, and we were getting that consistent play style, but mistakes were creeping in. Map pool was having issues. But the last, I would say, couple of weeks, they've managed to pull it around enough, and I say enough, to get themselves into this position that if they win today, and it's a clean regulation win, they will confirm themselves into the playoffs.
Put simply, they've had the same errors and same mistakes and same problems they've had for years, which is their struggle to adapt to a new way of Siege, to adapt to modern Siege, to play with new operators, to have a bigger map pool, to be quicker in chasing those roamers, for example.
I was about to count out my fingers, but I ran out.
And all of these problems they are aware of, and every time we get Joystick in an interview, we ask about him, what do you need to reinvent yourself? And that for me was the biggest thing, because they have the talent on their team to really perform well, and they've gotten away with it for a long time. Now, what do they need to do to reinvent themselves? And they have actually said it in the last interview with Joystick.
Let's hear it.
What we thought happened there, from your perspective, 7-0, how did you pull that together?
I think we just talked with our team after yesterday's loss. We understand that our simple mistakes. You're staying when you don't have information. You just stay and you wait for someone to win you the round, but nobody will. So you just need to go without the information. Just take gunfights, and we understand that we need to play more aggressively. And I think today everything works. Today, everything that we want to do works.
So for context here, they just won 7-0 against FNATIC when he said this. And the biggest reason was they were way quicker in attack. And he even said it, we were too slow. We are willing to take risk. And that for me is the biggest problem for Virtus.pro ever. Every time I played against these guys, they did everything perfectly. In a world where Siege was much simpler back then, and it was easier to make things perfectly because you just played step by step. In today's Siege, with the amount of operators you have, the amount of different strategies you have, you cannot play perfect. You have to take risk. And they have the talent on this team to take risk and manage to do do it. And now they're playing WYLDE, one of the most chaotic team and the ones that will try to pressure them as much as possible and try to find opening.
Now, there's one thing is that WYLDE does not have that same pressure on them that they did earlier on today, Jack. Can you clarify exactly how we got here?
Yeah, of course. Obviously, WYLDE got that huge overtime win against G2 last week. That basically all but secured them. As soon as ITB conceded 5 rounds today, which obviously they conceded 7, that qualified WYLDE to the playoffs. Now, the only thing for WYLDE to determine is whether they finish 5th and play against the loser of Wolves or Secret, or finish 6th and play against G2 in the playoffs tomorrow. Now, that will be determined by who wins or loses this game, of course. But for a team, I think, with expectations at the start of the stage. Now, WYLDE have been in this league for a couple of years now. Every single stage, we come in with the expectations that WYLDE will be propping up the bottom end of the table.
Yeah.
But what I will say with the expectations for this team in particular was that they would be propping up the bottom end of the table by far. I think it was the lowest expectations we've had in terms of, general public, but also, across teams and players and us on the desk, was the lowest expectations for a WYLDE roster maybe ever. And they've exceeded those expectations massively to get themselves into this position.
Their gameplay was unpredictable, their placement was unpredictable, and to be honest, it's well-deserved that they're in playoffs, especially after their run.
Yeah, I think the resilience last week for me was the huge thing. Leighton having 2 disconnects, clutches happening, they still managed to get that overtime win against G2. That was formidable in my opinion.
Absolutely. So our map, which will it be for this specific matchup? We saw it play a big role into game 1, and now we're going to go to Chalet as VP left Skyscraper up to Bennett, Leo.
Oh, what a surprise, Zach. Virtus Pro has banned Lair, Labs, Clubhouse, the only traditional map that they always ban, and Skyscraper.
Yeah.
Oh, what another surprise. We're going back on Chalet. Wow, that's crazy. WYLDE played it 3 times this stage, and Virtus Pro played it 3 times this stage. It was the most obvious pick ever.
Nobody could have predicted that one, Leo. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, we've said about Virtus Pro, and I'm going to focus on Virtus Pro a little bit because they've got the most to lose here. Virtus Pro on Chalet, we've seen teams set the template to beat them. We saw G2 do it.
Yep.
We saw, who else was it? Again, they've played it 3 times. BDS do it. We saw BDS do it. We saw G2 do it. And we saw FNATIC attempt to kind of do it.
Yep.
But it did burn them.
Yeah.
Teams are taking Virtus Pro to Chalet because of their lack of map pool, because they know they can beat them onto Chalet. So it's no surprise to see WYLDE do this.
Do you want a fun fact?
Go ahead.
The last 2 games, so when Virtus Pro played against FNATIC, and they win 7-0. And then they play against G2 and they lose 0-7. These 2 games together, 14 rounds. The last game from WYLDE on this map was 15 rounds long, so already longer. And the game before that was also 15 rounds. They lost 7-8 and then won 8-7. So we had 2 of the most one-sided Chalet ever with Virtus Pro and 2 of the closest ones with WYLDE.
Who knows which one we're going to get today. And that's the best part of it. And for that, I would like to pull up our casters. I'll bring them up on here. XR Troika demo, first of all. Great game 1 that we've had. ENCE pulling off the victory there. Beautiful to see. But that means that WYLDE have a lot less stress on their backs as Virtus Pro are the ones pulled into a demo. What are your general thoughts on this? Do you think that VP can do it finally and recover?
They're going to Chalet for the 3rd time in a row, by the way. Just obviously, I know the guys at the desk have mentioned, yes, they play a lot of Chalet, but the 3rd time in a row, it's a big risk. It's a massive risk for VP to go here again. Equally same can be said for WYLDE. They've also shown a lot of Chalet. So I think it's one of those where both teams are going to know exactly what the other one does. Comes down to how well they can adapt mid-round. So you're looking at your IGLs. I think it's going to have to be a Leighton day.
Ollie, this is like a Spider-Man meme kind of level at this point with the amount of times that Chalet's been played between both of these squads. What's even going to be the differential? What's going to be that win condition for either one of them on a map they've shown so often?
I don't know, Milosh, to be honest with you. I think, you sort of look at it and you think to yourself, Chalet. It's a great map, but even you need a bit of variety, don't you? You need to be able to stretch your legs a little bit. So I do worry from that instance. Obviously, there's a lot of tape. It's obviously been well sort of choreographed between these 2 teams that they're going to end up on either Chalet or Skyscraper. It really is taking what Joystick said once in an interview to the nth degree, and that is that they do the same thing every time because they've seen everything, so they know how it's going to play out. So you would expect them to be well prepared coming in, but equally for WYLDE, they've played it a lot as well.
Yeah, I mean, you say variety is spice of life. We all know that Virtus.pro like their food spicy as all hell, which obviously translates to their games over the past year. Anyways, gents, our lobby's set, so we're just going to leave you to it. Virtus.pro versus WYLDE with Ollie and Demo. Take care.
Thank you, Milosh. I think he was stood on the desk with 2 statues there, I think. We didn't hear Fresh or Alphama say a single word.
If only we could have that all the time, Ollie. If only.
Welcome back. Game number 2 of the night. Virtus.pro versus WYLDE, and we are headed into Chalet. A familiar stomping ground for both of these 2 teams. It has been a map that both of them have preferenced highly throughout the course of Stage 2. So it seems fitting that they both get to play their favorite map in what is the last Playday of the stage.
Chalet again. I mean, you say it's a good map. I actually think Chalet's getting a little bit in the stale side, for me anyway.
Ooh.
In terms of casting.
Like Oregon level?
A little bit.
Oh dear.
I just think it's because it's not a strat heavy map. It's not. It's a gunfight map, isn't it? And 9 times out of 10, it's just utility dump. It's who can util dump better. You know, playing Miras, playing Azamis, all of those operators that you kind of look at a foregone meta that we used to have a couple of years ago. I still feel as though Chalet plays like that. You think about Bar. Look at the library upstairs. Even the way Master Bed's being played, you're extending over again. You're dumping in all of that utility. You know, you're bringing in Tabaro, bringing in Cade to try and stop the walls being opened up. You know, it's one of those maps where I just feel it's just a lot of trying to figure out where the utility is and burning it up. That's why the kind of way I feel Chalet's kind of turning towards.
I like it. I don't mind Chalet at all. Grim and a Monty ban. VP, love a Monty ban. They can really get around that. I think it's one of their most banned attackers, if not the highest banned attacker that they have. And Azami, you mentioned their demo about how everything is fairly utility focused on this map. Things like Azami can be very powerful, and a Fenrir ban sneaking in again. Despite the changes to Fenrir, we do still see a significant ban rate for him.
Yeah, it seems to be VP, the most banned operators are shields. It's usually either Blitz or Monty. They have banned a different operator that wasn't Blitz or Monty, and that was against Secret, and it was Dokkaebi, but that's because Secret had already banned a shield anyway. So yeah, they don't like shields. They don't want to play against them. I think for WYLDE, I think they'll be fine with that. I wouldn't say WYLDE are like the biggest shield team that we have. You know, certainly not on like G2 levels or Secret levels that we've kind of seen this season. But still, we've got the Monty, we've got the Grim, 2 very strong operators. We know that. I think the whole thing.
Worry VP.
No, I think the whole thing about Chalet as well at the moment. I talk about the kind of utility dump. I think there isn't a whole lot teams can really do in terms of like the rush aspect. You know, like, you don't remember the time whenever they used to like do the sense through the drone hole up through the dining hatch into sight? Remember they used to do kind of those plays? Yeah. You really never see a rush anytime, do you? Your Chalet's, I think, it's kind of gone, on the wayside in terms of rushes.
You don't play Chalet in my stacks, that's why. I mean, we have the most choreographed round that we do is a Chalet attack. And
can I guess what it is?
You don't even need to say words. You just sort of say.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Everyone knows what they're doing, right? And everyone
that's like me and Border. That's like me and Border. That's love I have for that map. But you don't really see rushes, I think, at the pro level all too often.
Oh, what are you trying to say? We're not playing ranked at a pro level?
No, I don't think so. I know who you play with, so I'll say no.
I'm struggling in Ranky this season. I'm struggling to get up there. It's
fresh involved in those stacks.
Yeah.
There you go.
No, it's not for lose now. I just don't seem to be going up.
Maybe you need to bait fresh more.
Yeah, potentially. VP, starting off on the attack here. They're going to be attacking into dining room. Joystick's already got himself into the top of library right now. Going to be playing on that IQ and having a quick scoot around with the scanner. See if there's anything he can find, but it's a fairly mechanical lineup from WYLDE, so that IQ isn't going to yield too much information. Joystick, though, really not wasting any time. He's a little bit here, there, and everywhere, and already going to be just having a quick peek onto that breach, as that has been opened in quite a timely manner so far from VP.
All 5 defenders have been scanned as well. So certainly the demos can get a great deal of value, and it's not as though there's a mute or anything that can stop the scans from coming in. Pasha just walks up short and finds a kill. Joystick with another on the frack, and VP, they are dismantling WYLDE right now. Didn't even have to use a demos track in the midst of that Eve roll. They just all of it just down to raw gun skill, not having any advantage at all. Somehow Croxon's able to tiptoe past the player in short. Eliminates the player going for the plant, but still dies nonetheless. So VP, a surgical round, it feels like, Ollie. That's a game of operation being played.
It really was, wasn't it? There was no beeps, no tweezers touching the metal. That was clean as you like. I think you could tell just how up for it VP were with how quickly Joystick was moving through that top floor and how confidently he was moving as well. You know, he's hopping over the top banister on that top floor. That means that they know that bar's clear, bottom main stairs is clear. You know, there's no one hiding on short toward library stairs. There's no one hiding, you know, toward dining. Like, they're really having a lot of information to be able to make those plays and make them quickly. And despite the bandits, the wall was opened really, really fast. More than halfway, sorry, sooner than halfway into the round, we saw the wall open. So WYLDE just was a bit unclear as to what they'd done to sort of deny access, because you've kind of got to hold on to that top floor a little bit. And they certainly didn't hold on to library at all. They are going to go down to the basement now. See if they can have a slightly different fortune up there. We've got Croxon upstairs on the mute. He's going to be just laying a couple of mute jammers, which will be little pockets of safety. Of course, not just for drones now, but it's a good way of cleansing yourself if you've got an ability active, if you've been logic bombed, if you've been tracked on Deimos' death mark, then you can go in there and cleanse for a brief time and just wait that out.
Obviously, I think the kind of sting that you look at with this game in terms of reference to, you know, standings and points and how it kind of plays with everyone else in the league. Look, the ITB games kind of ruined that a little bit because there's not as much in the line. The only thing on the line for this game is determining whether FNATIC can make it into top 6. If WYLDE lose this game against VP, even if WYLDE get an overtime win against VP, as long as VP get that 1 point, then they will secure themselves into the top 6. So FNATIC really need WYLDE to do a number in VP here today, and then obviously FNATIC still have to win their game as well. So that's kind of where we're at. But look, it's a big ask, I think, for WYLDE to try and, you know, secure all of the points away from VP, considering how well VP'd looked the last Playday on Charlie.
What a shot from Joystick.
I think he's back.
I mean, I'll give it him after that.
I've been hearing rumors in the scrimmages that OG Joystick may be back. I've been hearing rumblings.
Cyborg's made a return.
He could be online again.
We love that for Joystick. I mean, he's 3-0 right now.
Mm-hmm.
We're only partway into round number 2. Big opening. Freck. Oh, just going to be at the top of West Main there. He does have to be cautious right now. He's going to try and get his way back to side, but doesn't look like he's going to make it. He's getting pinned down horribly. Big garage. Trench is going to become a factor soon, and if someone walks down, but he does land the shot onto Pasha, but not before Pasha is able to throw out a Selma. So Pasha still getting a little bit out of his util there. Shepard now going to be on that boiler wall, looking to try and get that open and put Pack Bull under even more on pillar. With Long and Boiler open, it comes a very tricky place for Pack Bull to play. Fortunately, he's on the WAMI, so does have the option to throw out a couple of magnets to keep himself safe. But with this man count advantage, VP are in a good spot. And the only thing that you could question potentially is the time. It's ticking. It's about 25 seconds left.
So WYLDE just have to try and hold out as long as they can. Leighton going for an aggressive angle, seeing if he can find a pick. Hopefully I can swing back in favor of his team as Utility comes in, but Packbull through the smoke, able to tap the head. Croxon goes down, the jump in will be caught by Packbull again, who looks as though he's going to save the round for his side. Last player upstairs is going to be Always, and he's out of luck and out of time. WYLDE hold on. That's another round where Packbull and Leighton have really stepped up for their team in dire situations.
Packbull at a banger there through the smoke as well. That's just hours and hours of knowing angles in Siege and learning and playing and knowing what height ahead is at, knowing where someone's going to be through the smoke or not. You kind of get the feeling that he could get that kill with his eyes closed. And VP, they left it a little bit too late. As soon as that utility gets dumped, as soon as the smokes are out and the cat's out fire, it's telegraphed. The defenders know where they need to be aiming. They know where they need to be positioning themselves.
5 seconds left.
Packbull just finding a pocket of safety there outside of the range of that flame in which he could operate in. And interestingly, no attention paid toward snowmobile demo. Little backstab there would have been fantastic, and VP, they had the man count to do it.
Yeah, they just kind of got headlocked into pushing just that one way, didn't they? That was the issue for them. They were all coming in from the wine cellar side of things, so nobody from WYLDE needed to worry about looking behind them. Just look the one way, and that 180-degree cone. It's very simple to play out for them. So VP dropping an attack. WYLDE will be happy with that one. So now we head into our bar defense now, and this is generally the one where I kind of say it plays out like the old meta where you have to burn for a lot of utility. You've got the mirror windows upstairs, YMI disc as well to go through. You see the Capitao has also been brought in by Shepard, so they need to make sure they can remove the magnets before any of the flames get sent out. Croxon able to deal with a sideboard joystick out of the picture. He's in a bit of a roam game downstairs. Is anyone going to be chasing him though? Doesn't look to be the case as VP now, they're trying to put their focus towards the site and start moving upstairs and sweeping that from across the top floor. So Croxon able just to give himself a bit of time now because VP aren't interested in the chase.
Bit of breathing room for WYLDE as well. Joystick has been the tip of the spear in these attacks from VP so far. Maybe Pasha just opening up a couple of angles there to keep an eye on. There is going to be a Valkyrie in play as well, and unfortunately has been spotted out here for VP. Brava typically makes an appearance on this bar site. Can be a lot of useful cameras to hack if bulletproofs are being played, or even a good old default if it's available. There's going to be a Valkyrie camera that Packbull's using for a bit of info right now, with no IQ and it being in a bit of an awkward spot. It's not likely that it's going to get taken out, so VP's approach is going to be known right now. Stun's getting thrown in now toward the player on Fireplace, and Always there with the catch. Picks Freck up on the top of those library stairs and is potentially looking for another now. The shield has been destroyed. You'd be a fool to rotate up there at this point now as a WYLDE defender, and well, they know that.
Yeah, timing now for VP is the most important thing to look at. The fire will extend onto that mirror window and clears that player out. Leighton takes a hefty amount of damage and has to fall downstairs, and there's a lot of players now from WYLDE having to maneuver out of the site. A lot of them falling even towards the basement as well. They've lost the only player who was actually in the site. Pasha goes down, and now Dodo has to try and make that rotate onto that mirror window and will do so successfully. But VP, they still come away with what they wanted, which is the kills, but they haven't checked any of the flanks. Leighton simply sitting inside of short, gets a freebie. Always goes down, and now a 3 versus 3, and VP have to try and scramble to get into the bomb site and get that diffuser down. Information being spread for it. Yes, there's one player in blue, but looks away at the wrong time. Croxon on to Dan. The drop comes in. It's a 1 versus 1. He has to stick the plant, and surely Leighton will be able to clean this up, and he will. Again, WYLDE just barely hanging in there, Ollie.
WYLDE know the win condition here, though. These are going to be long rounds of Siege. And that is just the nature of the beast when you are playing VP. VP well known for taking their time. WYLDE doing such a great job of vacating the site, but still occupying relevant positions. Think about Leighton's position in there. Not only was he able to pick up a kill or two, but he's able to win the round as well on that rotate back to site. WYLDE with 2 rounds. VP looked strong in round 1, and I think WYLDE maybe just took a little bit of getting into the game to get fully warmed up, because they didn't really look anywhere near in round 1. But since then, they've been fantastic and doing such a good job of choking VP out on the time. This, of course, is the site, Dine-In, that VP was successful in. See if things have changed a little bit. I feel like WYLDE have met the pace of the game a little bit differently now, and they're bringing a slightly different lineup as well. They had a Bandit in round 1. Now they're opting for a Cade and a 2-Brow combination, so a little bit more tricky to get through, and I don't think that wall's going to get opened as quickly this time.
I do like the adaptation here, the switch up from WYLDE, bringing in a lot more of that wall denial. Obviously, VP and the timing has been the issue for them. So bringing in that Tabara and that Cade combo is, yeah, it's deadly to play against. And, I mean, obviously they have the IQ, could maybe go below and look to see if they can maybe try and, or maybe go, sorry, go above, should I say, and try and pick off some of the Cade claws as well. I mean, also go below, I suppose, because you would assume that you're going to have a K-Claw not just for the kitchen breach, but also for the breach upstairs, is the way teams like to play it. So Joystick is going to have to see if he can use that scanner to great effect. But everyone else for VP, again, just setting up the way you would expect them to. They like to spread themselves out, you know, on the windows, setting up for these crossfires. VP, if you give them the time, Ollie, scary executes is the way they can just rip through teams. They have the gun skill to back it up. Down comes the IQ, picks off the Cade Claw, still has to go through the Tabaro canisters, of course, so that will buy them a bit of time here with the freezes. One deployed by Packbull. Oh, just misses just a little bit on the side there, it looks like, Ollie, as well. That's been opened up now, and it gives Always just a sliver of an angle. Wait, has it? Wait, what's happened to the banner pellets there? Did
it looked like they were going off. It looked like they were going off, but they...
Oh, did they get shot? No, they exploded. What?
Unless Freck was able to take them out, but I'm not sure if he's got the angle.
I swear I heard them explode.
Pretty sure Freck was able to shoot them off there, but the angle looked pretty tight. You could see that Packbull didn't want to spend another Zoto canister on just a couple of Hibana pellets. And VP, they're going to open things up with the first kill. Packbull down. No more 2-Brow inside of this round. Leighton, he's there with the trade. The Dodo falling as well. The advantage is with VP, but we've seen how these go previously. Big play there from Croxton. Takes Joystick out. That's a long old rotate to make as well, but he's done it successfully. And Leighton in the site grabs his second. TCSG there working for him. Just overheats ever so slightly and falls to Shepard. But he's done something to drag it back level. 2 versus 2 with 20 seconds left. Shepard caught out in a goo mine. Got Croxton playing close to the shotgun below, and the overwatch here from Freck from above. It's likely going to be enough because there is information as well, and there it is. Croxton, he has the swing with the super shorty to finish things off.
Yeah, another round where WYLDE have really ran down the clock against VP, and again, the timer. That's the biggest enemy for VP this game. They just cannot deal with, you know, 15 seconds left, 3 players to find. That's where VP are really struggling. You know, I think VP are set up really well, but they're taking way too long to set up, and they don't give themselves enough time in that final minute, you know, where you do that kind of final drone check to say, okay, where are the players remaining inside of sight? They had no idea where any of the remaining 3 players were, and that was the big issue for VP. That's another moment where VP, they were leading in that round 4 players versus 3, and they throw that round again. So that's the 3rd time in a row I think that's happened. It happened in the basement. It happened on their bar defense, on the bar attack. It's happened here again, where they had that man advantage, and it gets that final minute, and they just cannot figure out where they want to go and what they want to do.
10 seconds left.
Been reliably informed by our wonderful observer, Easy, that it was actually an impact grenade that got rid of those 2 Hibana pellets. Yeah.
It must have just got it, by the way, because that Havana was ticking for a while. Yeah.
But in the moment, we were very lost. But that's been clarified, so thank you. Down to the basement we go for round number 5. VP struggling to get anything going right now. They had a really strong showing in round 1. And since then, they've fumbled a couple of man advantages, like you say, Demo, and the time is just being so vicious. You almost don't know where it's going. But they're spending it somehow. And they need to be a little bit more economical with it.
Freck, get the Deagle out. You're allowed to use the Deagle. A WYLDE player not showing off the skin, Ollie? What's this all about?
It's a great skin as well. I really like the WYLDE one. It's very difficult because I never know which ones to get. Because in an ideal world, I'd like to get them all.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I can. I just can't justify, you know.
No,
I'm not good enough. I'm not a skin player.
You have a fishing hobby to keep up with. You can't afford that.
I'm just a fish. I'm just a. I nearly said
I'm just a simple fisherman.
I'm just a simple fisherman.
I
like the flames though.
4 players tracked. I wouldn't say they've gotten a great value out of the Deimos. It doesn't feel like it. You can see the death marks actually failed because the mute jammer. It is going to be in effect this round for WYLDE. The C4 goes in, but Pasha's ready for it. Freck just oversteps the mark, was looking to eliminate Always as he swung in. Oh, Leighton's also very close to him. Leighton actually going to try and pepper him through the wall. Pulls out for the pistol. Leighton finds another 2 in the round, but again, Leighton overheats for no reason whatsoever.
It's a shame because WYLDE could be in a much better spot now. They could be 3 versus 3. As it stands, VP have the advantage, and they've still got a good amount of time here. There's a minute. Dan, if he's patient.
No way.
He's going to get it done. Dodo sits him down in the dirt and very likely could rotate back to site as well. The passage is safe to do so. Pasha, he's going to pick up the kill onto Packbull. Dodo will drop and goes for an immediate swing. Trying to separate these into 1 versus 1s, and he might just do that. Needs to be cautious though. If there's information on him, it could be deadly. The only thing deadly right now is that SMG-11. He is making it sing. 30 seconds on the clock. Shepard has the diffuser and is going to be able to flame off Blue. But Dodo, he can play this. He hears the plant. He moves, makes noise. Shepard comes off. Here's the reattempt. Is it a bait? Is it a switch? Shepard comes off at the last possible second. You could be forgiven for thinking that he would stick that. But Shepard,
he's annoyed at that one.
He's been there before. Cold as ice. Gets it done for VP.
I see Dodo pulls his hair out whenever he loses that one. Oh, that's a rough clutch to lose it is. It was almost there for him. Hit some cracking shots that round. But Shepard, you've been outplayed. Dodo. Sorry, that's bad habit. It's Dodo. I remember whenever we first cast him, that's what we thought his name was. And we were really confused. It's like, no way, somebody's called themselves that. But we very quickly got confirmed that it's like the bird. The extinct bird.
The really famous bird.
It is, but I've never seen one.
I mean, mate, they don't even got him in a zoo. It's a wind-up.
Shocking these days what they've done to the zoos. Shocking. Oh, say all these white tigers. No. Show me the dodo birds. I think WYLDE are really understanding, how to play against VP extremely well. They know that if you allow VP to set up, they will just rinse you. They will. They are going aggro. They're trying to get into the face of VP. They're looking at shutting down players early. They're trying to take utility players off the board. They just want to fight them. Sure, you're probably going to lose players in the middle of that. VP, no slapches, good gun skill. They can shoot as well as anyone. But by being able to disrupt them, even in those, 3 versus 4s and stuff like that WYLDE have been up against, if you just upset just even one of those gears in the machine of VP, they will start to struggle with the adaptations. That's where VP have really looked weak. It's just if the initial plan doesn't work, they don't really know where to go unless an individual just decides to control the round himself and pops off with, 3 or 4 kills in the round.
Always. Going to be approaching in through the garage. This is another bar defense right now. Secret. different team. VP, they've got a bit more to contend with this time. A lot of information available for WYLDE. Now, they brought the Valkyrie previously, but this time they've opted for the Maestro as well. So they're really doubling down on that information gain. The mindset being that the more things that they can put as a problem in a little mini game for VP to solve, the better. Because VP have been moving slowly. Dan, we'll send a Ash launcher in there to deal with something. I think that mirror window likely as that's been smashed out. Always going for a little bit of a rotation. The wall has been opened fully this time. No Tuberal to try and keep that closed. Instead, the focus is really going to be on Library, but WYLDE are doing such a good job of playing in a reserved manner right now. They've got Freck. He's going to be on the fireplace as the Warden. An ability to see through smokes and dodge out of those flashes. The only thing that is going to trouble him is the nades, and it's enough to push him out of position.
Good trade.
But Croxon going to be there with the trade.
Yeah, really good position from Croxon, but always just ever so slightly tips the balance in favor of VP. So that top floor has been annihilated with a minute left for VP. This is what they were missing from all of their other attacks, is they're going to take the time to drone out the remaining defenders. This is what they have not been doing, and this is what's really going to be the turning point for VP. Now they know the positions of where these WYLDE players are. They still have a little bit of utility left. You've still got a fire arrow from Capitao. You can still use that on the player inside of stock. So right now for VP, as long as they can just work together and make sure this utility hits its mark, they should have no issues. But Croxon on the back stairs, how? They should know he's off-site roaming. VP now have to try and storm into the site, but Croxon on for free. Has to try and do it all for his side, but now Packbull has to try and pick up the remains in the 1v1 and wins it. Packbull. A great assist from Croxon, but Packbull with a finisher into the top net.
Mate, you said that joystick's back. It's all about Packbull this game. The information there for WYLDE was overwhelming.
It was there.
You saw the two players that died immediately onto cams. The thing is, VP, I don't think it mattered for VP because WYLDE had so much information. An Evil Eye was being watched. There was a Black Eye camera being watched, and both were calling out. Both were in relevant positions as VP tried to push in. They had the time, but again, they squandered it. They'd have been so much better going chasing the guy downstairs or cutting him off properly. Instead, they just sort of do that halfway ground of not really doing either. They didn't chase the roamer downstairs, and they didn't correctly set up to cut him off.
Yeah.
You can see straight away, Freck flicking Valkyrie cameras. At this point, it doesn't matter because it's the 1 versus 1 and everyone's just watching Packbull because they know that, you know, it's the only way they're going to win. They haven't got information as to where he's coming from. But the information there for WYLDE, second to none. A 4-2 split, they're going to be pleased with that one.
Yeah. Like, the first half of the rounds have been dominated entirely by VP. You know, in the first half, WYLDE haven't been able to come out clean with the man advantage, haven't really been able to lock down an area for the entire round. They usually either lose 2 players and have to fall off. But the second half, which is where it really counts, let's be real, that's where WYLDE are on top, all the way through. Information, positioning, trades. That is what they're doing really well. The communication between the players is on point. VP just cannot do that. They just can't. Now we have the switch. So WYLDE take a 4-2 half on the defense, and now they get to go on the attack with all the fun operators. They get the Deimos now. You know, they get the Capitao to burn out these suicide positions. This is where VP now are probably in the back foot, because I think Chalet does tend to be a little bit more attacker-sided.
Opening pick onto Freck. The Lion is down. Joystick, he's going to fall as well. So it's a 4 versus 4 and a bar attack. Dan, just making his way through Piano at the moment, but an old classic of using the Maverick to open up that stock wall and just give yourself a nice line of sight, remove the safety that that reinforcement provides without the need to get rid of it fully. Croxon, already in a good position there. Just in and around dining. WYLDE might be looking to try and get something going here. You can see the positions that they're occupying. Leighton on the Capitao. Just cutting through the site. He's got an inkling that someone's going to be there, and there's going to be a walk-in right about now as Croxon, he picks himself up 2, making it 3 on the round. Dan and Pasha, they've got work to do. The plant is going down here. Is there information available for him? Dan eventually takes Croxon down and stops him from tearing through the whole squad. But Dodo's there with a direct trade. Pasha now in the 1 versus 2. And with those gridlock track stingers going out, it's going to be very difficult to gain audio as they dissipate. All you can hear is the beeping of the diffuser. Shots coming in from stock. He needs to land, but misses. Both players occupying that stock position right now. And Pasha finds one with a wall bang. Outside of the double window for the last. Leighton needs to play this well. The track stingers need to be negotiated. It's going to give the game away a little bit. It's a soft wall. You're going to get wall banged. Time's going to do the rest. And Pasha nearly dies to the track stingers themselves. Eventually will give himself up to the track stingers and that tick damage that they put out. Wild with a bit of a smash and grab there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just opportunity spotting again, isn't it? And obviously the guys on the desk had a great segment, you know, kind of talking about the expectations for WYLDE. Really every stage, you know, for the past number of years has always been, you know, down at the bottom, you know? And I think the big change in this, the big change in this team compared to where they were in previous stages is I think the IGL choice has really nailed it. I think Leighton coming in has been the biggest game changer for this side. Yeah, there's no doubt about it in my mind. Yes, I know they're bringing, you know, new blood, you know, Croxon's coming in, Freck's coming in. You know, Dodo, we know, was kind of the substitution from what we kind of seen from that 6-man roster last stage. Obviously, Packbull was kind of on and off at the end. He was playing a meta, I think, for a period, but he's back on this side. But I think Leighton's been the big key, and that's the IGL. IGLing at the moment are they're few and far between in terms of how many there are. There isn't a lot of them in the game, and certainly not a lot coming up. Leighton was really the only one that we've had come up through, you know, tier 3, tier 2 scene in quite some time. You know, really since I would say EFAC. You know, EFAC was probably the last big IGL newcomer that we've seen. You know, you look at, you know, all of the other teams inside of the league. Look, Kendrew has been around for ages. Obviously, all of VP have been around for ages. You're looking at that Secret, Savage again, been there, Alamal. You know the point I'm trying to make is all of the IGLs and the other teams have been here for ages. EFAC was the last big one that we've seen be an addition. Leighton has been the new one since then, and that's quite a gap. EFAC joined, you know, over a year ago into BDS. So for Leighton to come in, and you see the change in the dynamic of the team, the way that they can play the meta now, which they were not doing last stage. They're hitting these quick rushes. They're making these quick pocket plays. And that's because Leighton reads the game really well.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Well, let's see if the IGLs on the side of VP can do anything to steady the ship. They have just taken their tactical timeout, but they are staring down the barrel of what could be quite a quick chalet. 5 rounds to 2 right now in favor of WYLDE. And they are showing no signs of slowing down. Attacking the basement this time. We've already had the Ram Boogie drone sent in upstairs. We've got Dodo working on the breach now as the Maverick. Should be able to get that open. Just playing it a little bit cautiously. Doesn't want to give his life away. There's not going to be much floor left to speak of upstairs, as those Boogie drones really have torn through the lot. It's the site now going to be a difficult place to settle into, and Joystick not having the game that it looked like he was going to have in the opening couple of rounds. He started off so strong. 3 kills by the end of round 2 and currently 4 and 7. Suffering an opening death here again. And it might not be over. Croxon, he's going to miss the shot there onto Always. And Always, if he can rotate himself back down to site, might have done something to steady the ship. The Scope Post with the rotate as well. Nice shield there positioned at the bottom of blue as a benefit to Scopus's ability.
So WYLDE getting that opening pick, I think, is a great start for them. But they still need to try and move a little bit faster than what they have at the moment. Don't forget, they're still electrified walls towards Wine Cellar, for example. That's what they still have in store. But for WYLDE, it doesn't look as though they really know where they want to go now, as they are just taking a little bit of time. Even Pasha as well. Look at the position he's in. Inside of big garage. But doesn't look as though WYLDE are interested at all. It looks as though they're going to try and opt for maybe a main stairs and blue take. They're going to completely ignore the wine cellar side. So this is off the beaten track of a kind of push that we're not really used to seeing. Is teams try moving down the main stairs and plant behind that metal cabinet, which does give you a blind plant spot, but you need to make sure the cover above is good and also your blue cover, because C4s are the big crutch, you know, that teams struggle with whenever they try and go for these executes. So as long as they can shut down the players inside of wine, use the verticality, and stop those players swinging in towards blue, they should be fine here.
Well, Packbull is going to send the stuns through and immediately get in, try and get that plant down. Big engagement here for Shepard, and he has to win it. Lands a couple of shots, but he's a sole survivor. Freck takes him out eventually. Quick jiggle peek there. The plant had already gone down. The rest of the team doing the job that they needed to do. No clutch this time for Shepard on that bottom floor. WYLDE, map point.
Great attack. I love that attack. The way that they were very minimalistic. They didn't really want to go through the slog of having to push in towards wine. Croxon's taking a little walk around the room. Okay, he does what he wants. But they didn't really need to go towards wine cellar at all. You know, they looked at, you know, oh, do we really want to go for the electrifications? Keep in mind, we only have a Maverick as well as our only sole hard breacher. There's no point. Let's just try and play it as safe as we can. Let's use the verticality. Let's bring the ram in. Make sure that blue is being pressured, and just everything comes together. You know, great round from WYLDE. VP, no intention of really stopping that. Didn't try retakes, which they should have done in that circumstance. If you know that a team is playing the vertical, you know, method, where they're playing, you know, the ram, buck sled, whatever it is, and they're ripping up a lot of that floor, you then need to get out of sight and rotate above. You need to then try and take the fight through the attackers. You cannot give them that top floor control.
VP have been pretty poor at adapting throughout the course of this game and this stage, really. And it seems like you throw something at them like, you know, ripping open the floor, using that verticality, funneling the defenders out of different positions, and it's almost like they just don't know what to do with it. We saw it on the attacks. Teams bringing a lot of information. Bring the IQ. Remove the ability to have that information. They're really stuck in what they've been trying this game, and what they've been trying hasn't really been working. And that's evidence there with the scoreline. 6 rounds to 2. WYLDE only a couple of minutes away from calling this a day and having the rest of the night off.
Give FNATIC a chance as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Honestly, it must feel worse for ITB now, knowing that WYLDE have done the job for you as well. But here's what it is. You look at the setup from VP. Obviously, a lot of util going in towards that top floor. Not as much in towards the fireplace as what you would like, only just the Jaeger. Usually, you would like to see, you know, the WAMI being able just to keep replenishing those discs, place them in and around, you know, the kind of beams, the big wooden beams up and around the top fireplace. Shield is going to be destroyed by the Flores drone. So yeah, WYLDE just running for the motions as always. They have used both the fire arrows though, Ollie, and they haven't got any picks from it. So that's the only worry that you would have from WYLDE, is how do you get rid of players like the Warden top fire? You know, what do you actually have to go up against them? Can't use flashes. It's a Warden.
Layton. What a peek onto Pasha. Taking Pasha out there is going to be the first step in trying to deal with this fireplace player. Dan and Always though, they're not going down without a fight. Joystick joins into the action as well. Dan's going to find himself downed along with Freck. Croxon had a big game so far, but it's not going to be big enough. In a position to clutch out, but VP, they stamped WYLDE out of that attack. WYLDE trying to go through the motions and deal with that utility, which, by the way, they did. Just turns out they lost every gunfight off the back of it.
Yeah, they just didn't have anything to clear away the top fire player. That was a big issue. They used the fire arrows probably in the wrong position. You know, they needed to wait until everything was ready, then use the fire arrows. Obviously, it's Warden, so it's already quite a tricky operator to deal with. You just can't go for flashes. You need to either bring in, you know, the nades or the Capital. With Grimband, you know, always a bit of an issue as well. So I think VP just playing to the power of the positions that you can get in that bar site. So yeah, for WYLDE, probably would expect a little bit better, but look, Ollie still have a big buffer zone. You know, all they need is one round out of the next 3, and that secures them the win.
Oh, WYLDE are pretty happy right now, I think. They've still got their timeout as well, don't forget. Just need to make one of these rounds work. Kitchen and dining.
5 seconds left.
Going to be our playground here in round number 10.
Attacker's objective is to defuse the
Dan's
bomb.
opting for the vigil pick. But as it has almost become a fraudulent offense to play the K1A in this day and age. Where's the Boss G, Dan?
Trolling.
We love a bit of Boss G action. I saw the vigil, I was like, oh, Boss G, great. Dan's feeling it. Nope.
Instead, I just don't know why he doesn't use
the K1A.
The gun's crazy. No drop-off damage, one shot at any distance. It's so easy. But look, he's going to opt for the K1A, and we'll see if he is going to get punished for it. I mean, we'll just study. If Dan gets into a gunfight, we'll sit there and say, Boss G would have won that.
Even if he wins the gunfight, can we still say that?
Yeah, of course we can. You would have won that gunfight quicker.
Backball, opening pick onto always getting really aggressive at the bottom of trophy window there. And kind of for no good reason. He's playing on the Legion. His value gets bigger over time. He's like an investment operator.
Get this from Croxon. Creeping up. Seeing if he can jump on the kill wagon that Packbull has started. So for VP, trying to play a little bit more reserved, not going as aggressive as what always was, certainly towards the trophy. But certainly for WYLDE, they have slowed the pace down just a tad, making sure everyone's going to be in position. They've got their player now rotated towards the windows. They know that there's a good number of players upstairs, and that is what they're going to try and execute onto. As long as you can deny the players from playing the vertical, realistically, Packbull and his mate downstairs could just walk into site and try and go for a plant. Ooh, could have won that quick with a Boss G.
I think he could. Well, I mean, it was a headshot, so there is an argument to say the.
I heard too many shots. Boss G would do that on one shot. I had 6
there. Dan does make it work though. Joystick. He's going to take Croxon down. VP, they're standing tall on this top floor, and Joystick, after his lull in the mid part of this matchup, they seem to find a bit of form. Dodo is left looking in through bathroom window, and Packbull still at the bottom of trophy. Neither of these two players are in the building, and there's 30 seconds left. Dodo will be there to take down Joystick, but he knows there's more to find here, and Dan is ready. I'm waiting. Another brilliant pick there for Dan and that K1A that we gave him so much jip for earlier. But Packbull now just gets a glimpse at the wrong time. Pasha able to take him out. VP, they're in this thing. They're hanging on.
Yep, they are. I mean, I said there was a big buffer, and now for WYLDE, they've lost 2 rounds in a row. I was going to say maybe the timeout comes in, and it is going to be the case. I mean, the good thing for WYLDE is they're going to know what side it's going to be. They know it's going to be the basement, which they look probably I think the best round that WYLDE had was their basement attack. So I think that does spell, you know, good things for WYLDE. But you never know, VP could throw a curveball, could go top floor. You know, this is the thing with WYLDE. Yes, we know that top floor is a pretty bad sight, and it's usually the one we never see on Chalet. But you still could see it. It is, you know, we still see teams go there and win on it.
Yeah, I think it comes down to the IGLs then to make a bit more of a decision, doesn't it? And you maybe don't prep for the site as such.
And the thing is,
maybe
as well,
it's
whenever
more of a just, you know, keep a level head. And you know, we think back to previous rounds from WYLDE where they've been really clinical in that entry and in that exchange, and I maybe just felt like the cart was a bit before the horse there in that previous round. Maybe everyone wasn't in position.
I know that teams, whenever they take the timeout, the other team know they're taking the timeout, and I think was it Leighton was speaking to me in their match versus G2, and G2 called the timeout, and Leighton knew that Alamai was going to call, you know, an attack. Okay, they're going to go to this bomb site. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And then Leighton said, guys, we're going to change up the bomb site that they don't think we're going to play, and then it just completely nullifies the timeout. That's something that could have happened there. Just something to keep in mind. I know that, that some IGLs will do that just to throw their opponents off guard because they've took that timeout.
It's a mind game, isn't it? It's the double bluff. It depends on who you're going against. You've got to play the player, haven't you? Play the player, not the game. That's I think a famous quote. From who? It's a famous quote. Harvey Specter.
Who?
Don't tell me you've never watched Suits.
Never.
Oh my life. Do yourself a favor and watch season 1 tonight. It is incredible.
I don't know, can chat back you up on that? I don't know if they can.
I'll get at least 1 vouch.
I'll need at least 10
shows
vouchers.
are available, but yeah. I can get you 10 vouchers for that show, no worries. What an aggressive position Bash is playing here.
He's trying to stop the ram before it even gets going. And he has been able to do so. Not a bad little start. But again,
good adaptation from VP. For the first time, we've seen them make a change.
It looks like the exact same attack kind of lining up, doesn't it? You know, WYLDE are looking to open up that main breach this time. Generally, teams don't really have any interest. You know, VP certainly didn't. They were just interested in getting wine open. So for WYLDE, you would assume with bringing down that ram as well, they're going to look for the exact same attack where they want to try and plant just on the bottom of main stairs. Surely VP can adapt to that. I mean, immediately, Ollie, I was crying out, screaming out for VP that they needed to then try and retake above. If you know a team's going to play verticality, you need to go on the roam. We've got roamers upstairs.
Yeah. Joystick. I'm going to be rocking the sentry. Dan. Back on his vigil. So there is a problem to deal with here for WYLDE, and I'll be honest, they're moving a little bit slowly. It's the halfway point in the round. Yeah, we've seen one of the breaches open, but last time we saw that wall was still soft, so unless someone's moved through with a shotty and ripped that open, it ain't going to be great. Croxton, able to find an opening pick onto Always. Removes the lesion. This is the point where the offside players start to think, well, is now the time to rotate? Can I even rotate back toward the site? Do I need to get there and help my team? Joystick is going to start making that rotation now. Drops the hatch. Moves through kitchen. Can move down west main stairs. And those track stingers have been fairly lazily placed. He will be droned now, though. And that is a big problem.
Oh, if he loses this engagement, that could be all done for VP. Proning in between the trophy cabinets. Shepard, he's trying to stop them from getting into the site right now. This is the issue with that big wall on Snowmobile being opened up. He now has a choice. Does he try and smoke off towards the main breach, or does he just focus on that trench wall? Joystick, a great swing, but an even better trade though from Dodo. Takes out Joystick, and now WYLDE are storming the beachhead. They're in sight, and they're going to try and get the plant down, but don't even need that. Croxton, 2 kills, staying outside the main breach. WYLDE took them a while, Ollie, but at least they get the win.
I love how the rounds barely finished and Croxton stood up, and he was the player that got the last 2 kills. Absolutely loves it. The energy for WYLDE tonight has been fantastic. They get the job done here on Chalet against VP in a very convincing manner as well. It was spoken about on the desk that WYLDE, you know, that this iteration of WYLDE, this team, no one had them as being a team that was going to be, you know, up there. We thought they were going to be, in Fresh's words, propping up the bottom of the scoreboard, bottom of the leaderboard. And as it stands, look what they've been able to do here tonight and across the whole stage. They've given us a great display of Siege here, and I cannot wait to hear what our desk has to say about it.
Thanks so much, gentlemen. And yes, WYLDE victorious at the end of this matchup. Croxton really being the crocodile in the waters of Chalet. Frozen waters, but, you know, so be it. The man is so hot, he warmed up the water, made it boil. Definitely showing up. WYLDE, I gotta say, they were just constantly on the move. The level of, I guess, just movement and speed that we're getting versus VP is insane, Leo.
Yeah, they came in with the right plan, I think. In defense, you could see it already. The biggest problem for VP really was the execute, Jack. Yeah. Every single time, in these 20 seconds, even when they had the advantage. This is another great example. They just arrived too late, and it's easy for WYLDE to just play into it. And if you look at the operators, it's Legion every single defense round. Yeah. It's World Denial, it's Melusi, and it's Intel Gathering with Valkyries so they can play towards that execute.
And we said that there was a template. BDS and G2 set a template for beating Virtus Pro on this map. FNATIC tried it last week, didn't follow it because they were giving VP too much space. WYLDE followed that template perfectly. They started in an advanced position, shoot some drones, shoot some utility, drop off to a middle position, shoot some drones, shoot some utility, fall back to site, more often than not in even man count or better, and then allow the execute to happen into the Melusi traps, into the Legion Mounds, like you say, into all of that utility and capitalize on it. I thought it was great defenses from WYLDE. It was a 4-2. Arguably should have been a 5-1 if Dodo had clutched out the round that he probably should have on the defense, and then it set themselves up for a perfect attack half where they brought a lot of pace.
But then again, it's discouraging because I feel like VP actually fixed the initial problem of step 1. They went and won 5 opening engagements in the first side.
True.
And still they lost. That's because WYLDE were pushing bodies towards them to slow them down. Even if they lost a body, the disturbance was worth it. But I want to say, they fixed the step 1, but clearly didn't fix the step 3, the execute. That was the problem all the time. And in attack, the difference in playstyle from WYLDE. The difference in strategy, I have a couple examples. The first round of attack, they actually execute with at 120 in the round. I think we can actually show it. It's a great example here. We're on bar, you see them running onto bar already, 120. They're already forcing the gunfights with the anchor, and they go for the plant here at the same time. And in the end, they win this round because the pace is so different and so surprising.
And this is absolutely unheard of VP doing an execute at this kind of time. That's what makes it night and day difference. It's like chalk and cheese. And then you go into this one as well, Leo.
Yeah, it's another example, so this time quite late in the round, okay? But here's the difference with WYLDE versus Virtus Pro. Look at the cover from the top team. Look at the utility usage, the flashes to get onto the right plant spot. Then the cover from the teammate. You see the anchors being flashed here. And everybody playing to cover that plant together. They know where Virtus Pro players are, and they act upon it. Biggest difference. Virtus Pro didn't know where the players were when they executed.
And the use of Dokkaebi there as well. Virtus Pro did not play Dokkaebi one single round, and we know that she's probably the best attacker in the game right now as well.
You've been saying that for the past year, though, Jack, and more. But at the end, WYLDE are victorious. Virtus Pro, you see now, this frustration that you feel about VP, that's the average day in the life of a VP fan. Now that you can feel that, I know out there, you know exactly what I mean. However, we talked about Croc. I think it's good to highlight a player here and really put those numbers on the board to qualify this game.
Yeah, absolutely. So me and Leo have been doing a series called The Stars of Tomorrow. Now, we've highlighted Leighton, we've highlighted Freck. We haven't yet highlighted Croc, and I think he made us eat our own words a little bit today. A massive performance. I think we spoke about the Legion usage by WYLDE on their defense. Croc played 5 rounds out of 6 onto Legion as well. He's had a massive game on the defense, but also on the attack. 2 big 3Ks in round 7 and round 11 as well. He's fast becoming a player that can hang in at this league, at this level. We've always known he's had the potential within Tier 2, Tier 3 of Siege for a while now, but he's finally showing it in Tier 1, in the big leagues, in EU, and he's a very important player for this WYLDE roster.
Absolutely. I mean, hey, maybe this would be worth a highlight in the future as we end up talking about it every single time we get on the interview. There's just so many players to focus on here in EU. I'm very happy about it. However, we need to focus on one specific, well, not player, former player joining us from WYLDE, our victors in this game. It's the one and only Nello, Leon Pesic. How are we tonight? First of all, I mean,
it's good to see you.
It's been a while, man.
It's been a while, Milos. Hello, Alphama. Hello, Alphama as well. Yeah, it's been a while. Like, I don't play anymore. That's obvious, right? So I'm behind the scene doing work. So yeah, it's been a while.
And I want to ask you about that. What is it mostly that you're doing behind the scenes with WYLDE, of course, to get you now all the way to qualify to playoffs?
I mean, obviously, we got a new roster. So like setting up fundamentals and basics and a lot of stuff from, you know, basic callouts from everything. It's been really important to like have that base for the communication. And then obviously like a lot of strats, prep, everything basically behind the scenes.
I have to say, no, it's great to see you again. I mean,
yeah.
we used to play against each other. Now look, I'm here, you're coaching, you know, time advances. I have to say, man, I just want to give you big props. I don't think we've spoken about it on the desk enough. Like your role as a coach, you took a team that was last stage the worst performing teams in Europe to the team that we're seeing right now. I want to ask you, like, how did you form this team together? How did you pick these players from Tier 3 to build a winning team? The one that beat G2, by the way, from scratch. That's what I find crazy. How did you pick them?
I mean, we had actually a long trials over the summer. and nothing really, like sometimes things didn't go our way. Like we wanted to pick some players, then they dropped out, or other players got picked as well. Because realistically, you know, we finished last stage, so it's not like everybody wants to come here. So no, it was definitely not easy way to pick the players and try to make a team. But yeah, we managed to find some really talented individuals and try to bond them into a team.
That's clearly what I see. I see a unit when you guys are playing. And I think I saw in your playstyle before, in the first match plays, you were unpredictable, you were chaotic. And the more we advance, the more layers or variety of styles I see you guys being able to play. Like, for example, these games against VP in defense, you played layer by layer, and the Fenrir ban and the Green ban. Can you explain it to me? Because I feel like it was really good for you guys to play that chaotic playstyle.
I mean, they like to play Grim, and if you give VP space, like, I mean, at least before, you would mostly lose rounds. I don't think it's today like that. Like, as we saw today, they're fumbling quite a lot of executes, you know, when they should be winning them. So Grim is one of these execute tops, you know. It's just gonna ping everybody around the map on these anchor positions, and it's annoying. And Fenrir is, you know, something also they like to play, so we just removed it.
Now a big victory for you and the team today, and this is, of course, the final play day of the group stage, which means now your focus is set on those playoffs. Now they start tomorrow. How do you get yourself in that mindset, refresh after today? Because best of threes are a whole different kind of ball game. You know that from your, well, years of experience of playing.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of like, we had a really good round difference, so we kind of more prepared already for playoffs from 1 week ago, even though like we weren't locked in, because it made more sense. Best of threes are totally different, like you said. It's gonna be tough for sure because we are still a new team. But no, like we're just gonna prepare, go head on, and do our best.
Well, thank you very much for that, Nell. Congratulations again. It's good to see you from both of us. We're just happy to have you on here. Congratulations one more time, and good luck tomorrow in the playoffs.
Thank you very much, Milos. Bye-bye, Milos. Bye, Alpha.
Bye-bye.
There it is, always coming at us live from the kitchen, even the different angles over the years from player, and you guys played against one another. Is it Tokoname?
Yeah, we didn't face there, but we faced so much in Europe. Like,
yeah.
We played against each other when you was back in Navi.
For those who remember in the day, Coastline, one of the best highlights we've ever had on Coastline before it was sunset from the competitive pool was with Nella himself at the Tokonami Pro League Finals. It's been 5 years.
Almost, yeah.
5 years. We're coming up on 5 years of that anniversary of the clutch that happened there. However, we still have more to go. FNATIC are now in the conversation. So we're going to have a lot to say about that. But before that, it is time for a halftime show. Of course, the week with Flogan Fresh.
Welcome to Manchester. Feels like this one has been a long time coming. Should we show them how the UK does it, guys?
SSG sent home. Scars came so close. Talent have fumbled at the final hurdle.
R6 Esports has taken those that love it all around the world, but never before in the UK. That changes here and now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Blast R6 Manchester Major. Our 8 final teams. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our finalists.
The world champions defeated.
There's a fire sale on tournament favorites Manchester, and the underdogs are buying.
A semi-final final Saturday of Siege. Let's have it, Manchester!
From the bees, he goes in, shotgun in hands! Oh my god! Oh my god! And it's heartbreak for Nath, but for BDS, their first shot in a year and a half at raising that trophy.
Are you ready to introduce our show match? Let's bring them up!
Get in there, Tom! Here we go! Bang!
How intimidating is that going to be having that stuck behind? It is absolutely massive.
Our champione, Mr. Tom J. Sherlock and his team!
It's a pleasure and a joy to bring you all in to the final.
This is the Cinderella story, to say the least. I mean, they made themselves #1 NA, and now they find themselves here at the grand final. BDS on the other side.
I think they are some of the best players in the world.
Manchester, are you ready? One more time, let's bring up our team to the stage. The job isn't finished. Can you do this?
100% we can. We're just going to keep proving people wrong.
Against the Solas, the bane of the intel. Playday, holding up for the plunder.
Virtus Pro is our team. We are playing for a long time together, like maybe 6 years in a row, and we actually think that strategic is more important in this game than house. I don't know, chaotically. I don't know how to call it in English, but we like structure. You know, when you step by step know what to do and know how to win the round.
Listen up! Nighthaven Ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now. Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Hello and welcome to another week of a week with Fluke and Fresh. Now, I'm not Fresh, so that must be the other guy, and we're here to sum up the past week of Siege, aren't we, other guy?
I am the other guy, and yes, we are, Remy. It was a week of Siege, that's to be said.
I think that's it. It's the first time that no one's been able to get all of the points, but maybe that's because BDS only played once. But before we go any further, we'll break down every single team and how they did. So starting with BDS, they did get their day off after an easy win because, yeah, they really need to prep for that final game against FNATIC. G2, talking about final games, they played their final with an OT loss to WYLDE. They might describe some of their games as being like ranked, but in a shithouse lobby with WYLDE, nobody comes out clean.
Speaking of Wolves, they played up against G2 in a must-win important game for second place. Guess what? They threw it. Have we ever seen this before? Yeah, we've seen it all the bloody time. Wolves, come on. Team Secret, they played out 2 overtime wins in the last week, which had me asking, are they overachieving? Are they underachieving? I'm going to tell you it's a secret. Maybe they are just a little bit mid.
WYLDE, wow, you love deceiving expectations. A loss to ITB and a win against G2 prove WYLDE keep on their run of no, we don't really know what's going on anyway. And Virtus.pro got beat by BDS 7-3, then went on to 7-0 FNATIC, which proves that old adage, if it's not broken, don't change it, because there are other teams that are a lot more broken than you are.
ITB said things in the interview such as the league doesn't matter, and if we were playing better, we'd have more points. Now, to be fair to ITB, that's what a team at the lower end of the table would be expected to say. Speaking of teams at the lower end of the table, we've got FNATIC, who managed to get Virtus.pro on a map that everybody gets them on, a map that everybody beats Virtus.pro on. But FNATIC, they had the template, they chucked it away, and they got 7-0. Like, seriously, what are you doing, guys?
And finally, ENCE sitting at the bottom of the board, a bit of a fall from grace and with a loss to Wolves. However, with this their final Playday, and ITB still saying they shouldn't be here, ENCE have the possibility to do the funniest thing ever. That is how the past 2 weeks went, Jack. But it's not all that. There's also some fun and games. And one of the other things that happened last week was all of the new esports skins were released. Now, I'm curious, Fresh, what your knowledge of skins is. So, we've surmised them to their parts of emojis. You can all play along at home as well. Can you tell me which ones are which and how many of these can you work out as the new esports share gun skins?
This is going to be an absolute disaster. I mean, I'm going to be absolutely honest, because one, not only am I blind, so I can't really see them from where I am, but also two, a lot of the skins were very similar apart from 1 or 2.
There is so many that had the girl emoji. There's 4 of them. So all of the teams that are like an anime girl, this has never been done before.
Can I have any clues whatsoever?
I can give you, okay, well, you've got 4 that are anime girls. That's the 4 with the girls.
Yep.
And then the one UL team is on there, and that has the bird.
That's the bird.
I'll give you that much.
Oh,
yeah.
The top left, is that WYLDE?
That is
With
WYLDE.
the fire, yep. Right, that's the easy one, right? I'll be honest, Emmy, that's as far as I go. I only care about EUL teams.
Other bird? What's another name for it? What's the type of bird?
Falcon?
Falcons. There you go. It looks like a cow, but that's not a cow in the bottom right. What team has not a cow and is angry?
W7M, Bull?
It is W7M.
The one
and now I'm
above
going to
it.
read through them because you've sucked. And there's been a minute. I'm assuming chat from left to right. We've got obviously WYLDE is there. Vivo Keydstars, Scars, Sonics, Fluxo, D+, Falcons, Furia, OXG. That's quite an easy one. And W7M.
Yeah, that was the only one
Fred.
I was getting.
You got 1. Now, we can't just end it on 1 quiz because you don't know anything about skins. You're not the art guy. That's maybe Tim. I don't know. What you are is the stats guy, Fresh. So instead, we're going to do another higher or lower because you loved that last time, but we're going to do a rookie special higher or lower. So these are all the new players. Do you think, based on the CSGG stats at the start of this day, so Asta is a 1.5. Great start so far. What do we think about Loira? Higher or lower?
Lower.
Final answer?
Final answer.
Chat, final answer? Too late. It's lower. 1.0. Now from Loira to Sarks.
Sarks. Ooh, lower. That's a hard one.
Lower than Loira?
Yeah, because he's had like 2 unreal games, but then 4 pretty mid games.
Wrong. Higher. 1.06 for Sarks. Now, from Sarks to Leighton.
Higher for Leighton.
No. 1.03 for Leighton. So you've got 1 so far. You can maybe redeem it for a 50-50 success here as our final one from Leighton at a 1.03 to Freck.
Higher.
Final answer?
No, lower.
Final answer?
Final answer, lower.
Hey, you come out even. 1.02. Freck is just behind Leighton. But technically 2 games have already happened today, so some of these stats might have already changed. This was right at the start of the day. Well, I think that's it. Do you have any parting words of wisdom, Fresh, for the end of this league?
I don't know what I'm doing here, Emmy, because I'm apparently not the skins guy, but I'm also not the stats guy anymore. So, God knows, I was getting it all wrong.
I think we should make this fun. Congratulations. You're now the host. Let's throw it back to you on the desk.
Thank you very much, Emmy. And of course, I am not the stats guy. I am not the skins guy, and therefore I have become the host guy somehow. My name is Fresh. I'm joined on the desk by my lovely analyst, Milosh, and Alfama as well, for this game between BDS and FNATIC. How are we feeling, guys?
Very good. It's been a great day so far. I love upsets. Right, we love things to be traded around in the entire standings. So far, it's all looking nice and tasty.
Look at you there. Wow.
Now, this game, obviously, we didn't think it would have a lot of meaning, but it does. Both BDS and FNATIC have something to play for. So if we bring up the league table, Leo, you can take us through it and tell us how they've got something to play for.
Yeah, the biggest difference right now is that FNATIC actually now has a chance to overcome ITB and ENCE, both of them that have already played, and finally qualify into playoffs, which was highly unexpected at the beginning of the day.
I can't even believe that we're saying this at this point in time. It's like we have frozen up in a time where FNATIC started off in a way, and this year also, that, hey, something's going to come out of this finally, and then things went down real bad, and now they're coming back somehow. I cannot fathom that this can happen, and I have to preface all of it, regardless. FNATIC are in this position because there were mess-ups in the games prior. Virtus Pro threw the ball there. They had the opportunity, and then they didn't really seize it. ENCE also took the opportunity, seized it against ITB, and now FNATIC have a clear shot. It's possible.
So they've got a clear shot, but their opponent will be BDS. So let's bring them up on the screen and just remind ourselves that BDS have qualified to the 6th Invitational. Milosh, some people would say BDS are the best team in the world right now. Would you agree?
I would absolutely agree. Look, BDS have been burned in the past. We all talked about this. BDS not making it to SI. The world has flipped on its head. And yeah, that's kind of true. But they use that as motivation. Of course, the entire team reformed, getting to the point where they are here. They fumble things, I guess, in Manchester. They were supposed to win, if you ask me. But of course, they qualify, they make it into SI. And I'm very proud to see this team succeeding from at least our point of view here on the desk.
It's actually crazy that you say fumble the bag when the guys actually hit the top 2 at the major. But that's our expectation.
They've been collecting bags for the past 3 years.
I know. And the real thing is, it's the right expectations to have about this team. Yeah. They're the European super team. They won EWC. We expect them to make it to Montreal, and they made it to SI.
How important is first place? Because that's what BDS are playing for. They're guaranteed top 2, but how important, Leo, is first place for BDS?
I think mentally, they're expecting to be first place. They want to be the best team in the world, and that starts by being the best team in Europe in the group stage, without question. Now, in real life, let's just say they are top 2. Let's just say they're top 2 for sake. It doesn't change anything in the playoffs. I think it's just a mental thing. So they don't have as much pressure as to win than FNATIC that could get into playoffs right now.
So if we turn our attention to FNATIC, obviously it's been an up and down stage, but what's been going on with them?
Well, you know what? I think they've had a really rough start. I think it would be interesting to look at like their records right now in the stage, because if you take a look, you remember what Leon was saying in the interview. We're trolling, we're throwing,
absolutely,
because they keep getting away with overtimes lost again and again and again, and I'm surprised to see them all the way at the bottom of the screen of the standings rather. because they've showed a lot of proof, but they've just not been rewarded with points.
Look, I'm an investor and I put my money on FNATIC. How's things are looking?
Well, not stonks. They're looking not stonks right now. They're dropping hard, the ball. And let's just say, I think overall, like, they started really well, right? Or they didn't start really well, but they improved to get 2 overtime wins and then started losing. Like, if you look at this graphic, it tells you exactly where you should invest or not. You start with a hard loss on G2.
I was so invested about the Wolves game, Leo.
Yeah. And then you start winning, and then what happens? You lose 7-0 to VP on Chalet. 3 teams have now beat VP on Chalet. 7-0, 7-4, 7-4. Not only you lose to VP on it, but you lose 0-7. That was crazy bad.
What do you do when the market crashes? At that point, if you're FNATIC,
you change more. You change everything. No, you don't buy more.
No, you buy more.
No, I think you need to go for a miracle. You need to throw them off in a map veto. We'll see afterwards.
I'm sorry, buddy, but for it takes a miracle for FNATIC to even be in the conversation of the top 6 at this point.
Well, yeah, and it happened. Look, they're in a conversation for it right now.
Yeah.
They have the shot. It's in their control. It wasn't in their hands before. Now it is. They can give it all. BDS has nothing to lose here. Okay, first spot, but that's it.
So FNATIC have to get a regulation victory to get themselves into playoffs. A miracle, an intervention. But what map will we be playing on?
That's the biggest question. Okay,
What's
all right.
your opinion on bank, Leo?
Or that, I don't want to discuss about any bans. I want to focus on the decider here. The reason for this is BDS right now, hear me out on bank, have a 100% win rate. Okay, Miloš?
It's not bad.
They have a 12 win streak on bank right now. So for FNATIC to take them there, at first they needed a miracle to beat BDS. Now that I see that they're going on bank, they need an absolute intervention from gods right now. If they want to win on this map, they have to throw something completely new.
Do you believe in miracles, Miloš? Do you believe in interventions? Do you think FNATIC can do this?
At this point, they're going to need the pantheon of every old god together, from Zeus to Poseidon to Ashur and... I was going to say a bad word here. But then all over the world, all these gods are going to have to be put together to push FNATIC across the line. But I think, if anything, that should make them at least a bit proud of their position, regardless of the fact that they got here because other teams messed up.
Jack, I believe in them. They took Secret to overtime. They were good versus Wolves. They took them to overtime as well.
So you believe in the intervention, Leo?
I believe in the intervention.
Do you believe in the intervention?
If there is one day to believe in interventionism, it is the day.
Okay, let's see what our casters think when we bring them up on the screen. Ollie, Demo, do you believe in interventions?
Sorry, Fresh. I've got a mask on to stop getting this copium in my system. There's too much copium around here.
Do you not think FNATIC has a chance then, Ollie?
I've just listened to that for the last 5 minutes, and it was weird enough seeing you as the host, Fresh. I think you're doing a great job, by the way. I think you're doing a great job. Maybe it's weird seeing Miloš as an analyst. Maybe that's the problem with this picture.
You're the problem here.
Ollie's just spending for everybody but me.
Do you think that the dumb himbo can't also do analyst as well, buddy?
Please don't sit here and tell me that FNATIC are going to win.
You know it!
We need to believe in it, X.
That's two for FNATIC, 1 against Demo. What do you think?
I mean, Leo has just dropped the Seek God com, by the way, for FNATIC. I think that sums it up. He's literally dropped the rank com. Yeah, look, BDS we're talking about, boys. Like, this isn't just any old team. Like, this is BDS. Yes, BDS have looked shoddy in some of the games that they've played. I think for BDS, they'll just go out and beat FNATIC just because they want to go out and beat FNATIC. If they want to go and beat them 7-0, they can go and do that. So it's up to BDS to see how much they really want to try today, I think.
Well, Shaiko did drop another banger on the timeline, and our lobby is ready. So, Ollie, Demo, take it away.
Fresh, you're doing a wonderful job there on the hosting, and you never know, maybe a host coming to you soon at a place near you. We are going to get stuck into our 3rd game here of the night. We have got FNATIC versus BDS. A little bit of a top versus bottom demo. And a game for BDS.
Literally.
Well, quite literally. And a game for BDS that would cement them that 1st place inside of Europe Stage 2.
Oh, here we go. I mean, look, obviously, the boys in the desk, you know, some are for FNATIC. Yes, they can do it. Me and yourself, you know, we still have that part of the brain which works, which I think is great for myself and yourself. Like I said, it's up to BDS to see how they want to do it today, isn't it? Like, it just depends how much BDS really want this.
Absolutely. You know, you've got to give them the benefit of the doubt in that regard. We've seen them turn it on. We've seen them cut it close. I know that Leo has been, and particularly last time that we worked EUL demo, Leo was on this BDS are on the brink sort of storyline. Like they're on the brink of failure and stuff. And I just don't see it. I just see them as a team that if they want it, they can, because they operate at a higher level than everybody else. Is that rose-tinted glasses? Is that a bit of, you know, bias because EUL, you know, BDS are recognized as the best team in EUL, the best? We always like meme on the best, who's the best hope for your region when you go into a major sort of thing.
We already have one.
And I think that BDS, you know, they've got that weight on their shoulders because we you know, we've not got a large pool to dig into when you start talking about international level. So you do sort of, you know, maybe clutch onto one team and go, well, yeah, maybe they're the ones that have to do it for us, because if they don't, who will? But at the same time, I look at it and I think we've seen what FNATIC have been about this stage so far. It hasn't worked for them very well. That's evidenced in their results. And you look at a map like Bank, you look at a team like BDS, and you just start thinking to yourself, well, there's a lot of space for these guys to have a lot of fun.
And here's the thing, don't forget, there's a lot of pressure on FNATIC. If they lose this game, they finish last.
10 seconds to insertion.
They finish last place, and there's no escaping that. FNATIC already are a team which is obviously going to be under a lot of pressure and heat because of the organization, because of who they are. They made, again, changes that I think for the majority, the public didn't agree with. I think a lot of people still mention about, oh, Jigsaw and Tyrant letting them go. Bringing back somebody that you already had dropped before in your team. Already the public, you know, knives are out right from the get-go against FNATIC. And for FNATIC, they really need a top 6 finish. You know, and to get a top 6 finish, they need to go and beat BDS, which, albeit if FNATIC do it, that will shut up every single hater out there. But if they don't, they best be ready for it.
Well, what is Shaiko to do that his favorite Deimos is banned? Of course, we've seen Shaiko take to Deimos like a duck takes to water. And BDS have rallied around that cause as well. We often see a drone working ahead of him, and then the track comes in, then the death mark gets sent out. This time FNATIC, they've gone, well, we recognize your ways, we've seen it all stage long, and we're going to remove that Deimos from play. Deepek, he's going to start things off with a kill over onto Playday. That was at the end of a Logic Bomb phone call. Playday, of course, in this instance, being the hard breacher and the man with the diffuser. It's going to be a little bit of something to try and recover now for BDS, as the first part of their plan hasn't gone too well.
Yeah, Thermite gone. Another player goes down. That Boss G, ever so deadly that we always like to mention, Ollie. So BDS immediately off to a rough start. Still have hard breach gadgets, Ollie, so they still can't open up the hatches, but you just losing manpower, that's the issue. I mean, the lineup from FNATIC is, you know, pretty standard, isn't it? What you expect to see in the basement, especially considered Mira's banned, so you're going to have to try and delay time elsewhere, and that's where bringing in the Goyo and the smoke is going to be really beneficial. So for BDS, without that, you know, extra, I wouldn't even say extra man, it's those 2 extra men. You're really stuck into all going server and then playing one guy in hatch. That's really all you can do. You can't afford to have somebody go garage, for example. You're headlocked into this push. They have been gifted a kill back because Jags has went for an overswing onto main stairs. So 3 versus 4. Still going to be difficult. I mean, I kind of feel as though the round's kind of done just based on all of the Goyos and smoke still available. However, their smoke is aggressive inside a server rack right now, Ollie.
Leon is going to find one and maybe a second. Users drops onto his lap there, the information not being exchanged quick enough. Leon eventually shut down. Leaky Fac, he's going to have to drop, and well, with 20 seconds and the wall not open, he's funneling into a very narrow gap. There's no C4 for Deepek, but there could be another Goyo around. Cautious that there could be a Valkyrie camera on him as well. This is almost impossible as another Vulcan shield detonates. And all that Leaky Fac can now do is find out where Deepek likes to place his cameras. There's not a lot else he's going to get out of this round.
No, good start for FNATIC. Really good start for them. Obviously, the roam game worked really well. You get those opening 2 picks, and immediately they just go back to site. So FNATIC understanding the game plan extremely well. Good lineup, obviously, for the basement, bringing in all of the denial operators. For BDS, just struggling to kind of get into the motions there. So yeah, good start for FNATIC, but still a long way to go, Ollie. Don't forget, a long way to go. It's not just one round and done. If it was, Ollie, we'd have a lot quicker of a career path, I think, for us. Cast 1 round and that's it.
So far tonight, we haven't seen the team that wins the first round win the game.
Oh, foreshadowing.
Just a fun fact.
Well, FNATIC, you're cooked. Ollie's just said that you are cooked. But congratulations, you should have lost that round. What are you doing?
I literally just thought of it. Then I was like, my mind went like a million miles an hour, and I was just like, oh, imagine if FNATIC do win this. Like, maybe I'll have to
Secret Wolves watching this. They're thinking, we need to lose the first round, guys. We need to lose the first round. Well done.
And then I thought to myself, well, VP won the first round of Chalet, and then we saw the first round of Club
ITB.
Yeah. So, not that we are willing any result along here in particular. We want whoever wins and whoever plays the best siege on the night to come away with the win. FNATIC, they are going to be moving on to their second defensive round right now. They're going to open area, having been successful on that top floor. We've got a scope post located in the elevator upstairs. It's going to be Leon that's rocking the old scope post. One of the maps that you think about Skopos and you think, well, there's a lot of potential. You can go out and roam and tuck yourself away, teleport back. Loads of places to hide, loads of time to be wasted. I think it's a map that we will see a lot of Skopos use on. Maybe not pick.
Yeah, goes in favor of. Oh, you need to stop speaking. You've got the bad juju about you, don't you? You've got, I don't know. You've been playing with voodoo dolls, haven't you?
I mean, he was running around. To be fair, Leon was running around the top floor, like he's just been taken out from a window. Shaiko's had a quiet start though, hasn't he? 0 and 2. I don't think we've seen him play more than like 2 minutes yet.
He's a one trick, isn't he? Sure, we knew this. Ban Deimos, easy.
Oh yeah, all of a sudden he's a one trick now. Deimos is yeah, sound. All right.
You can see the flooring has been ripped open by the Ram. This actually gives a really good lineup for Sarks, and he's going to be able... Oh, I thought that was a surefire kill, but just barely misses that. I mean, Solitaire actually takes 6 HP from that, Ollie. I thought that was going to be a surefire kill.
Nothing, is it?
My word.
There's going to be the Talos inside of the elevator shaft. Solitaire, not sure he knows about that. Of course, one of the benefits of the Scopus is that you do have that bulletproof to end up watching. Your shield is a bulletproof as well as a shell that you can teleport into, so even if there's nothing visual on there, players at this level can tell a lot from sound. Now they're going to know that top floor is occupied. There is a C4 for Deepek though, so if there's any good information, it might come good. Jegs, you shall fall to users. Sarks is now going to try and take up this battle. He's just inside of Archives right now. He knows his player intel is. Time's ticking here though for BDS.
He should be dead. Why is no one on the vertical angles being able to put the pressure on the Sarks, just allowing him to sit inside of Archives right now? The drop is attempted, but Deepek shoots Brady out of the sky, and he has to try and fight against those players coming in from Beepers, but This is too good without Baron 9 and EFAC. He was holding Sarks for the majority of that round, and he picks up that kill. Much better round from BDS that time around. That's the teamwork that we expect to see.
Still not a surefire thing and really coming down close on the time. If Deepek gets a little bit more fortunate there with his spray, and if one of the Deagle shots lands, it could have been a very different situation. I do enjoy how Deepek's got a little mannequin with one of his shirts put on in his background. Some nice little touch there. Just a scrappy engagement that, wasn't it? Still, BDS with a good man advantage in there. It would have been difficult to pull it back, but the time was ticking, so would always have been a chance. 1-1, all square, into the top floor we go.
Yeah, I think for Shaiko, if he, again, dies without a kill this round, I think it's time he gets off the controller. I think he goes back to the mouse and keyboard.
Oh, is he doing a forfeit?
10 seconds to go.
Nobody's seen the tweet. He's playing with controller.
Oh,
It's obvious, is it not?
5 seconds to go.
Have you not been reading up in your tweets, no?
I don't tend to spend too much time.
Get you on the Shaiko profile. Just have a look. Take 2 seconds out your day. Just have a little look at Shaiko's tweets. And you tell the audience what you see.
I always find him so hard to find because his name's got 2 eyes in it. Oh dear. Yeah. He does actually have a controller in his hand.
Yeah.
I'd love it if he pulled it up to the face cam and like gets a clutch and then just like has the controller in his hands, imagine.
Yeah. I think top floor is really risky to play, Ollie, with the mirror being banned away. Because usually we see the mirror inside of janitors, don't we? Being able to deny access to any of the windows that players want to try and swing in from. So without that mirror, it's really difficult to kind of lock down just a simple repel and plant combination from any of the attackers. So maybe would FNATIC be better going for the other, go for open area again, maybe look for the other mid floor, I don't know, but I think top floor is very difficult now to defend. And well, Shaiko, 2 kills, tries the third with a pistol, but EFAC is there, and my word, what happened? FNATIC just disappeared.
I'd not finished looking at Shaiko's Twitter, to be honest with you. I was still deep in the scroll.
It just
very quick round.
Window gameplay, wasn't it? Everything got open, nowhere safe to sit, and FNATIC just die because of how strong that top floor is if you have window control.
Yeah. The top floor is seldom seen, and that's one of the main reasons for it. There's so many different lines of sight through it, and it can be very difficult to occupy space. And FNATIC can find that out the hard way. Fortunately for them, they can go back down to the basement now, which is where they did so well in round number 1. But you do get the feeling that BDS just warm into fixtures. And as we've already mentioned, the round 1 of the day has very seldom told the full story as to what the result has ended up being in these games that we've seen so far.
So go back to the only site that FNATIC has had success on, back down to the basement. I think for good reason.
5 seconds left before
I think FNATIC understands the basement. Go for that roam game, look for the early picks, rotate back, play the utility. You've got the smoke, you've got the Goyo again. Valkyrie for a bit of information. You also see a change up in terms of who's playing what operators. I mean, Leon was an aggressive smoke inside the server. Sarks is now doing that role. And Leon's hopped on the Oryx.
Leon's been a bit all over the place, hasn't he? Seems to be preference in these speedier operators. Ones that have a lot of flexibility and a lot of ability to roam. And that is a crucial aspect of defending on bank. You need to be quick on your feet if you're going to be out there. Could be an opportunity for Solotov here, but he gets absolutely nailed. Hats off, Leon. That was a shot.
Holographic as well. Long angle. It's not easy holding Garage without an ACOG a lot of the time. It's where you see operators like Echo, for example, being played in there. Just has that long range engagement, but doing with holographic is very impressive, especially against the DMR, which we know 2-shot you to the chest and you're out of there. So yeah, great entry there for Leon. Here's the Oryx, of course, can rotate up the hatches if needed. Boss G is dealt with by users, but Kanto immediately gets the trade, and another one for Kanto. All by himself inside a kitchen, eventually goes down, but he's done his job, Ollie. He's got 2 picks. And once again for BDS, they have not dealt with the roamers.
Criminal, really. BDS not in the best position again. Do have 3-day alive this time, and the hatches will be open, but they got that far last time. It was the server wall that really choked them out. With Solotov and how quickly he perished, I doubt that those Vulcan canisters have been dealt with on the site, so that's an element that you've got to contend with. 3 smokes in the hands of Sarks, C4 for Deepek. This round could be done just purely on time alone, regardless of what the attackers have got. Big decision now and question as to whether they are going to open up this hatch. Obviously, it leaves them vulnerable for a flank later on. But it looks like the call is to get it opened. And Usus is going to rotate toward these main stairs. There's no reason for FNATIC to hit that rotation right now, and it could just be a bit of a bait. Just see Usus trying to crouch walk his way down, but he's not got much info to be going off. Breeday's getting softened up and finished off by Sarks. Usus now, a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Needs another 2. It'd be a 4K to win the round. He's going to start to try and get that plant down. Leon's rotated above, and Deepek deep. No one really knows at the moment where FNATIC are. Deepek, is he going to swing out from the other side of gold? That C4 is going to land. I'll be honest with you, I thought that was going to come short. I thought Usus was a little bit further tucked around the corner. But for FNATIC, good job it did.
I still don't think it would have made a difference anyway. Bit of an unwinnable position there for Usus in a 1v2. Not a lot of time to play with. Deepek just dug himself deep as well in towards gold, which was the correct thing to do. Just get yourself as far away from, you know, the lone attacker as possible. Wait for your teammate to come and assist you. Yeah, it was perfectly fine there for FNATIC. No real worries for them. But again, BDS just slacking on clearing out the roamers. They're losing those engagements in towards that top floor. But the real issue for FNATIC is, yes, they've won their basement twice, but it's the other sides that they need to win. You know, basement has been their only successful round wins, and remember, they can't go back there again. That's going to be locked out for the rest of the defensive half, so they need to win these next 2 rounds, Ollie.
Yeah, there is a lot of pressure.
That's a balanced map. Usually 3 rounds apiece is how we generally see Bank goes, so...
I would agree.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds left before insertion.
Castle and Frost being brought this time. Castle try and make this top floor a little bit safer.
It's really tough, though.
It's still not going to do the whole job, is it?
You know Castle so much. You have the 4 windows inside a Trump. You have, obviously, the big double, 2 double windows that you need to try and barricade as well. It's really difficult.
The entry's been pretty quiet for BDS so far, hasn't it? It's something that FNATIC have done a good job in contending with. Shaiko in particular, a player that we're used to highlighting so many times, just being overshadowed at the moment by pretty much everyone else on the roster.
Good K-trip. Issue for BDS is just how are they going to have enough to really break down the utility? Because, yes, it's going to be difficult defending this top floor without the mirror, but you can still bring in other operators, like you mentioned, the Castle as well. You can bring in the Wamai. You know, there are ways of dealing with, you know, the long-range destruction that you're going to get with the Sophia, which should be the primary way of eliminating those castle barricades. I think the Flores, again, is another great pick as well for removing the shields, and even if you can do some pretty good drone parkour, you can actually just drone from the rooftop into sight to eliminate the castle barricades. BDS, they've started an approach towards that spiral, and BDS, they actually come away with the man advantage, Ollie, and they also have control of Banana right now.
Leaky Fight did a great job there of just walking up. Sometimes it sounds like the easiest thing to do, but in the heat of the moment, it can be very difficult indeed. He's in a good position. He's just waiting for his team to catch up and to gather a little bit more information. But Starks, he splits the net. How is he allowed to make that rotation and get himself into CEO? Not only that, but he gets away with it. Breeday's to be inside a stock right now, and there's a worry at what's going on for Janitor. He's going to get stunned out by Shaiko, and Sarks has been allowed to make 1 rotation. He's allowed to make another. This time it's on to Usus. There is information this time for Shaiko to be working from. There's a couple of red pings knocking around. Breeday has the diffuser, but once again we see BDS at a disadvantage and a frost mat on the floor. Breeday. It's the ones that are in off locations that are the best. Deepek's pleased with that one.
What's EFAC saying?
I think he's saying, so it's basically a big bear trap that goes on the floor, Breeday. Frost gets 3 of them.
Honestly, you'd expect to see him down at a Premier League stadium with, with the hand signals there, isn't it? Proper manager-esque. But look, FNATIC. I mean, Sarks, he just made a play, didn't he? He said, you know what, I have to try and retake Spiral here. And he just goes and swings EFAC, eliminates him. And once BDS had lost control of the player towards Banana, they don't really have a lot of protection then as they try and move in for that plant. You can see there's too many angles. Those long angles were really annoying them that he just could not find any player at all off them. They had information, sure, but again, FNATIC playing very reserved. FNATIC have been really, I think, played it really safe. You know, the positioning-wise, they haven't overextended. They're not giving BDS anything. BDS are a team, if you give them inch, you'll take them out. Everyone knows that. With the gunners that they have, you give them just that little bit of an inkling that they could maybe get a kill, they'll get the kill. So FNATIC playing safe, playing together as a team, it's working really well for them.
BDS now. There's a chance they're going to be trailing at the half here. We haven't seen much really working well for them so far. Had a very convincing round on the top floor, which was super quick, but aside from that, FNATIC have been not quite tearing them apart, but certainly giving a good account of themselves. Open area this time for round number 6. Sarks. He likes this position, doesn't he?
Yeah.
When the Ram gets open and opens up that floor and he can get himself a nice little lineup with the C4. I feel like he got unlucky on Solotov last time. I wonder if Solotov's going to go for the same line of approach again. It's going to be Usus this time, though, in round number 6 to open it up. Kill over on Leon.
Leon again. Another opening death for him. Hasn't been having the greatest of times. He's either kind of in the game where he gets that first pick or he's out of it, but I certainly feel as though he's out of the rounds more than what he's in them. So again, for BDS, a good start. Surely Sarks is going to be, you know, challenged this time around. They know he plays down here. They know that he tried to C4 the last time. Just hope that Solotov doesn't give him this kill, because he's a little bit closer than where he was last time, so that should definitely be a kill. But you can see Solotov now safely onto the rooftop. Not going to allow Sarks to have that C4 kill. So minute 20, BDS still haven't got a whole lot. Need to see if they can try and secure square more than anything, because that'll obviously give you that quad wall that you can begin to open. But before you get the quad wall open, you really need to try and assess the situation with Sarks, who again is looking for an opening. He has to try and make a play all, and he's going to do it. Is that going to be a down? No. Barely misses out on the kill on the Solotov as he drop shots, but Deepek, what a swing. Shaiko mudded outside, and now it's a 4 versus 4, and BDS again, you're wondering, Ollie. They're just not analyzing the weaknesses here for FNATIC, and really the weakness is get up above those players inside of Tellers and Archives and get your freebies.
Well, there's a freebie. LeakyFight's going to take it with both hands. For the first time in what seems like a long time, BDS have an advantage right now. 30 seconds on the clock. Jegs, he's going to be tucked into Tellers. He's still got the keeper barricade to navigate right now, and Jegs finds it onto LeakyFight. The Vert just coming in too little too late, and Jegs isn't finished. Look at him go! Back to back to back. BDS not able to do a single thing here.
They're just not assessing the weaknesses. The weakness is, okay, you've got players inside of Tellers and Archives, and they're standing under a destructible floor. You bring a Ram, why is that entire flooring not being opened up and then playing a player on that? Every single time BDS for that attack are looking to take control of Tellers and Archives. That is what they're trying to do. You need to help those players moving in from lobby by having a guy above. FNATIC are completely forfeiting top floor as well, Ollie. Don't forget, this Ram, way too late. 20 seconds and you're only just starting to open up the flooring? That needs to be done at around the minute 30 mark.
Attackers discovered the location of a bomb.
When do we see the timeout for BDS? That's what's on my mind right now. Is the switch over onto the defense going to be what they need? Because they need something. There's only really Usus and LeakyFight now. Solotov was in the conversation, but he's 4 and 4. He's evens. Playday 1 and 5. We're not looking to Playday for the kills. He's not usually put in that position.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Tough start for BDS.
Mm-hmm.
You do wonder if the you know, trash talk before the game is justified at this point. You know, if you're not going out and putting in a performance, you got to be careful what you say before you get into the server, right?
You dig yourself into a hole, don't you?
Yeah.
You don't win. All of a sudden, you're buried in it. Quick start here for FNATIC, though. They've got the nuke. An old but gold strategy. In he comes. He is able to remain undetected in front of that bulletproof. And will this net him a kill? Will it gift him a kill more than anything? But no. Expose himself as he misses the shots. And there's 2 players, 3 players now running at him. He's able to get 1. But does he get out of here alive? That is the question. BDS are after him. They want him, but look, everyone else from FNATIC, they've dropped the back ollie. What is going on?
Kanto opened up the round like a tin. His team can just pick up the pieces. Deepay takes Solotov down. Leon is going to join in on the action. Playday, he's fighting a player in gold. They should never be allowed to get that deep. An inevitable end to the round. FNATIC rallying around Kanto, then you could see him in the player cam screaming out. I'll be honest, I thought he'd gone too early. I thought he'd given the game away because he started shooting, and I was thinking, oh, you know, maybe not great trigger discipline. He could have waited till he got a clean shot, but bam, as soon as he gets swung, and BDS rightfully tried to solve the problem and throw bodies at it, he picks up kills. There's no one there with the swing instantly behind it. And FNATIC capitalize on the chaos.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, look, they came to his aid. You know, great comms there from Kanto saying, you know, there's about 4 or 5 guys pushing me right now. Just go, guys, just go for it. And look, FNATIC just completely storm in through the back. And honestly, you thought Kanto was up against it. And all of a sudden, you just hear the horns coming from the other side of the mountain. And down comes the cavalry. FNATIC, great first round. I love that push. Great, just reaction more than anything. You know, we've cast it in many teams, Ollie, where that guy in Garage just left for dead and everyone else is just doing their own thing.
Oh, I mean, that's usually what happens if I try and do it.
Left for dead.
It's quite literally a solo push in Garage, but with the addition of dropping the back hatches when you open it up and get a kill and can, as I said at the time, capitalize on the chaos. If everything's happening, it's going to be very muddy comms for the defenders. I won't go as far as to say the BDS need a miracle, but I'm gobsmacked they've not taken the timeout demo. Do they want first place? Is there like a disadvantage to getting it?
Just depends on who you're seeded against, but I think for BDS, I don't really think they care who they go up against, because look, we know this team, we've said it before, they can play if they want to, but as of late, you know, they haven't really. I mean, certainly not this game. You know, it seems very solo as well from BDS. Apart from the odd round that they've won, where they have looked as though they have good team play, everything else has kind of been disjointed. However, FNATIC have just been obliterated right within the first minute. They've lost 2 players. Leon gone, Jegs gone. And now it's a 3 versus 5 onto the basement. So probably similar to how BDS were struggling going up against that roam game. Equally, FNATIC have also struggled.
I love how we're getting the skins shown as like little free cam moments now. Deepay trying to recreate some of the success that Kanto saw in the Garage. But the bulletproof and the IQ, while the IQ can deal with the bulletproof and spot it from afar, it's not as effective as the Nook cloaking device, and he's known. So BDS shouldn't really expose themselves to him. Starks is still clearing out on top floor. Kanto's just going to go for a drop. This is real aggressive stuff. Starks finds one. Playday with a trade. Users doubles down. Starks left on 16 HP. A downed Playday. And nowhere else to go. Users continues his fine form. BDS, they stop FNATIC from getting onto a map point.
Yeah, FNATIC have just tried a quick one where they think, okay, 1 guy off site, we'll just try and take the gunfights and hope that we win them. I mean, Kanto's quite unlucky. He was looking the wrong way. If he was looking towards the left side of the door rather than the right, maybe he could have won that engagement in towards gold. But yeah, look, you lose 2 players right from the rip. We know it's always going to be difficult, especially on such a defendered, kind of favored bomb site, you know, with the operators available. And also, of course, going up against a very good BDS team where we know can roam extremely well with the gunners that they have. But again, still for FNATIC, in good standing, 2 rounds ahead as it sits. All they need is 2 more rounds, and that has them secured Ollie into the top 6, which nobody would really expect. What was the poll? Did we run a poll? Do we know the poll numbers?
I don't, to be honest. I could guess them on the top of my head.
Probably what, an 80-20 split, probably?
I was going to say 84.
84-16.
Yeah.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
That sounds a bit bad, doesn't it?
Well, is it though? It's first versus last.
Yeah. What about the percentage of people that just don't know? We never really take those into account.
That's true. There's never a third option.
There should be 3 options. There should be 3 options.
As an I don't know or an I don't care poll. That's probably the best way to do it.
Yeah, it's like just not bothered. Neutral fan, you know. Just here for the love of the game.
Well, it's a good game. It is certainly a lot of action. The BDS moving over to that top floor, and look, FNATIC. They did lose here, keep in mind. Mostly just down to the window play. It was very difficult to control for FNATIC because BDS had opened up all of the castle barricades, had opened up in towards Janitor, and there's nowhere that really FNATIC were able to sit that was safe, and BDS just picked them off one by one. FNATIC certainly shaping up that way. They're starting to open up the walls, take away the castle barricades. So it's up to BDS to see how they want to go against that. We've even got a bit of a variation here for FNATIC. They're playing the buck below to eliminate the players inside of Janitor. Well, not necessarily eliminate, but just stop them from playing there. But if Starks gets caught out and you lose that player below, then it is quite a big issue for FNATIC. Because then how do you get those players out of Janitor? I mean, you still have 2 Selmas, but ideally Jegs would probably want to use them for maybe the wall to get opened up. They will smoke out the rotates, and this is where they're going to try and go for the swing, Ollie.
LeakyFax frantically trying to get himself into a relevant position right now, but comes up against an obstacle at the bottom of these square stairs. Starks is dealt with, though. Leon was getting planked down for a time, but has to come off in the heat of the moment. He's going to reattempt now, and the swing is there from Usus. 10 and 5. Another round where Usus is picking up multiple kills. LeakyFax still rotating and getting himself back into the fight. Deepek with a desperate repel in, but is met by nothing but gunfire.
I mean, what a shot from EFAC. Massive, massive kill. Look, Deepek on the windows, there was too much for him to hold, wasn't there? He was focused and maybe they could push in, you know, through Banana. The guy then swung from Janitors, an absolute free kill onto the player planting. Just too many things that FNATIC could not control there. Too many angles, and it just, yeah, very unlucky with the 50-50s as well. He could have hold the Janitor there. It's just one of those rounds, isn't it? But for FNATIC, they will go for the timeout. BDS, a little bit of a groove now, Ollie. That's 2 rounds in a row that they've had, and we know that this team, whenever they build that momentum, very difficult to stop.
And it's not as if they're an attacking or a defending team. They're pretty even, really. It's 56% on the attack, 58% on the defense. So you wouldn't really give them that they are an attacking team or a defending team. But as the fixture moves on and as it gets closer toward the end, they do seem to find extra gears where other teams often stagnate and maintain a speed. BDS have usually just got a bit more in the tank. A timeout here for FNATIC. Try and give them what they need to get the next couple of rounds over the line. The attacks for FNATIC, it isn't their strongest suit. This is where we've seen them struggle this stage. He uses the star of the show there. You can see the vision there for what FNATIC were trying to do.
Yeah.
But Sark's losing that engagement downstairs. LeakyFax just being downstairs was problem enough in itself.
Yeah, threw them off a little bit, didn't it?
And, you know, Starks ideally should have still been under that angle, protecting the janitor, I would say, and making sure that nobody can get the plant down, but they know that. It's just one of those unfortunate things. Leon, I feel like he's played the biggest variety of operators this game, Demo.
I mean, I think just in general, he's always playing something new in nearly every game that you watch. Yeah, look at the lineup, Amaru and a Blitz coming in, so we're expecting something relatively quick here from FNATIC. Just depends on where they want to use that. Looks as though they're actually going to use these operators to try and gain early control of that top floor. There is a roamer upstairs, though, that we can see on our screen. But is there information? I mean, surely they don't just send Deepek into his death here. It's a castle set up from Musis. They have to time this well. I wonder where they're going to actually use the Blitz. Blitz looks to be jumping in towards Lone Office. In goes the Amaru as well. RBDS going to be ready for it. Shaiko has tried to escape, but Leon just blasts him with a pistol. Now Musis is a very lonely player up that top floor all by himself. Deepek is in just on the other side of that castle barricade. But do they know where each other are? That's the question.
It's the Blitz you want to be cautious of, really, isn't it? Leon, he's going to be moving around the top of marble stairs here and surely going to come to blows with Musis. Musis knows this. He's heard the shield moving and, well, there's not a lot that you can do about it, mate, unfortunately. A successful clear. Playday will find something back here. And Leon is down at 20 HP. But realistically, that is a good roam clear, no matter which way you cut it.
It's actually not bad for BDS, though. They've been able to still keep the man count equal, and Blitz and 22 HP is not the greatest. I mean, you're kind of going into the useless category, you know, one tap and he's downed. So Leo needs to be really careful about his positioning. Just that little fraction of skin that you show away from the shield could be enough. So BDS, they should be sitting in sight now. I mean, there isn't a whole lot they need to be worried about. You got a couple of flashes there on the side of the buck and a smoke grenade as well from Leon, but that's really it. So FNATIC don't have a lot to play off. They just need to try and almost use Leon as that human drone to get that information and then hope that Kanto and Deepek can hit their shots. That's really the game plan here, because they have nothing else. No hard breach.
Something they have got going for them is time. 35 seconds. But Leon on his own, is he going to be able to effectively gather this information and keep alive? Well, the answer no. Playday able to cut him down. Too many crossfires really for Leon to worry about there, and I don't think he had the relevant support. Deepek is going to come in with one back, but Leaky Fac there, all he had to do was hold on through toward Tellers. FNATIC starting to get a little bit frustrating now. You can see it coming through in the gameplay. They've been on 5 rounds for an awfully long time, and they've let BDS back into this game. 3 rounds in a row that BDS have won.
From what we were able to see from the observer point of view, I mean, look, Deepek and Leon did the job for clearing out the roamers. Where did the other 2 guys die? You know, whenever it went into a 3 versus 3, where did the other 2, where on earth did they get killed from? That's what I want to know, because I'm not entirely sure. Like, did Jegs maybe get killed from vertical, perhaps? And he's ram, he probably opened up some of the flooring. Solitar's been able to get a kill. But again, we just don't know where it is. You have to kind of look at the other players and think, these guys are doing their job clearing the roamers. Why can you not just stay alive?
5-5. Who'd have thought we'd be here? We needed at least 1 overtime tonight. There's potential.
There is.
We do, of course, still have another game after this as well. We are only on our, I say only, we are on our 3rd game of the evening. We've got Secret Wolves coming up after this.
If it's OT, it's not good for FNATIC. That means they don't get top 6. So FNATIC need to win the next 2 rounds. If they drop 1, they're done. They don't get top 6. LCQs, here we go.
This is where the pressure starts to mount as well, with that in the back of your mind, knowing that this becomes a very important round, round number 11. And for me, I'm just going to put it out there, it's the kind of round that Shaiko's just going to pop off on.
You're waiting for one of those rounds, aren't you? You are waiting.
He's 3 and 10. He's done nearly nothing all game in terms of kills, which is alien for what we're used to seeing. I don't know, his movement looks a little bit crisper. Maybe he has put the controller away.
Another variation for FNATIC, a lot of change-up of operators again. I mean, look at the lineup. You're forgoing a large amount of hard breach. You've only got the hard breach gadgets coming in from the recruits, so you're just looking at taking engagements, early engagements again for FNATIC, and hoping they can win just off manpower. And you can see they're trying to push in towards that mid floor, clear out these roamers. But the roamers have gave them nothing though, Wally.
No, it was a nice loose hold, wasn't it? As quickly as they were there, they've gone. They've said, well, you know, we've wasted a minute. We've wasted a minute and a half.
Got a Dokkaebi call.
A couple of drones. Got a Dokkaebi call out of you. And now we're pretty happy to move on. Leaky Fac. It's going to take Leon down. Another round, another operator for Mr. Gids. This time he was
another
on the
OPD for him as well.
Yeah, he's been pretty bad on the old entry death. Hasn't been a highlight at all. FNATIC really seems stalled out here, where they've had very clear and concise ideas of how they want to take rounds previously. This round just looks a little bit muddy. Are they trying to do a similar thing? Starks.
Oh, you knew he was there.
Stoletov wasn't getting fooled by that again. Now what do you do, Deepek? You drone down, you know someone's there, and well, mainstairs doesn't look like a great option, especially when you've not got the backup that you need coming in through garage. You can go for a bait and try and tell them that you got a main. What a shot there, Kanto.
That was close.
He still got it. C4 shot out of midair.
The issue is, though, Ollie, the Goyo canisters will come into effect. FNATIC really low on time. The Twitch drones were eliminated. They weren't able to take out that utility. Smokes as well. Yeah, FNATIC are just going to be stalled out. Just not enough to be done in the round for them. Really needed to get the pace picking up, but that's where the roam game, you know, was really good. Really strong from BDS. Able to waste a good amount of time, a good amount of utility. Didn't give any kills away. And yeah, BDS, another easy closeout for that basement. 6-5, Ollie. That's that done. FNATIC out of the running to get top 6.
And it's a shame because they started the evening so well. They looked like they were really up for the fight against BDS. And then have just consistently struggled to get this game over the line and bring it to a conclusion. I think you've got a question for me, Demo. The fact that we didn't even see them get server wall open. And that wasn't through lack of position or timing. That was just down to the sheer operators that they brought.
It was a recruit on
hard breach gadgets. Yeah, that was it. It just seems strange if that's going to be the push, that's all you're going to try and get open. I don't know. It just seemed it was almost doomed and set up to fail from the start, just based off the utilities they'd chosen. At least when we saw BDS fail to open the wall, it was because of time, and it was because they'd lost bodies in the opening portion of the round. FNATIC didn't even bring the equipment to start with.
Yeah, I think FNATIC were just banking that they would be able just to win the round based on the picks that they get clearing the roamers. I think that's what they were really relying on. Surely at some point you have to expect, okay, what happens if they just immediately run away? Then we've nothing left. You know, yes, they're going to open up hatches, but it's that main server wall. That's the issue. It's getting rid of the Goyos and the smokes. That's what's going to eat up a lot of the time in the round. So FNATIC, this is their chance, Ollie, to escape bottom place. They're playing for pride now. They can't get top 6. If they lose this round, they finish dead last of the league. They finish last place.
Isn't where you want to be, is it? Nobody wants to be at the bottom, but unfortunately someone has to be. It would be a shame for FNATIC to go out, especially with the way that they played the first handful of rounds here in this fixture. But it looks as though, at least with the score that we've currently got, BDS are going to do the job yet again here. There is chance for FNATIC to salvage a little bit of reputation, but it isn't going to be easy. They're going to start their approach through stock. They're going to get that wall open. Sarks. Does he know there's a player at the top of Marble there and one deeper in toward the elevators? Leaky Fac. He gets a nice C4. Leon isn't opening death this time, but it's not for long. Is it a Shaiko round? It's not been a Shaiko round all game. He's left it till the bitter end. 3 kills and Kanto the only player to find. Well, he can't go positive, but he can at least redeem himself somewhat. Stolotov collects the final kill. The BDS get the job done. I think Shaiko breathes a sigh of relief there that they won that one. Gives us a little bit of a meme with the controller there. I can assure you, he was playing on mouse and keyboard that game. BDS, that was not an easy fixture for them, but they take the win against FNATIC.
We were waiting for that Shaiko round, weren't we? You mentioned before, there's always a round where you expect to see Shaiko pop off, and he waited until the very last second to make it happen. And yeah, FNATIC, they just full sent that round. Like, what were they thinking? They just tried to rush in without any control, any information, no work done whatsoever, and that's what you're gonna get. You're gonna be shoved right back out the building again.
And it was in stark contrast to other rounds that we saw. I think back to the Kanto Garage round, where the whole team rallied around him as soon as he got that little bit of presence inside a garage. As soon as he saw that little bit of success, the whole team moved to help him. And it just seems a bit of a shame because we know that they've got it in him, but we only saw it once or twice. We didn't see it regularly enough. They gave BDS a good fight, but ultimately on the night, BDS will be remembered as the winners. I cannot wait to hear what our desk has to say about this.
Some of us believe in miracles, but miracles require more than just belief to make happen. Gentlemen.
Oh, I was a believer.
They had us in the first half.
Yes,
they really did. Like, we're going to focus on FNATIC because they should have won that game. They should have been in playoffs. But how many times have we said that? They were 6-2 up against Wolves. They were 5-2 up against BDS. They had multiple overtimes, including throws. FNATIC's performance is this stage, and yes, BDS won, fair play, well done, whatever. But FNATIC's performance is this stage weren't a bottom of the league team at all.
They're trolling.
And they're trolling, and they ended up bottom of the league.
X is spot on when he says they showed potential, but just not as regularly. I couldn't put better words for it. It's basically this. They have shown potential again and again. There were so many good ideas. The initial half, a 4-2 lead on bank when you start in defense, Jack.
We loved it because, and the reason that we loved it was the fact that they were basically not allowing BDS a second to breathe.
They were in control.
Anytime BDS wanted to get in the map, FNATIC were there. They were not letting them set up. They were just being as disruptive as absolutely possible. And you're right, Leo. They controlled the rounds. This Frostmat, by the way, an absolute random Frostmat. It was like watching Berlin Biggie all over again in terms of the way FNATIC are playing. And it gets to 4-2, and we're sat here thinking, FNATIC have a chance. They really do have a chance to win this game. BDS are not at the races today. And again, another game, by the way, that BDS have not been at the races. I think this whole stage, they've not come out and dominated everyone. And we love this round here. It was a great reaction out of FNATIC. Gets them to 5-2 up, and it basically all goes wrong from there.
Yeah, I love the abuse of the Valkyrie, the abuse of the Legion, and then the Heavy Room, the Kapkan as well, and even playing into the late round, always with the smoke or with making the side stronger, but that aggressive layer of defense, always trying to be disruptive. And even in attack there, trying to blitz. That round, they should have won that round.
And that was what should have been a 5v3 down to a 3 versus 3.
100%. And even there in a 3v3, they struggled to find the win condition and didn't commit to a plan.
When FNATIC, and I assume FNATIC will review this, when they review it, they will go and look at rounds 9 and rounds 10, which is 2 rounds that they should have got over the line and ultimately didn't. And that was the difference between them making playoffs tonight and them not making playoffs tonight. But, you know, it was, I suppose, in this game it was the difference. But over the whole stage, they've had dozens of those moments.
If anything, Shaiko definitely was playing controller or had his monitor off because he was not there until when it really mattered, and he brought it back with the team.
We actually spent a whole, 15-20 minutes last week speaking about Shaiko on Deimos and how he was the best entry in maybe the world.
That means at least 6 people watch our pre-show, Leo.
Oh, wow.
The 5 FNATIC players and their coach, because they banned Deimos.
Yeah, and it worked. It worked, so I didn't expect it to work that well. Like, the guy was rejuvenated this stage. He was absolutely incredible. You get rid of his Deimos, and it's always the same thing with BDS. Like, Shaiko can have an off day. There's Likefat, there's Yuzus, Stolotov, and Breed is always consistent.
The biggest part that surprises me about that statement is that Tristan Silas actually listened to you for once, Jack.
Yeah.
And in that case, it was definitely implemented in-game. BDS victorious after what should have been, for all intents and purposes, a FNATIC runaway victory. However, this means that we have things set for the playoffs starting tomorrow. Let's take a look at the standings and really put things into perspective. Now, of course, there's Wolves and Secret that have yet to play, so that can impact who is at second, third, and 4th. Okay, cool. However, the 6 teams that will qualify to play us, regardless of what happens, are BDS, G2, Wolves, Secret, WYLDE, and Virtus.pro. Into the Breach, ENCE, and FNATIC are not making it there. They'll have to play through the open qualifiers into last chance qualifiers with all the other teams to get the final spot for EU.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, 3rd place will play 6th. So we know that G2 will be in 3rd place because one of Wolves or Secret will overtake them.
Yeah.
So G2 will likely, or will be in 3rd place, sorry. They will play up against Virtus.pro. And then WYLDE will play the loser, ultimately, of Wolves and Secret. That will all be tomorrow in the best of 3s. And ITB, ENCE, and FNATIC. I'm absolutely gobsmacked that FNATIC have ended up bottom of this table.
Honestly, looking at it, if you show this to me at the beginning of the stage, I'm not that surprised. I think the only big surprise for me is WYLDE. But then, taking into account the actual stage, the second surprise is Virtus.pro. I'm sorry about this.
Yeah, actually, it's just going through my head.
Yes, Virtus.pro are there, FNATIC isn't, for example. And that, for me, is the biggest question because FNATIC, for me, overall, has looked so much better. But that's the biggest thing. Way higher ceiling, but also lower lows. But I expected FNATIC to make it, not VP. For
how big was that 7-0 last week that Virtus.pro hit on FNATIC?
That's the biggest reason.
That apart from that, they have limped over the line.
Looking at that, at those standings, I had Virtus.pro nowhere near in my mind until they showed up. I'm like, oh yeah, because we watched the last game, we thought, oh, it's all over. You know, they're out of the running. But actually, with the way things have played up today, because we had ITB losing to ENCE, because WYLDE ended up beating VP, and now with this BDS win against FNATIC, with the way the rounds end up, Virtus.pro made it across the line. God damn. See, this is the fun of EUL and Rainbow Six Esports in general, is that you never know who makes it through until the very end, because there's always adaptation. There's always teams that will be learning on the spot. Everybody's yo-yo throughout the stage. Hell, BDS, you've been going through the argument this entire stage that BDS have barely been inching across the line every single game, and they say, oh, they were really good. This is every time when we get
the French accent from Liquefy. Come on, he's the best in interview.
The difference, though, Milosh, the difference, I'm just going to say it, the difference, BDS have limped over the line in every game and ended up 1st place.
FNATIC?
FNATIC have been excellent and ended up last.
Yeah, every time.
I say excellent in a lot of their games. And VP have limped over the line and limped into playoffs. But that's the difference for BDS.
One person that was limping today is our one-trick Shaiko here today.
I was so surprised to see that 310, to be honest.
Look at him. He's playing controller and he's whack-a-moling at the end.
It is actually worth pointing out. Like, obviously, this is a highlight of Shaiko, but there's not many highlights.
Yeah.
This is probably the worst game. It is the worst game. I'm sorry, I hope he doesn't make a tweet about me, but it is the worst game he's had so far. That Deimos ban clearly seemed to affect him, and 3 of those 6 kills came in the very last round. By the way, a nuts 3K. He is one of the best players on earth, but the point here is, when he's not at it, like you said, who is there? Solotov's there, Liquefy's there, Users is there, and Breeday's there as well.
Everyone can pick it up. But like, Shaiko is literally one-tricking. He's only playing Deimos in attack and almost only playing Legion in defense.
This will guarantee more Deimos bans against Shaiko, 100%.
I'm surprised it took until day 9 for people to realize this, because he's been there. But if you ask me and you ask their players, because we have been asking BDS every week, it was like you put him on any op and he does the job. And that's true, though.
It works with Nomad. Remember, he got his 1v3 clutch with Nomad.
Kind of.
It's kind of his playstyle. He's a bit like Blaz in that aspect, where he's so good at the game mechanically that you can put him on one side of the map, just play his own game, and he will manage to get a multi-kill.
I'm just playing devil's advocate there. He's still exceptional on any op he plays. Let's remember he was an Iana.
So what you're saying,
an Ash one trick. It's fine, but that will certainly, that performance for every other team watching, they'll go, hey, not playing Deimos has affected him and BDS significantly. It will lead to more Deimos.
They probably don't scream with it. That's what I think. They never scream without Deimos. Nobody bans Deimos in scrims. That has to be an issue.
I can't believe you guys are just laying it out there in front of thousands of people that Shaiko is shit at Rainbow Six.
No,
that's what it is. You know what? We still have one more game to go today. Secret versus Wolves to determine who joins BDS in the top 2 after the break.
Come in. Are you still tailing Deimos' men from the Heartbreaker?
Affirmative. And you never guess where I am.
Thunderbird, they have hostages.
I'm a few minutes out.
We don't have time. They don't have time.
Go. I'm on my way.
It was too late. We have to stop Deimos.
Well, now we know where he's going next.
Emerald Plains.
Yo, man, pull up, ain't talking a reload. Bust doors, no need for a key though. Man, I take aim, but this ain't a free throw. No, man, I bustin' if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at me though. Man, I take aim, no free throw. No, man, I bustin' if you're coming at me though. Man, pull up, ain't talking a reload. Bust doors, no need for a key though. Man, I take aim, but this ain't a free throw. No, man, I bustin' if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at me though. Man, I take aim, no free throw. No, man, I bustin' if you're coming at me yo. Bustin' if you're coming at my head though. Fuck sexual innuendos. At the door like I'm coming for the rent. No, man's not running like I've got no legs. No, no, me, I'll bring it to you first. Not a coroner, but I bring it to your hearse. Man, I'm on full. Man, I put you in the dirt. Man, plotting on the best and I bring it to your worst. Always had a comeback, no banter. I'm known as a serial ranter. Means I don't hold back, nothing, put hands up. My emotions might lead me to snap up, wrap up something, no gift, not Santa. Do you know where you're from? Don't matter. Anyone can be food, no platter. Have you wet man, let the thing splatter. Try no man, don't play that, don't play that. Been like that since way back, since way back. Man, roll around and spray that, and spray that.
Virtus Pro is our team. We are playing for a long time together, like maybe 6 years in a row, and we actually think that strategic is more important in this game than house. I don't know, chaotically. I don't know how to call it in English, but we like structure, you know, when you step by step know what to do and know how to win the round.
Welcome back, everybody. We've already gone through 3 out of our 4 matches, but we still have 1 more to go. And the question is, who makes it into the top 2 here between Wolves and Secret? Welcome to Desk. I'm Milos, your host. With me are Fresh and Alfama. And how about we have that chat? Really, why does the top 2 matter? What makes it where, all right, there's 6 teams that make it through. Aren't they just playing in a bracket? What's the difference between being the other 4 or the top 2?
Well, the big thing, I would say, Leo, and the reason that every single one of these teams aims for the top 2 is that you get a bye tomorrow, first and foremost, but you get, at minimum, 2 best of 3s to make the major. And we've seen various teams across the system, across the league, and a bit that this system's been in place. If they make top 2, more than likely not, they will make the preceding major.
Most of the time, that's the way it happens. You gain a full week of preparation for that BO3, and even if you manage to lose it, you have a second one. That's why most of the times when they reach that position, they qualify to the major.
In fact, there was only one team in the entirety of the system from EU that finished top 2 and then not made it. It was actually top 1 with last year's system, but that was WYLDE. They managed to finish first in the leagues when it was groups, and then they didn't make it because they lost 2 best of 3s. Everybody else that's finished top 2 has made the major. That's why it is so important.
And of course, that means you have to play 9 play days of competition and actually be consistently doing well to get to this point, to be number 1 and number 2.
It's also improving your chances at Montreal to be directly in phase 2, which is huge.
Absolutely.
Huge when you're in a major.
Yeah, for those who don't really know how the major system works and has worked over the past almost 2 years now, you have 3 phases. Phase 3 being the main event, the last 3 days where you go from quarters to grand final. Phase 2 having teams that have qualified at the top of their regions and only main regions. And then phase 3 is pretty much everybody else. Everybody that goes in from last chance qualifiers, from lower leagues, from aka MENA, for example, which is considered more of a tier 3 within that entire ecosystem. They qualify into phase 3, they play in there, and then half of those teams kind of go home. The other half goes to play the legends, the teams that are the best of the best of this stage in their own home regions. There's a lot behind that.
Yeah, usually that phase 1, that's a way to warm up into a tournament, but if you can skip it directly, just spend more time prepping for the others, it's always a bonus.
And again, reason it's important, G2 didn't skip phase 1 in Manchester, got eliminated by, not Sandbox, by FearX.
Liquid played it all the way to that stage, all the way from phase 1, so there are good stories that can happen and then fizzle out, maybe, who knows. Our standings, though, let's put them back up. Jack, can you walk us through it this time?
Yeah, of course. So BDS, as you can see, guaranteed top 1 position with those points. They will be the victors, and they will be in first position. G2 will be in third position because Wolves or Secret will get 2 points or more from this game, and that team that wins in the game that's upcoming will be second. G2 will be third, a loser will be fourth out of Wolves and Secret, and then WYLDE and VP locked into 5th and 6th with ITB, ENCE and FNATIC. Unfortunately, out of the playoffs, they will have to play through open qualifier playoffs and then the LCQ if they want to go to Montreal.
I just want to point out that the 3 teams that didn't qualify to the playoffs all showed some potential at some point today. ENCE and FNATIC at some point as well versus BDS. ITB, they will find that groove again. I'm not afraid. I actually think these 3 teams, we will see them in playoff just a little bit later.
And now because G2 cannot play today, I mean, they will not be playing today regardless. The big fight is about who makes it higher, and that Secret Wolves game determines it points-wise.
Yeah, absolutely. So Secret, they need to win in regulation. The reason for that is they are 1 point behind Wolves, and Wolves have 7-round better round difference. So if Secret win, even if it's in overtime, Wolves will take the superior round difference and therefore take second place. So for Wolves, overtime or better. For Secret, it has to be a regulation win if they're going to take top 2.
I'm super excited about this matchup. I think that's the 2 teams that were really fast-paced, really interesting and creative in attacks. A wide variety of play style. You see Secret, either direct and funny and cheesy takes, or really slow and methodical. And I like to see that from Wolves as well. And that lineup, they've thrived on Adrian and June being absolutely crazy. But who came up to clutch last week? It was Grubby. Again, another team that's full of talent. Another team that if someone is not up there, someone else will pick up the torch. I love this team.
Yeah, we've been waiting for Grubby to get around it, to get amongst it, and to really show up inside of the server. He finally did that when Adrian had an off day, and I think that front 3, Grubby, Adrian, Juma as the front 3, really excites me. if they're all firing, because I think it allows Virtue and it allows Savage, I forgot his name for some reason, it allows Savage to sit in the backline but really show what they're capable of as well. It makes that team very well-rounded, but it relies on the front three doing well.
Now, Wolves on the other side have also have their fair share of restructures and redos, and here they are today on the cusp of number 2, a position where in the past we're looking at Wolves at the start of a stage where they do really well, and then they fall off a cliff, and then somehow they bring it back maybe to be in the top 6. Right now, they're fighting for the top 2 spot for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, and it's the most consistent we've seen from them for a very long time. And it wasn't, on paper, it wasn't going to be the case when they recruited and took the bet to take these 2 new players in Lasmo and Asta. I want to point out I'm really happy about these 2 guys. Once again, I know we stated multiple times, but the ability from Wolves and the development team, their coaching staff, Helby, Liloon, Furious now as a manager, to develop and grow these young players, it's shown so much potential, Jack.
And I love the reactions that the rest of the team has. We've often seen Mowgli go off on his own. He's like a little bit of a Dora the Explorer at times. He goes off on his own, he'll find an opening. Old Wolves, we haven't seen them exploit that opening as quickly. Whereas New Wolves, they're reacting so fast, they're doing so well, and then they're winning the rounds off the back of Mowgli making those plays.
And I hope that means we'll go to a fun map to really test both of our teams and their metal. And oh boy.
Oh well.
Bank again,
We're
Leo.
going to bank again. But that's a fun map. That's a fun map, especially for these playstyles. I don't know how you feel, Jack, but I feel like it's the kind of map that allows you for this traditional playstyle if you want to play around it, but also leaves you enough chaotic space because it's a big map that you can roam aggressively on. It also gives you plenty of opportunities for lurk. Imagine what we saw from FNATIC with Nudnuk lurking into garage and you dropping in main. It's a map that is big enough for full opportunities. And with these 2 teams, that's going to be a really cool match.
It's a map that's so flexible that allows you, as you say, it allows you to play very default, very rigid, very structured, but also allows you to be very, very creative. And I think both of these teams can be very, very creative when they want to be, obviously depending on the operator bans and what goes on there. But I think it's a perfect battleground for these 2 teams.
No, on that specific map, actually the last time these 2 played it was against BDS. Both of these teams lost, but Secret lost 7-3. And BDS, if you remember really well, they lost 7-5 to BDS, and it was 0.00. Super close.
Incredibly close game between them. But gentlemen, I have to ask you this. Who takes it? Who's number 2 in the group stage?
Has to be Wolves, man.
This match is going to be an absolute zinger. It's going to be Secret.
All right, good. Divided opinions. And a house divided means we're all going to have a lot of fun when it all comes burning down. Wolves versus Secret. We'll give it to our casters, Exotrica and Demo.
Thanks so much, Milosh Fresh and Alpha Demo. Who do you think is going to win? Which side of the fence do you sit on? Are you on the Secret side?
Probably. I think Secret have had the momentum. You know, they've won 4 games in a row before now. So they honestly, Secret at one point were also on dire straits. Like, they were in crisis mode. After that WYLDE game, you know, you sit there and you look at that game and you think, wow, this is really bottom of the barrel stuff. But then they've been able to turn it around. Yeah, it was a WYLDE game, and they're able to turn it around.
No, but who did they play? Why was it WYLDE?
Go away.
I don't understand.
Go away.
It's the last game, Demo. You got to give me a couple of really crappy jokes, surely.
Fresh. Fresh.
I don't think he can hear you, mate. It's me and you, buddy.
Am I locked in here with you? Or are you locked in here with me?
Yeah, I think it's changed, hasn't it? Oh, interesting. Both shields are available. Not every day we get to see that. It is a Ying Twitch ban, a Valkyrie ban, and an Azami ban, question mark? A Cade ban. Interesting, interesting. We know that Secret love a little dual shield lineup. Wolves themselves, very prolific with the shields. And we got to bang for the 2nd time here tonight. This is, of course, the last game of Stage 2. After this, we get stuck into playoffs, last chance qualifiers, all of that sort of good stuff before we round out our calendar with a trip to Montreal.
Let's have it. Secret Wolves, fight for 2nd. Here we go. Twitch ban. one thing we have to mention, Ollie, first time Twitch has been banned this stage. And you'd really only see it on this map, and the reason why is if you're looking towards basement, Goyo is always going to be an operator that you see be brought. Counter to Goyo, bring in the Twitch. Can zap away the canisters. Easy. With that Twitch ban now, it makes this basement a lot more defender-sided now, so you'd be very hard done about it, you know, to not see the attackers win it all down here. I just think with that Twitch gone, the Goyos are going to eat up so much time. Obviously, there's still ways of getting rid of that, you know, nades, for example, or if you take the hatch and some of them are a little bit misplaced and perhaps, but for the most part, it's going to be difficult. So yeah, like you mentioned, shields available. Secret, team who loves shields. Wolves, a team who can play shields as well. I think Monty, this is by far his best map. 100% this is his best map. He is good for every single take. Basement, could just walk in server, can plant with the shield in his back, really easy. Open area, can literally just walk into the site and plant. Top floor, excellent at taking control of spiral stairs, controlling banana, just control the pace of the game. Towers and archives, again, we don't really see that anyway, so why do we need to mention it? Point is, he's just so strong.
Well, it hasn't been chosen here. Asa could get caught out right now. Savage was looking to make an approach in through Garage. The opening pick going to come on to Adrian. It's going to be June. Hello? How's he got here? He can pop the Goyo. Find a kill, but he gets downed. P4 pops up out of nowhere inside of CCTV.
Stun grenade.
Deadshot.
What's going on?
This will be the last player alive right now.
Tracker on the prowl.
Not entirely sure how Secret have pulled this one off. Deadshot knows there's someone inside of the elevators, but Virtue, that's to deal with him. What a round.
Do they have somewhere to be tonight?
It's a bit speedy, wasn't it? It's a bit pacey.
Honestly, it's pretty much like the FNATIC BDS round that we saw just earlier on, where it's been a full blitz in through Garage with a lobby hatch drop. That's essentially what it is, and it's worked. Wolves went really heavy in the roam game. You've seen the castle barricade set up, hatches open. Secret just look at it and say, right, Jum, do what you do best. Rat yourself into Garage. He does that, he gets in the site, and everyone from Secret hops in that opportunity.
Well, Wolves, congratulations. They have, of course, lost the first round, which means that they will go on to win the game. As that has been the trend of the evening. It happened in every single game we've seen yet tonight. But I think, jokes aside, this is probably the most competitive match that we've got this evening. It's the two most well-matched teams. They are currently shoulder to shoulder in our standings. Wolves in third, Secret in fourth, 1 point separating them. I think is there one result that can mean that G2 stays second? No, there's not, is there? Because someone's got to get two. So yeah, it's absolutely locked in that one of these two teams will be second.
The shell.
I like that.
A lot of information, and they have no idea that the Scopos camera is just looking at them all walk into ATMs. Oh, go, switch, it's a freebie. Unbelievable, you've seen it here first, folks. The Scopos, the sneaky Scopos just sat inside of ATMs. Secret. Shame on you to let that happen.
Oh dear.
Dear, oh dear, chalk the rounds done. We can't even open castle barricades.
There's blunder after blunder, isn't it?
Oh my. You've lost your queen into a rook mishap. Oh dear.
I don't think a queen for a rook's too bad. Rook's a high value.
No, then you've lost your queen and then you've just lost your rook the turn after.
Oh yeah, you've blundered.
That's done. Yeah. My oh my. The thing is, P4 straight back to the top floor as well. The operator.
Secret are rallying though. For as much as it was a flashy play and it's nice to see, new operators and that interaction, it might not really matter in terms of the round because P4 and Lasma have got a hell of a lot to do now. P4 going to get called out there, takes out the drone. Players occupying the windows. We know that there's nowhere to hide on this top floor. We've got Joom ready and waiting to start walking up Spiral. Virtue there to join him. Capital with full utility just now getting sent in. Last Mile gonna really tuck in there to CEO. And P4 can't move too much either. Still an eternity left as well, 50 seconds. And Secret have just got to set this up as best they can. We really need to give away a couple of picks here if Wolves are going to be successful. There's one. Savage is going to fall, but it now all falls onto P4's shoulders. Virtue there was already making that approach up that marble stair and is able to pick up that final kill.
I mean, since I made a chess reference, may as well continue on. All you need to win a game of chess is a king and a rook. That's all you need. I mean, Secret didn't really have a lot to play off. It was a very simple take. They had a player in the window, most of the pressure coming in from Spiral. And just Wolves couldn't hack it. They couldn't deal with the engagements being thrown their way. Look, obviously, I think Durham had a great backstab, though, coming up through square. It really put them on their toes. I mean, so they had to kind of look away from that main force coming in through Spiral. I mean, the Scopos play, it worked out really well for them, but just couldn't capitalize on that, though. So Wolves already 2 rounds down. Usually this map is pretty even in terms of attack and defense, so an even half is generally what we're used to. Oh, P4.
Oh, dear. Is he just playing for clips today?
I don't know if I like this. I mean, it is...
5 seconds.
It's so risky. As soon as you get thrown, he's a dead man.
Spotted. I don't think he's been spotted. Grubby droned open, but
he just missed them. He's lucky.
Yeah, P4's not run for the hills, so I think he feels pretty safe right now. I mean, he's playing for clips, isn't he, at the end of the day? Like, he's got the fancy Scopos clip. Now he's going for an interrogation.
He's also just unleashed that shotgun, and only 2 operators get that shotgun. And I don't think Thunderbird shotgun's going to be played anytime soon, so I'm sure Seeker could probably make their assumptions.
Savage is already in blue. He's double Claymore down. Bottom of blue stairs. So that flank, if P4 chooses to do it, is going to be a noisy one.
Wait,
it's going to require an impact.
As well. He has no impact.
Yeah. Well, there's no
this is the Monty.
Then.
This is the play I'm talking about. Monty can just walk into the B bomb site, plant behind the bomb. You can't stop it. So this is where this operator just becomes a behemoth and taking control of this open area. Generally quite difficult of an attack for the attackers to deal with, where you have to then go above and do the verticality, and you have to rely on dropping hatches, which is always going to be risky. With a Monty, you just walk in. You don't have to go above. You don't have to try and go for the hatches. Really, really easy, and the defenders just can't stop it. Savage gets the all-important pick, eliminates that player inside off the bomb site. P4 now is on his approach. There's 2 Claymores waiting for him, unless... No! Savage is just gonna give him the interrogation! The Claymore somehow didn't kill him? What? The interrogation went through!
That? He detonated the Claymore as he went for the interrogation, and it still didn't get him?
They both just blew up in front of him and he's full HP.
That's unbelievable. I didn't know that was an interaction. Invincible from Claymores during the interrogation. You got to feel so sorry for Savage there. He just didn't need to go looking.
He didn't need to go hunting, though.
They were going to do all the hard work for him. Still, a good position for Secret to be in. They're going to drone Deadshot out on this top floor. He's a little bit worried on where he's got to go, and he's going to fly himself over the top rope, but Doom ready and waiting. And now you look at what Wolves have gotten. I mean, yeah, you've had an interrogation, but it's going to have the same level of impact as a flashy Scopos teleport. It isn't going to do anything to win you the round. Capcan, no utility. It's got a BP, but no C4. Time, 35 seconds, Secret. Just needs to gather info and execute now. They haven't got the hatch open yet, though, which is giving Last Mile a little bit of a pocket of safety to operate in. Knows the printer window's open now. P4 might be about to find his second of the round. Isn't going to go for the interrogation there, but should be a dead man walking, but no, gets away with it. Somehow kills Virtue on the Monty. 10 seconds. Last Mile, this is so doable now. The clutch, both players coming through the same angle. Brilliant smoke, and the plank going down. That's going to extend the timer and put the pressure onto Last Mile. He's getting pinched from both sides. This is separate 1 versus 1s if he can isolate. But Secret aren't going to give it to him. A rotation upstairs. The hatch was soft, remember, so could be opened and used. The diffuser, not in the best location. Is he going to be able to get a long arm onto this? Can hide out just behind the Kiba barricade, but is going to get pushed from both sides, and it's going to be Doom with the finishing blow. A super close round, but Secret get it over the line.
I mean, I don't even know what to say about this round. An absolute calamity. Like, P4, all credit to him. He's gone away with probably one of the best cav rounds I've ever seen, but Secret gave him it. It's not as though P4 has done something incredible, just Secret misplayed it horribly. But still, Secret win the round. Even that post plant as well. That was really doable on the side of Wolves. 2 1v1s on the other, just on both sides of the map. Nobody was actually like holding that player going for the plant. He was towards main stairs. The plant goes down, and again, still isolated 1v1s. It could have gotten really scary though. Whenever that long arm defuse came in, which was a really good position, get yourself jumped up, use to keep a barrier. Whenever that long arm came in, Jum could have very easily just been shot, by the way. That's not a favorable engagement for Jum at all. And then it's really into squeaky bum time, where it's a 1v1, has to jump in through the window in towards Copy, an easy pre-fire could do it. Oh, absolute cinema of a round. Love it. This, how's he got away with that? It's just exploded. The claymores have just exploded. Ollie, a damp fuse, as you like to say. Get them sent back.
A very damp fuse. I feel like we need to go into a custom and recreate that.
Yeah, but if we tried it, we'd be dead.
We need to know the tolerances, though.
My word. I mean, it's the P4 show again. I mean, this guy, I mean, what a stage he's had.
But he's done nothing for the team. The 0-3 down.
The thing, you say it's done nothing for the team. It should have. It's just the rest of his team are not doing their jobs. They've got 1 kill between the 4 of them.
Yeah.
5 seconds left.
I mean, we could say the same about the other side, right? It's the Doom show at the minute.
No, I mean, Savage and Virtue and Grubby all have 3 kills. Not all. Jim's always going to be that talisman player for me on that team. He's always going to be the guy to pop off just because of his playstyle. His playstyle, I say this every time, is the most annoying playstyle in the world. It really is. Anytime you go up against a 50-50 against this guy, he always wins it, no matter what. Always wins it. He's like a Las Vegas hustler.
Straight into the top floor for Adrian. Going to be on the Grim. Does have the little bailiff, so can make a couple of vertical holes. It's nothing major. You're good for a rotate or 2 and a couple of lines of sight. It's going to take you a little bit more time, but the focus is, of course, the basement. And it's a full clear. This time it's a belt and braces approach from Secret. They're not leaving any stone unturned. They've been done by an interrogation, done by a Scopos teleport. They're not going to get fooled by that again. Impact isn't successful, and that's going to cause Last Mile to have to drop off quite early. And if you're going to play with the hatches in open area, soft and even open, you maybe want to occupy a little bit more time up there than he did.
I mean, the Monty just comes in and clears away the roamers with ease. Obviously, the bees are there as well, just to help them out. But, yeah, really good start for Secret. Haven't lost anyone. Still got a good amount of utility as well. You've got a Brava cam still, your flashes, plenty of Grims, smokes. Nades as well, to get rid of the Goyos. And I mentioned before, with the Twitch being banned out, you need to figure out another way of getting rid of the canisters. Nades can do that for you. Monty as well, still being up in full HP. But no kills, which I think is a good thing though for Wolves. They can certainly try and play that retake. They've got a good chunk of denial. You've got the smoke still on board. You've got C4s there. I mean, it's going to be one of those kind of basements, Ollie, where it really comes down to the final few seconds, and you just don't really know which way it's going to go, because you can see positives and pros and cons for both teams, can't you?
Yeah, especially if you look at what Secret have brought. Obviously, they're a bit headlocked at the minute because the Twitch is banned, so they need to be getting in and trying to deal with those Vulcan canisters. First one will be popped, and Virtue is now going to be able to drop into the bottom of elevators, but he needs to wait for the fire to dissipate. And when there's only 30 seconds, there's not a lot of time for waiting. There are a couple of tracks available for Grubby and his death mark. Azami Kiba is going to slow down the progress even more. Doom continues on fine form, takes Asa down. We're going to see Grubby downed as an instant response. Doom taken out of the picture as well, as finally Wolves start to get a couple of kills. And it's not just P4 this time. Adrian is going to respond with one onto Mowgli. The diffuser in the hands of Virtue, and this needs to go down, and it needs to be held. Adrian's got a lot to watch right now, and 2 bodies to try and fend off. Is he going to be able to keep his teammates safe? Picks one. Gets confused there on the second. The debris looked a bit like a body.
Wow.
But Virtue, after getting that plan down, can just beat down the way that only a Monty can.
Again, you can't call those kind of rounds. My, oh my. I mean, look, Adrian, we've seen it a few times, Ollie, where we've cast at Adrian. There's so many times where his team puts him in a position where he has to cover this plan. And if he doesn't do his job, the round's done. But he always seems to win it. I always think back to, I think it was the G2 game that we casted, where he had to stop the C4s and he shot the C4 out in midair and he had to cover all these angles going down into his gym and clubhouse. Pretty much the exact same situation. Has to cover all of these angles and he does the job well. And once that diffuser goes down, as long as he stays alive, Virtue can take it from there. You know, the Monty in a post plant is, as we know, a big old bag of trouble.
You're preaching to the choir. Do you know why he's so good at that? Do you know why Adrian is so good at covering the plant and making sure that they win the round? Because we played so much ranky with him. And some of the people that he played with, including me, are so terrible that if he didn't do that, we would lose.
Yeah, here we go. It's you and Fresh. Oh, we made Adrian. We made him. We made Creed. We made these 2 players. We made them.
Tim. Me and Tim. We'll get the plan down. These guys just need to cover us. That's all it is. But you know, jokes aside, you're very correct. And I think one thing that Adrian did really well there, and I can't remember who the downed player was. I think it may have been Grubby.
Well, I think it was Grubby in the Deimos, wasn't it?
Adrian very quickly made an assessment that Grubby could watch that angle somewhat. So we watched.
He watched the garage angle, couldn't he?
He picked the right angle to watch. But in the heat of the moment, that's a very important decision to get right and to get right quickly. And I think that Adrian does a very good job in those post plans where he has got a lot to watch, because his decision making in that moment, it comes across as quite clear and quite relaxed, if that makes sense, even though it's quite a high pressure moment of the game. And then, you know, Virtue moving through, getting the plant down, him getting that down is crucial there, because as you say, the Monty can just bully from there. But 4 rounds to 0, Wolves still not setting the world on fire. The rest of the team are lagging behind P4 seriously now.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves are ghosts, aren't they, right now? They are just non-existent at all. And it's a big issue. It's the big issue. This is the big game. This is where you need to try and have the bottle to hold it. And don't forget as well, Wolves, they're in a big advantage going into this because they have that extra point. All they need to get is just that OT. And for them just to kind of toss it away at such an advantage in this kind of fashion, I mean, this has been so one-sided. It is a big, big shame. It looks so, Ollie, however, in a better position now. The classic double shield from Secret, something that dismantled the BDS lineup, is in effect again. It's a 2 versus 2. Smoke trying to deal with the Monty. Savage now tries to isolate 1v1s, comes out for the pistol, downs one. That's going to be the castle goal. Latspell makes the aggressive push into Virtue, knowing that the goo mine is in there, but look at the HP on both of them. This is going to be close. Savage has to try and land this flash. Has to try and make it happen. Doesn't know which way to look. Ring around the rosy. Which way is it going to go? The stab comes in. It bashes him away. Pistol. Locked and loaded, and Savage on the blitz. Makes it happen. The double shields. It's the French's worst nightmare, Ollie. First BDS, now Wolves.
It puts a smile on your face, doesn't it? You know, you can see the whole team there is just breathing a sigh of relief. The round, it's not that it doesn't matter. They're 5-0 up right now, so they can afford to lose a round. But
Absolutely
the fact that they were able to get it done there, what was that? A 3 versus 2? 4 versus 2?
Yeah.
And it's the 2 shields that pull it all out of the bag. Virtue's just getting ticked down by this goo mine, trying to find some sort of sanctuary to get it down in. But for me, it was Savage. That first down onto Asta and then finished off by Virtue. And turning 180 there. I mean, that won the round, essentially. Ring Around the Rosie was only going to last so long. No one wants to be 1 versus 1 against a shield. And Wolves, they made the big error. They split it up. They gave them 1v1 engagements. They didn't try and double up on one person.
5 seconds left.
Secret 5-0 up right now. You asked if they had somewhere to be at the start of the night, Demo. I'm starting to think that they might do. They might have a dinner reservation because this is flying us by.
Yeah. I just can't believe this. I mean, it's a cracking spectacle to watch, and the rounds have been so close. But then you look at the scoreboard and you think, how can the rounds be close? Because it is a complete mismatch in terms of the kill department.
Yeah.
I mean, the Monty again, how you've allowed the Secret to have the Monty is beyond me, especially on Bank. I mean, Monty needs to be banned in Bank, no matter what. He's just way too good. Look how easy it is just to walk through everything, you know, the way I called, the way the pushes work with Monty, walking in open area, walking up spiral. It's just too easy. Savage. Opening pick, down goes dead shot. It's going to be a 6-0 half, is it? Is this generally going to be a 6-0 half from Secret?
Quite possibly. Push forward. Virtue got the info now, and you can see the player has dropped just into the small office that joins on to open. I think Secret are going to be fairly happy at this point that top floor is clear. It's cost them nothing, and they've gained a kill for it. Now they need to work a little bit more on some of this vertical. Jume's in a great spot as well, just hiding out in ATMs, waiting for any flanks to come across. Wolves already, it feels like they're pretty bunched up. They haven't got control of top floor. They're defending open area. There's a player in the site, well, but one player in each of the sites. We've got Asta and Mowgli occupying either or. And Last Mile tucked away into the elevators. But Secret, they can basically do whatever they need at this point.
Just control the game. You have the Monty. It's just so easy. And Virtue obviously looking to get lined up, ready to walk in through that double door, as expected. That's, of course, is on the smoke, so can try and deny it at a distance. I mean, Mowgli, usually the kind of star boy whenever we look at this Wolves roster, the player that we expect to see pop off. He does have these games, though, Ollie, where he can just go missing. You know, he's 1-5 right now. Need to see him get stuck in this round and give his team a chance. No cabs this time on the flank. They're ready for it, Secret. Got plenty of flank protection. And Virtue, just look at the information. Spots that Mowgli behind that Kiba barrier. That's going to be the next thing that Secret need to get rid of, but not a huge amount of time, though, for Secret, Ollie, let's be honest. 20 seconds to go. Still one more smoke canister is going to be there, but oh my word, Jume, I mentioned the flank protection. He literally, as soon as he leaves, the flank comes in.
We see a rotation now from Grubby. Virtue has to try and push in now, but Last Mile is on a bit of a tear. Virtue will see to it that he's taken out, but has to firm it through the smoke. Can now try and get the plant down. He's got a bit of relative safety to do this, and it's once again down to Adrian to make the right decisions, and he does just that. Picks up 2 kills on the cover.
He's just a cover machine, isn't he?
You know what he used to do for a job? He used to work at Dunelm.
Oh. Betting specialist. Oh. 6-0 half? Really? Really? That's where we're at. I mean, all credit to Secret. They have played this bank perfectly. You know, the takes are the meta takes. They're the best takes. They're just doing everything right. Wolves, it feels as though they've never played this map before.
It looks like they're in a different league. You watch this game and you think, no, you're trying to tell me that Wolves are currently 3rd. Like, at the end of the stage, Wolves are 3rd, and they've lost they've lost every single defensive round of a map.
Like, and I remember said, like, Secret are doing like typical attacks. You could the scrapbook that Secret have, you could buy in the shops. Wolves could read it themselves. You can read that book.
10 seconds remaining.
It's an off-the-shelfer.
I can't believe it. I've lost the plot. I mean, this is the thing, though. I've lost the plot, which, as we know, happens to me a fair bit. But I feel as though I'm losing the plot for all the wrong reasons. I usually lose the plot whenever things are pretty bad. I mean, Secret are great at the moment, but I just can't believe how easy it is. I think I'm in disbelief. I think that's the emotion I have is disbelief.
Well, Wolves have the same tools available to them, but Secret aren't really going to give him the time of day. Already, Adrian is using Toxic Babe canisters to stop anyone from pushing through the Mowgli. Picks himself up an opening kill for the first time in what feels like forever, potentially even the whole game. Virtue just got caught out there in Garage. There is going to be a BP that looks into Garage, but Wolves aren't finished. 2 kills have gone now without response. Doom going to be roaming this top floor. There is a Dokkaebi call lingering on him. Well, P4, he's ready to collect as he hits that rotate back down to side. He does have the boss G. Savage. Not somewhere you want to be. He's used to being on the other side of that shield, and he's done very well for it, but he recognizes the strengths and dips himself back to side.
Yeah, good start for Wolves. Adrian able to get 1 kill back, but I think a lot of this relies on Doom and seeing how well he can do in this roam, because he's still active, he's still around. Hopefully that boss G we know. It's going to be a scary gun to go up against. So for Wolves, it's how do they want to go about this? Do they hunt Doom? Do they go after the roamer? Do they just leave him and try and go for the 2 versus 4 on site? Oh my. Almost Doom catches a glimpse of the Monty, but misses the shot. So his position is known. He will rotate back upstairs again. Ollie, it's a bit of a funhouse here for Doom, who will get the down on the P4, but thankfully Deadshot is in a great position to eliminate Doom, and they can get P4 up. A little bit scary there for a moment, but thankfully it's worked. Never mind, Savage collects the kill nonetheless.
That's huge from Savage. That could be round defining, because the seconds now that have been wasted to rotate upstairs to pick up P4 are now all for nothing. There's now 45 seconds and 2 Toxic Babe canisters.
Still tough.
We've got FNATs available. The Monty is the big factor here.
Yeah,
and it needs to be played well. 35 seconds left. Last Mile can start to drone out server. We know server's clear. Gonna get a drone into A. Adrian, it feels as though once again he's going to find himself in that hot seat. Savage, he's got a lot to watch. He's got the bottom of main stairs. He's potentially got Garage. Adrian is going to get taken out there. Deadshot managing to find it. It's the second nice long angle kill that Deadshot's found in this round. Savage hasn't got much to say about that. He's got to kind of let the plank go down and play a retake. He knows that it's going to be held sufficiently. And he also knows he's going up against Monty in this post plant. Not a position that he's expected to win from. Wolves has done a good job in this round to stabilize somewhat, but again, it doesn't stop Secret from being on match point.
Nah. Again, Secret have a gigantic buffer zone of rounds that they can afford to lose. I mean, for Wolves, a lot better from them that time around. Again, using the Monty, hunting out those roamers. Dealt with the roamers well. You know, Dokkaebi was brought in for that reason. I like the lurk as well, coming in from the Nook. I think that's always something that catches opponents by surprise right from the get-go. So, Secret dropping their first defense. Do I dare say what if?
Well, I mean, I said at the start of the game, the team that win the first round have gone on to lose the match every single time tonight.
There's no way.
It would be a hell of a loss if Secret did lose this. Can Wolves really get 4 rounds in a row from now?
5 rounds.
5 rounds in a row from now?
It's even worse than what you thought. Oh my. I mean, we'll see if it comes true. But I don't know. I think maybe they've thrown you off your game, Ollie. I think they might have upset the curve.
I mean, great to deserve it. Look at the siege they played on the attack. It was fantastic.
Yeah, of course. And I think for Wolves, you know, a slow start can really hinder you because Secret are going to be fired up. You know, everyone's gunning. Wolves still struggling in the kill department. Mowgli's got 2. Asa's got 1.
2 kills in 8 rounds, by the way.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
And that's what you say, you know, if Mowgli goes missing, it's a problem, isn't it? I think the pickup of Last Mile and Asa have alleviated some of that, but if Asa's missing as well, You're in the same situation. You've got the same problems, and it's going to be frustrating. But from time to time, it's going to happen, especially when you come up against a really well-drilled team.
I think the issue as well for Mowgli is he knows that he's not getting the kills, you know, which is what is expected of him. And this is maybe where he starts going for desperation plays, and he's just, he's desperate to get the kills. He's hunting for the kills. But sometimes whenever you're so like tunnel visioned into, I need to get a kill, I need to get a kill, it goes from bad to worse. Your luck, you know, just goes down the drain, and you really get yourself into a bit of a spiral. So for Mowgli, he should just be playing with the team, doing his job, and the kills will come. Wolves adopting the exact same attack as Secret. What a surprise, sending the Monty up through spiral. They have lost the opening pick though. Deadshot goes down. A lot of gunfights going in towards the top floor, and there we go, Mowgli. The kills will follow. However, Adrian immediately gets another kill back. I mean, look at the damage that P4 has also suffered on the Monty. And Ass is not looking too good either. The quick jump through with a shotgun. Plus another player in the midst of that, and the round's done. Game's done. Just like that.
Adrian's pick up that final kill. Well deserving of it for the performance he put in on the attack. We didn't get to see too much of Secret on the defense. Only a couple of rounds. It was their attacks that shone through here tonight. The team play, the synergy, it's the best we've seen of the evening. They are going to lock in at that second place here in EUL. I'll be honest, I was expecting that to be a competitive game of Siege that went the distance, and it turned into a very one-sided affair for Secret. They put in a dominant performance on the attack, and Wolves really struggled to get started. As you said, Demo, just goes to show a slow start can really punish you quite quickly.
Yeah, you just lag behind and you just can't catch up. And in this instance, it's not the story of the tortoise and the hare. The hare's won. The hare has won in this fairy tale. So I think for Secret, you have to give them credit. The Siege they played, it was quintessential of how you need to play bank. But for Wolves, you just have to question, how did they not see that coming? Because we all did.
We did. We're going to throw this one back over the desk, and I'm going to send it with a question. Alphama, did you really think that Wolves were going to win?
Oh, he did me dirty there. He really did.
But that is a question worth answering. Did you ever think that?
Yeah, I did.
You absolutely should. You would actually be right.
On paper.
Look at all these games. Look at this match, how close it was. The P4 show.
Come on.
Somebody else just showing up on Wolves would have meant an overtime game.
I think to add balance to this, I think Secret in isolation moments across this stage have been a better team than Wolves.
Yeah.
But across the stage, the consistency that Wolves have shown, you could have easily made a case for them actually winning this game.
For me, the real question was, obviously they started an attack, and I want to say in today's modern shit,
this claim
is bullshit. I just want to say,
I don't know how I've survived.
Let's just enjoy the highlights. Because this game was absolutely crazy. That moment where he survives, it was the Wolves being spammed by bullets. He still gets away with this again after the Claymore kill.
Yeah,
that was crazy. Then that cover. And the 2v1 there. The Blitz 1v1.
Double shields again from Secret in a 2 versus 2.
And then that 1v1 here. When he gets the pick on that player and then his teammate dies. That's the injure. Finish the kill with the double shield. And then that 1v1 where they play the Mickey Mouse game. Whack-a-mole. That's what it was. Whack-a-mole.
Yeah, and then once again, Adrian with the mad cover here. By the way, some of those attacks could have gone very differently. That could have been, in another world, a 3-3 attack split. Secret managed to get a 6-0. What a crazy game that was. And I think from 6-0, Wolves were never really coming back, were they? Let's be honest.
So, to answer X, yes, I did really believe Wolves had it in them. To be fair, here, I think it should have been closer than this.
Yeah.
And it was really a big off day, and the biggest reason for me was the opening kills. Every single opening kill, except one, went on the side of Secret. 7 opening kills out of 8 rounds.
And guess which round, looking at that scoreboard, was the opening kill that Wolves got? It was round 7. So every single time that a team got an opening kill, they managed to convert it into a round victory. Like you say, Secret, as soon as they had those opening kills, they were just rampant. They were not letting Wolves have any kind of clawback into the round.
It looked like June was also getting the majority of those opening kills, and then Adrian covers the plant. Once it's done, there's nothing getting through them.
Yeah, I honestly think if Secret can get that consistency together, they will once again go to Montreal like they did Manchester. I think they've been a little bit up and down this stage, but when it's really mattered, they turned on. And that was when they played against BDS and G2, and they've kicked on from there.
For me, it was the ability to find the opening, and then the entire team playing towards that win condition. That was the biggest thing, because if they cannot find that opening by lurking a knock behind or by pushing someone with a shield, can they problem solve or find another way to get that opening pick? We'll see. That's maybe where I see the only ceiling right now.
Jack?
Yes.
Who would you like to highlight?
I would like to highlight Adrian, because I think statistically he actually had a reasonably okay game. But what I will say is there is nobody I would trust in the world to cover a 0-second plant more than Adrian. We've seen him do this multiple times when they played Clubhouse earlier in the year, and we saw him do it twice in this game. First of all in round 4, as you can see, to get the round over the line, but not just in round 4. Also in round 6, similar type of scenario, plants going down, late round, and Adrian once again is going to turn up with a double kill, pre-fire in exactly the same angles. Look at this, I say a quiet game, he's gone 8-3, but there was a time where he was, not doing so well in this game, but comes up with those mega double kills. I would actually have loved to see him, just on a personal note, the way he's playing right now, covering those plants, back in Penta in the day when they were playing Protect the President Siege with Goga, when he was planting CCI plant. I'd love to have seen him covering that, because Adrian in those clutch scenarios knows exactly where to pre-fire, knows exactly how to hold all of the angles. On his own today, Adrian has won Secret 2 rounds.
It's actually incredible how much you can learn from playing weeks of the Meowers Ranky stack with Jack, with Ollie, with Tim.
And Leo.
And
we did play together from time to time.
There you go. Who said talent can't play? Just don't look at my stuff. Anyways, let's move on. We have our interview with our victors. Team Secret, so joining us, this is Virtue. Let's bring him up. Hello. Oh.
Hello there. Virtue. We thought I was Virtue, but no.
No, it's Savage.
It's okay. Savage.
No problem.
Savage,
we're taking that trade.
Yeah, we're not saying this to bring you down. We just had the information that Virtue would be on. However, it is a pleasure to have you on here. First of all, congratulations on the win. But holy hell, what a game this was. I mean, how was it between you guys? Because P4 was pulling off some of the most insane shit on the other side.
The Scopos, the Caveira.
Yeah. What was going on your end? Just watching all of this unfold on you.
I wasn't sure when I got interrogated while I was playing still. I thought I went back to playing ranked for a second, but yeah. I mean, if you're winning, it's not tilting, But if he's making these plays and we were losing these rounds, I think they could maybe affect a bit more mentally. But if you're still winning the round, you don't really care. But yeah, I think we played like a really good textbook siege, with our reactions. We took our time, we got opening picks, and we finished the round well. Like it was the first game where I really felt like we were 100%, like the comms were good, the energy was good, the composure was good. No one was giving up the picks after we got the man advantage, which is like a lot of times I was struggling the scrims and everything. So yeah, it was really good. Like playing, if I felt like Agent said after the game, a bit anticlimaxing, we thought it would be closer, the game just was done before we even felt it,
I mean, to be fair, that's one thing that Jack pointed out, but any team that got the opening pick actually transformed the round, and you got 7 out of 8 rounds, so 7-round win. I'm gonna take the opportunity. You're the AGL. I wanna pick your brains. How did you get so many opening kills? So many opening kills? What was the setup for you?
So we're coming to the game. Obviously, we studied them. So we went, for example, that knock play was a counter, obviously.
Yep.
We saw they play based off the echo, and we knew we could get into top square there by not opening any of the windows, any of the doors, and just get a guy there and get opening kill. Some of the other rounds was just like a bit their mistake, remember open area round, Mowgli just overpicking over the Zami, a bit confident, and we get a pick. I remember as well on CO, and then rounds Dead Choice picking Trump very aggressively with no utility being thrown at him. So I think a lot of the time just more was their mistake that kind of got us the opening pick. So, but we were there to punish them. So, at the end of the day, it's still our merits.
I think the real merit is your ability always to convert that opening pick into making sure you're not giving any more bodies and you're winning the round. Like as an IGL, when you take that opening pick, how do you drive the teams? Because I felt that was very dynamic. You had Virtue on the shield, or you were on the shield yourself, and you drove the team towards the win condition. How do you make that call?
We just had to reset fully, which sometimes can be hard on scrims, but today, like I said, it was really good. Like no one gives up their kills before. We just fully reset. We focus on the next targets. For example, open air rounds, we focus on killing the guy top floor. Then we go out and we focus on the killing the top floor. Once you have the full floor control, we just reset. We hold the flanks. We just get one to hold the flanks, and then we go for the next step. Which on this map, because it's I guess kind of short on the 2 bomb sites besides basement, you can just go directly for the the bomb sites. So we just tried to take our time. That's why the rounds were going for like very last few seconds, because we were just making sure we take our time. It doesn't matter if we go for the last few seconds, as long as we still can get the bomb down, we can get all the control we need. We don't give up the kills, like we'll still win the round.
As long as Adrian is covering the plant, you're fine.
Yeah, that's true. That was really 2 good rounds from him. On 0 seconds.
Between Adrian covering the plant and then having the double shield that are doing their work when it was necessary, I think we got a hell of a game. But here, you win this game. You're now in the top 2. Obviously, a big advancement from what happened in stage 1. You get the bye. You have a week. What's the plan for you and the team, and of course with your coach Twister, to get ready for that week of playoffs?
I mean, I think we got a free week now, right? So this week we'll obviously just maybe have an off day just to relax, and then we'll just start looking at the teams that we can possibly play. The 2 teams that we can possibly play. We'll do some prep for it, and we just focus on making sure like we can play as well as we did today. Everyone being sure like we can be there on the game, like ready with the communication on the day, and that's pretty much it. Just do some counter prep, nothing too big, and just relax and prepare.
Is there a team that you would like to face against? Because you need that victory to make it through, get 2 wins to get to Montreal. Is there anyone on your mind?
There's no easy teams, is there? So anyone, preferably not BDS. I mean, we can't play BDS. What am I saying?
Potentially will have to play them in that grand final should you need to qualify, or you obviously lose the game and then go down to lower bracket.
Yeah, but then no pressure, and then at the same time.
Very pressure,
they can't ban everything, can they? They can't ban the Blitz, the Monty, the Ing, we'll just abuse one of them.
Fair enough. I love your optimism, Savage. But anyways, congratulations on the win, and thank you for the wonderful game and the fact that we got to pick your brains about things. And yeah, good luck on this week of rest. We'll see you next week for your playoffs game.
Thank you very much, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. It was a pleasure here, and you know what? We expected Virtue because that's what we were told. Yeah. We got Savage. We got great responses.
Good insights.
Regardless. Yeah, I think having the IGL to talk about this was definitely a good decision at the end. However, we have our standings. It's done. Our group stage is over. Jack, please walk us through it.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go. So we've got BDS obviously getting first place again. Secret getting second place. Fun fact. BDS were first place in stage 1, Secret were second place in stage 1. Both made Manchester main stage, so that sets you up for how good these 2 teams are at the minute. Then G2, Wolves, WYLDE, and Virtus.pro make up the 4 teams that will play out in the playoffs tomorrow. So tomorrow's schedule will be G2 against VP, Wolves against WYLDE, because third place plays 6th, fourth place 5th. And then ITB, ENCE, and FNATIC all bottled it, let's be fair, and they will have to go and play through the open qualifiers. And if they are to make Manchester, it will be through the last chance qualifier system.
Let's take a look then at that playoffs bracket that'll be starting tomorrow. Now, the 2 teams that have a week off are Secret and BDS. They'll get to watch and practice and get ready. However, tomorrow we have 2 best of 3s. We'll kick off that upper bracket with Virtus.pro versus G2 and Wolves versus WYLDE. A lot on the line for these 4 teams here. However, if you lose the game, you are not eliminated. You can still move forward and qualify through the lower bracket. This is a double elimination bracket. However, you add more games to that limit to make it to Montreal.
Yeah, only double elimination once you've won that first upper bracket game, though. So whoever loses out of VP, G2, Wolves, and WYLDE,
true,
will be going
go to LCQs.
Yeah.
Yep.
But obviously, as you can say, Secret and BDS, they both get that first best of 3, and then if they lose it, they will go through to that, I suppose, last chance decider game thing.
Yeah.
That's
I don't know what the official term is. Yeah, but the winners qualifies to the major. That slot there.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I think looking at this upper bracket, we have an interesting rematch from the Wolves versus WYLDE game. I think it was the first time we really had that alarm bell in WYLDE really stomping against a wall against a good team. And I think that looking at Wolves doing the same thing against Secret today, it's going to be an interesting and close matchup, especially as I see WYLDE kind of like this little brother of Secret in the playstyle. I don't know if you see what I mean, but like in the aggression, the chaotic, the talent, the sheer talent from young T3 players. And then VP versus G2, that's an old-timer. But I think there's a huge difference between these two teams right now. Honestly, VP should be happy they're in playoffs. Regarding their performance this stage, it's more to do with ITB and FNATIC fucking up than them really proving themselves.
I said bottled it. You've just gone straight in with the fuck up.
Oh, I'm French. I'm direct, right?
I see.
That's the real thing.
Everybody says that. People say, oh, Danish people, they're very direct. Oh, Swedish people, they're very direct. Everybody says that.
All right, I say the truth then. The truth is VP should be happy they're in playoffs with their performance, but G2 is clearly the better team.
Very pragmatic.
Pragmatic, rational. And I picked the wrong winner today. I said Wolves, and they lost 1-7.
Just off the rip on that VP G2 game, it's going to be very interesting to see G2's map bans.
Interesting.
Interesting. Very interesting. The reason being, VP cannot ban away Lair, Labs, Skyscraper.
Best of 3.
It's a best of 3. They can ban 2, and G2 will pick the other.
You're saying to me...
They should. Oh, sorry, they should. I'm not saying they will, but they should.
You're saying to me that VP might play a Lair or a Nighthaven Labs or a Skyscraper, and I'm here for it. I want to see
G2
it.
are incredible, all those maps as well.
I am here to tell you, this might just be the Copian speaking. Virtus.pro have been saving strats on all of the maps since SI24.
Yeah, we get into a Lair tomorrow, and I see VP rocking Blitz, Monty, Ying, Tokabi, Deimos, and I'm like,
honestly,
someone steal their accounts?
Honestly, you know what? Maybe they would have a better chance. I think sometimes looking at VP, if they threw away all the strats and just play as a ranked unit with the sheer talent they have on the team, maybe they would do a better job. Sometimes I feel like they're stuck in their own ways. They're playing into a framework, and that honestly, they overthink it. Exactly. They try to be too perfect.
Not that I was successful in it, but when it was the utility meta, the 20-second meta, and all that stuff, I had this firm belief that if you just rushed every round, you would get about a 50% attack win rate, which at that point was incredible. Because nobody did it, everyone just waited until 20 seconds. And it's the same that applies. I think, genuinely, every couple of rounds, if VP just rushed, their opponent would not know what the hell was going on. And they'd probably win the round.
To be fair, Jack, that 50-50 chance of winning was pretty much exactly what you had with your strategy with pretty much every single game, if I remember correct, because I was casting those games back then, that went to... What was it? Oh, it was a tie, so it's very much was 50-50.
Do you know what? Like, I know how FNATIC feel this stage, where they should have won basically every game, but have ended up bottom of the table. Because I got relegated on that. We got so many draws. We got so many draws where we should have won the game, but didn't. And we knew that we put in better performances than what the... I mean, it's a results-based business. Ultimately, we deserve to be relegated. FNATIC deserves to be bottom. But I understand the feeling that they're going through right now.
Absolutely. What?
No, nothing. I didn't see anything.
I love this, the sympathy that we're getting here on the desk, at least from one side of it. But our schedule for tomorrow is... Sorry, production. We're kind of teetering on the edge. We missed it. I thought it's nice to have like these kind of going wild at the end of the day. Speaking of which, WYLDE, well, they're playing. But they're playing game number 2 tomorrow against Wolves in a best of 3. Kicking off the day is G2 versus Virtus.pro. As we're chatting about it, both games, best of 3s. Winner of those matches advances on to play BDS and Team Secret for a shot at the Montreal Major. EU can only send so many teams. Goddamn, I hope we send our best.
So we could see a BDS G2, and then maybe... No, it's the opposite way around?
Yeah,
so you could see... Okay, all right. That's going to be interesting.
We just went over the bracket.
Can we run the bracket again for Leo? Thank you.
You know what? For Leo's
there it is.
There we go.
Don't get it.
Secret at the top.
So we could see, and we should see a G2 Secret.
That would be excellent to watch.
And then I would actually be happy to see a rematch between Wolves and BDS. Because that one was very close. Too close.
So if we do, congratulations once again on BDS making the major because they've never lost to Wolves.
That's true.
Our producer, Tommy, is saying, bless his heart, but WYLDE BDS could also be really fun to watch.
That's true.
But is that expected to happen versus Wolves on the other side in a best of 3?
Honestly, anything could happen with the current WYLDE. And if Wolves show up the way they did to Secret today, I actually think WYLDE could beat them. And WYLDE could be really annoying to BDS. Again, BDS winning only 7-4, 7-5 or in overtime, they're shaky.
BDS are going to have to step it up. And yeah, I think Secret will be good for that week off as well. This is a very... I'm not going to say interesting, Milosh. This is a very curious bracket to see how it plays out. It's very curious because there's lots of question marks going on.
It's bizarre.
I think it's bizarre. I think the only certainty really is that G2 are heavy favorites.
It's getting hot in here with all the dictionary references that we have. What a lexicon that we're getting tonight, gentlemen.
Demo said something in the cast earlier, and I was like, how does Demo know this word? I think it was quintessential. And I was like, demo, come on.
I think it means excellent, right? Quintessential?
No.
Not quite.
No.
All right, give me a break.
Something is quintessential to something else, which means that it is at the core of something else functioning.
That's why there is essential in it. Yeah. Follow us for more English lessons. That was us on the EUL broadcast.
You know what? You can use this to sell it to a language learning application or something. There it is. We're just giving it to you, which means if the music is playing, we need to get the hell out of here. Yeah, pretty much. They're kicking us out at this point. Though, thank you very much, Alphamat and Fresh, for today. We've had a wonderful time going through the final Playday of the group stage. Tomorrow begins the end of the stage. Why am I speaking like Yoda? Tomorrow is the start of our playoffs. We'll get to see which two teams will go for the play against Secret and BDS for those shots at the Montreal Major. 3 teams can make it from that bracket to the Major, and 1 from LCQ. It is not next week, baby. It's tomorrow. We'll see you then.